It is 5:01, and we can go ahead and call to order and give Jennifer just a minute to bring up the flags for us. And if everybody will take them off mute so it's not just me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge
allegiance to thee,
Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We do have 16 speakers that have signed up for the public comment section. I'm going to give them just a minute. I think they're all going to come in together, and then I'm going to read the script, and then they'll be unmuted as their names are called. Okay. So we are now to item D of the agenda, public comments regarding items on the agenda. At each board meeting, the board will set aside time to afford the general public an opportunity to speak on items on the agenda. Concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. I would like to remind the audience and the viewers that the comments of the speaker reflect their own positions or opinions. No audience member will be permitted to engage in any conduct that is disruptive or threatening toward any speaker or other person. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Mr. Math will be the designated timekeeper. I hope you all can see Mr. Math. He does have a little orange cone he's going to hold up when there's 30 seconds left in your time.
There it is.
Our first speaker is Sarah Miller Fellows.
Hello, I would like to thank you for having me here today. I'm a Round Rock parent. I have a rising first grader at Anderson Mill Elementary, and we are my video wasn't on. We are beyond thrilled to be Round Rock parents, but I'm very concerned given the current Black Lives Matter movement and movements towards removing the role of police in favor of funding things like behavioral health and social workers, that the district is putting money towards security, when we know that school resource officers disproportionately criminalize what is normally normal adolescent behavior. As a parent, I believe that the school should be investing in things like social emotional learning strategies, behavioral interventions that prevent security problems rather than bringing police onto campus and potentially further traumatizing students. We know that there are signs of trauma already from the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think that the school system should be investing, hiring social workers, hiring counselors, hiring therapists, far more than they should be investing in police. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Stephanie Martin. Ms. Martin, are you? All right. Ms. Martin, your time has begun. We are not able to hear you. Are you able to hear us?
I suggest we go on to the next speaker and
Yeah.
come back to Ms. Martin.
All right, so our next speaker is Sophie Taus. Taus? I apologize if I said that wrong.
Oh, no worries, you're good. Yes, I would just like to agree with what was earlier said. I graduated from Round Rock High School last year, and I was looking at the June 4th budget meeting, and I had a lot of concerns because it seemed as though that the counseling services budget was being moved into social emotional learning, and yet that budget was not increased. So it seems like there's essentially a decrease in spending for mental health services for students, and yet we're still spending over $1.7 million on security, plus the increased cost to faculty because we're having police now in our department, which will be full-time from my understanding from that meeting. And as a student, I can say that even though I'm like a white kid that went to Round Rock, I still felt intimidated by having those officers there. And I did not see my counselors much. I maybe saw my counselor once or twice freshman, sophomore, junior year, and it was only until I was starting to apply to colleges that I really interacted with my counselors. So I think there's a great need to increase those resources. And I have another concern about the 1033 program. This allows school police departments to get military weapons from the DoD. 10 school districts in Texas have done this. Texarkana ISD got assault rifles through this program, and I do not want our police department to be able to do that. I know we have an equity task force, which I think is a good thing, and they're calling for racial equity in policing. And I think our budget should reflect what their calls are for and really show that we're investing more in not criminalizing students and really showing that we care about their mental health. And before this budget gets passed, I feel like we should hear out what their recommendations are and see what they see about the way we're allocating funds at the moment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmeletta Williams. Ms. Williams, are you with us? I don't see her on the list of participants right now. So the speaker after that is Felicia Miyakawa. So I think she needs to be unmuted.
Hello?
Hi, Felicia Miyakawa, your time has started.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak tonight. I am a Round Rock parent. I have a rising 9th grader here, and I would just like to join the chorus of all of the people who have done the hard work crunching numbers, showing us that there is no benefit to having a police force in a school district. In fact, the data and studies show unequivocally that having police force in the school district actually leads to more harm for students, more trauma, and increased criminalization. So we're going to have a real budget crunch. That's not news to anybody, and it's only going to be worse because of the pandemic, and we're not going to get the state share of funds. And the last thing we need to do is commit all of this money to a police force that's only going to traumatize our students more, especially given that we have 0 social workers in our district, 0 social workers, and our students are really going to need this help. So I just stand in solidarity with the organizations that have already sent numerous letters to the school board. I've spoken before the Equity Task Force and said the same thing, and I just stand in support with this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Del Antonio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Let me get some video on here. So I realize that a lot of people have already spoken to this issue, but it's an issue that's really essentially crucial to our community. There was a year-long effort to come up with some essential points of really non-negotiable issues on equity, on helping our students, on questions of counselors, on questions of safety more broadly conceived. It seems that the vast majority of those recommendations have been discarded in favor of a vast investment in a police force that, again, as folks have said before me, has been shown in many other school districts to be harmful. There are now school districts very purposefully distancing themselves from police forces, partly because of the recent events that have demonstrated that the amount of force that police tend to use on Black and brown kids. And in the end, even if we had all agreed this was the best investment of money back in the spring, when the board decided after all this input to go against the recommendations, or at least ignore most of the recommendations of the task force and establish a new police force, now our budget situation is much more dire. And the situation with COVID requires social workers, requires more individuals to help our students become become less stressed by the current situation. And the idea of investing these many $1 million in a new police force, which then down the road would have to be sustained with additional investments, seems to be really problematic. So I really urge the board to reconsider its budgeting, to budget more counselors, to budget some social workers, as my associate said earlier, who now we don't have any social workers in our ISD. So we need more people to help students rather than people to monitor and police students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Rice Booth.
Yes, hi, good evening. So my name is Mary Rice Booth. I have a rising ninth grader who will be attending Stony Point High School, and a rising kindergartner son who will be attending Harrington. And so I am here also to share my perspective on the establishment of the police department. And just basically to back it up with a couple of quotes and some research. So we know that there is a large body of research that tells us that police in schools negatively impacts student learning and makes students feel unsafe. My own daughter, a Black 14-year-old, has said herself repeatedly that she does not feel safe around police officers. We also know that the rise of police in schools has been a result of school shootings. However, quoting a professor of Rutgers University, Matthew Mayer, he says, "We don't have any rigorous causal evidence that says armed guards reduce school shootings or school violence. There's no research that says that school safety officers reduces school shootings or school violence." Just to repeat that again. So I want to again implore the district to not create this police department. We know that it's going to create an unsafe environment, particularly for our Black and brown students, like my daughter and my son. I encourage you to invest in additional school counselors, social workers, and school psychologists that have the training and the education to de-escalate events and work through all the emotions that are associated with being a child. We are talking about children. Also, I want to implore you, I am a former English teacher and a former public school, high school principal in New York City public schools. I have personally witnessed the negative impact of untrained police officers in schools. But I have also conversely seen the success when we have increased school counselors and school psychologists and social workers in schools. I took it upon myself as a principal to make sure that they outweighed the other. And I know that that's where success came from. That's why I increased graduation rates by having that numbers change. So I know that Round Rock ISD needs to think about what type of story that they want to be told about them at this pivotal time of history.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmeletta Williams. Oh, she was on here twice. Is she back? Okay.
And I know that that's where success came from. That's why I increased graduation rates by having that number.
Okay, so our next speaker is Shino Chaco. I apologize if I have mispronounced your name.
That's okay. It's fine. Hi, this is Shino. I have 2 children in the Round Rock ISD school, one at Old Town and one entering Walsh this year. And I also wanted to reiterate some of the many, many important points that speakers before me have said. There are children in our school district that are experiencing a wide variety of trauma or stress, and what they need are counselors and social workers, not police, to help them and to guide them as they are learning and as they are being children. It has been proven that schools with social workers and counselors show better attendance rates, better graduation rates, lots of positive metrics. And there is no evidence that additional police presence in our schools improve safety or the well-being of our students, our children. And in fact, there is evidence that shows that increased police presence causes harm, especially to children of color like mine. What I implore the board to do is invest in social workers and counselors and keep in mind the policies of the school district of developing the whole child, cultivating the social and emotional skills needed to thrive in a diverse and ever-changing world. And this is from the Round Rock ISD website. And so once again, my plea to you as a parent is to invest in our children and invest in social workers and counselors that can help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Esmeralda Rubalcaba Hernandez.
Hello. So I want to introduce myself. I'm a social work master's candidate at UT. So here I'm not only speaking as a Round Rock parent, but as a professional. SROs and police in schools contribute to the school to prison pipeline. We moved to Round Rock to ensure that our children would be in good, safe schools. But for my brown children, as well as Black and other brown children, having an armed police officer makes that reality impossible. Racial trauma is very real. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of statistical fact, and there is rising evidence to show what I and others have known all our lives. At this point, if you go about creating this police department, you're denying evidence which has come about through rigorous research. You will be disproportionately affecting Black children, brown children, children with special needs, children who are part of the LGBTQIA+ community. The research is there. You have been presented with these numbers again and again, but yet here we are still arguing a side which has come about through logic, evidence, statistics, research, both qualitative and quantitative, yet you have continually capitulated to those who have decided to form a society of police worship. Use this money to hire mental health professionals. Right now, you're punishing kindergartners with corporal punishment, non-evidence-based practices which are archaic and not based on evidence or child development. Mental health professionals are where the money should be spent. This does not include the school counselors who are employed right now. They are not mental health professionals. We need to make that distinction. If they have an LPC, then they are mental health professionals, but the majority of the ones employed right now do not. They have degrees in education. School social workers look at things through environmental frameworks and through many frameworks that are necessary for our children right now, psychologists even. And again, I spoke last year about this, but I was not given an option for translation services. That is a matter of inclusivity, and it's a matter that should absolutely be, you need to hire translators. I've asked you again and again, and there are parents in our district who are not able to attend these meetings and understand exactly what is going on. So Superintendent Esteban Flores, I hold you and others responsible if you decide to create this police department and it brings about any deaths of our students who we should be trying to protect.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suchitra Chander, and I apologize if I've missed.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a parent of a rising 7th grader at Canyon Vista Middle School and a rising 1st grader at Laurel Mountain Elementary. I think that each school has very specific needs and each school district. Can you hear me? Yes? So I think that the school, the needs are very unique to each school. And as the mother of 2 biracial children who are half white, half Asian Indian, I would like to say that we have been extremely happy in our particular situation of having an SRO, Officer Pope, on campus at Canyon Vista Middle School. And he happens to be a person of color. He happens to be a Black person, Officer Pope. And he is extremely well appreciated by the children, students, and parents from what I've seen. And I've been to meetings with about 7 police officers in October or November at the school. And we really appreciated and enjoyed having Officer Pope, who was a confidant and friend of the children and a great resource. That being said, I don't think all the schools, when there is limited budget, I don't think all the schools need to spend money on SROs if there's higher need.
I can't hear her anymore.
You cannot hear?
Now we can. It was gone for a little bit.
Yeah, so I come from a place of privilege because my child's Laurel Mountain kindergarten teacher is a trained social worker, and she's amazing. I happen to luck out and have a KG teacher who's just wonderful and a trained social worker. So I felt I had an unusual situation in Laurel Mountain where we had a wonderful KG teacher who made visits to the house in the pandemic, socially distanced, called us. We had a wonderful middle school science teacher who also visited at the house, and a math teacher who called us, and those things made a difference. But coming back to psychologists and social workers, mental health and the particular truancy issues, drug issues, behavior issues, those are the things that need to be prioritized, in my opinion, after the pandemic or during the pandemic. So each school would have to have the resources that their particular community need to deal with the mental health and social and emotional well-being of the child. So if the money in a particular school needs to go to social workers, counselors, psychologists, rather than police officers, I'm in total agreement of that if that's what the parent community of that particular school needs. In my case, belonging to Laurel Mountain and Canyon Vista, I still value...
Please wrap up.
Yeah, I still value social workers and psychologists the most, but I also appreciate Mr. Yarborough, who also happens to be Black.
Ms. Chander, we've got to get to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we get off, that was our last budget speaker, except for Ms. Martin. So if we can go back and see if Ms. Martin is able to, we're able to hear her.
Hi, is it working?
It is working now.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to speak about this proposed budget. I was really heartbroken whenever I read that the proposed budget included $1.7 million for formation of a police department, despite all the research and recommendations presented to you over the past year and a half by the task forces, and included a reduction in counseling services and $0 for social workers. In fact, the proposed budget for formation of a police department is more than 3 times the budget for counseling services. And that kind of tells me everything I need to know about the priorities. How else could you interpret this except policing children is more important to us than caring for children? That breaks my heart as a mom and as an educator. I've taught for 17 years, and absolutely stuff goes down in a heartbeat in schools. Fights, weapons, drugs, suicidality, serious mental health crises. But I haven't seen anything that inserting a law enforcement officer would improve. As we're seeing nightly on our news, it often exacerbates a situation where people are acting out of just raw fear or anger. Kids are kids. They're not criminals. Their brain is not finished developing. They need a trusted adult to help them in those moments. And often as not, I've seen those same kids who were behaving violently in the next minute just break down sobbing because they're children. They're not criminals that we need to patrol. I really fear that we're voting to approve this formation of a police department in this configuration of funds, police versus mental health. We're trotting a dark path here where we are turning our schools into prisons instead of places of caring and growth and learning. My son's a rising third grader at Brushy Creek Elementary. He's a proud Blue Jay. We love our school. We love our teachers. And they have a caring system for him as an autistic individual. They know him. He's an 8-year-old adorable little blonde Moffat. What happens when he's out of his elementary school of a few hundred students and attending Round Rock High School of a few thousand students, and that cute little boy is a 6-foot-tall young man having a stemming or whatever in a place where he shouldn't be. I'll wrap up my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mack.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just saw that Ms. Williams joined us, so she was a speaker for the budget. So Carmeletta Williams, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, and your time has started, so please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, as a parent in Round Rock and in recent events regarding policing, I just want to call on Dr. Flores and the Round Rock ISD board to put all new policing expenditures on hold and to draw on the report for the Round Rock ISD Safety and Security Task Force and the recommendations from the Equity Task Force to develop more sustainable and equitable plan to keep our students safe without entering into the erroneous of school policing that so many other districts are now rejecting. And so I'm asking for you guys to put those funds into social work, into other preventative measures that can help our students versus turning our schools into prisons and increasing. I don't think policing is a good idea for our students of colors. And so we want it to be a welcoming place for all people, all students.
Here in the agenda, and I signed up for something.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that was.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, someone's speaking over me, but I hope, Dr. Flores, if you could just nod your head and let me know that you heard me, I'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So that was our last speaker on budget. We do have 5 more speakers, and if it's okay with the board, we'll just go ahead and do them all real quick. We have speaking on the COVID presentation, Pavan Negatam. So, wait, can you unmute?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so the COVID situation is on the current agenda, right, or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I'm not sure whether someone has already covered, I don't know, but we recently heard the news about reopening the schools, and wanted to make sure what are the measures we're taking towards the back to normal classes with the kids, and how are we maintaining the social distance, and how are we going to accomplish if the parents have decided to keep their kids at home. And I mean, basically there are a lot of details around that, right? So basically back to school means there are so many measures we need to take. So we'd like to hear what are the measures we're taking. That's all.
Thank you. Our last four speakers are all speaking on the Equity Task Force update. The first of those is Jenny Guston.
Hi. My name is Jenny Guston. I am the mother of 3 children. My oldest just finished kindergarten at Double File Trail Elementary. I am speaking on behalf of parents and community members of Undoing Racism Round Rock. We are calling on Dr. Flores and the Round Rock ISD board to put all new policing expenditures on hold and to draw on the report of the Round Rock ISD Safety and Security Task Force to develop a more sustainable and equitable plan to keep our students safe without utilizing antiquated school policing programs that so many other districts are now rejecting. School police criminalize normal adolescent behaviors, commodify students of color, and create an entry point in the school to prison pipeline. Study after study after study has shown that school police have disproportionately harmful impacts on Black, Latinx, LGBTQIA2S students, and students receiving special education services. The Equity Task Force has shown you these studies. Please pay attention. Undoing Racism Round Rock objects to Round Rock ISD's plan to invest large sums of money on discriminatory policing. Instead, we should be focusing on methods that have been proven to increase student safety and well-being, such as counselors and other social and mental health resources. This is especially important now as education budgets are likely to be tight because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The world is finally waking up to the realization that in most circumstances, an armed police officer is not the answer to our problems. This is money better spent on school psychologists, guidance counselors, and programs to help create equity within our communities. Denver, Minneapolis, Portland, Seattle, and Oakland school districts have all voted to end their relationship with the local police departments and invest in social workers, psychologists, and other health professionals. Some of the nation's largest school districts are considering similar measures, including Chicago and Los Angeles. Round Rock ISD should be included on this list. I found out yesterday that Round Rock ISD currently has 0 social workers working in the specific capacity of social work to serve over 50,000 students. 0. That's unacceptable. Preventative resources are more effective than reactionary ones. The purpose of the Round Rock School Board is to provide effective and budget-conscious resources for every student in the school community. Comprehensive social program is the answer. A police force is not. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Pitts.
Can everyone hear me? All right, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Trustees, for the opportunity to address you this evening. I come to you on behalf of the organization, Round Rock Black Parents. In the update that you'll hear later this evening from the Equity Task Force, one of the books recommended for reading is White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. Round Rock Black Parents would like to offer each trustee a hard copy of this book, and we are happy to deliver a hard copy of this book to each of you personally via first-class mail or hand delivery if you will reach out to my office at 512-825-5545 or email me at tapitts@taplawfirm.com with your delivery preferences. In providing you this resource, it is our hope that you will educate and personally acquaint yourselves with the problem of systemic racism as it manifests in your own lives and in our community in general. It is also our hope that reading this book will help you to join the conversation in a meaningful way and sharing the language of those who have long labored to identify and address the effects of systemic racism in our district. Purpose to help you solve a problem by understanding what the problem is. Departing from my comments on behalf of Round Rock Black parents and speaking personally, I would like to address my own sentiments on the Equity Task Force. Round Rock ISD is not exceptional insofar as dealing with systemic racism is concerned. And despite the existence of the Equity Task Force, systemic racism and anti-Blackness live here as well. There is not a Black trustee among you, and that is no mistake. In the last school board election that we had more candidates run against the Black trustee that used to sit among you than ran for the vacant seat left by Trustee Cox. And I have lived in Round Rock for 14 years and cannot recall the last time a Black trustee was actually elected to serve on the board. That fact sends a message. Our district needs work, and we are a long way from where we need to be to feel like we have accomplished anything real. The Equity Task Force is a step in the right direction, but until its influence and work in the district to affect meaningful change become more substantive and district leaders actually listen to and implement that change, it will remain merely a step and nothing more. Thank you for your time today.
Tony, can you give us your phone number real quick and the email address again?
Yes, phone number is 512-825-5545. And the email address is tapitts, my first middle initial and last name, at tap, my initials, lawfirm.com. So tapitts at taplawfirm.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Moore.
Oh, good evening. My name is Lisa Moore, and I signed up to speak about equity. And policing in schools is definitely an issue of equity. You all are seeing many crucial conversations going on in our country right now over the last several weeks. We have been organically forced to have this conversation, and it's really time that Round Rock ISD also have this crucial conversation. You're seeing many unprecedented things going on in our country right now, decisions that are very unprecedented that you would have thought would have never been made. I'm asking this school board to make an unprecedented decision as well. I'm asking you to rescind your decision to form a police department. If you will remember, you were presented with the essential components by the Safety and Security Task Force, and the very number one priority of those essential components was equity. Another priority was behavioral health. Another priority was training. Those essential components, until this district can implement them, can develop them, can fund them, and can champion them, you do not have a basis to form a police department. In those essential components, in the section of equity, you are presented with your own Round Rock ISD data that shows how you have been harming Black and Brown and special ed students for over 10 years. And this has happened under the watch of Dr. Flores.
Dr. Thomas.
And the Equity Task Force that was put into place over 2 years ago, only until recently, in light of this crucial conversation America is having, is there any movement now happening on this Equity Task Force? So that should show all of us parents and students and teachers that equity has not been a priority for Round Rock ISD for a very long time. You're being called out, and so now you're addressing it. You know, now's the time, so good for you. I'm also aware that Texas Appleseed reached out to the Board of Trustees back in January, asking you to cease and desist on the formation of a police department. They offered you assistance. They offered you help. There's many groups out there that would partner with you and come alongside you and work with you and find a way for you to bring equity into your schools and keep them safe and secure. So once again, I'm asking this board of trustees to be on the right side of history and to rescind your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker will be Christelle Erickson Collins.
Hello. I'm speaking to you tonight from the standpoint of a person who has a master's degree in social work and has been a substitute teacher for over 7 years. In a knee-jerk reaction after the shooting in Parkland, Florida, the legislature rapidly passed the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, which requires that an armed school employee be stationed in every school in the state. Of the $400 million allocated, the majority went to increased security and surveillance. Too bad for the students and taxpayers that they did not do the research into what actually makes schools safer. In an article by Reuters, when asked about research, a professor of sociology and criminal justice at the University of Delaware, Aaron Kupchak, stated, "Most research find no effect or detrimental effects from additional security measures. In fact, many Black and brown students, when asked, relate that security officers make them feel less safe at school." Additionally, a 2018 Washington Post analysis found school police officers rarely made a difference in how school shootings unfolded. I imagine that you have heard from many of your parents that they want additional security, but your job is to follow the data and educate where necessary. Your lip service to racial equity by developing an equity office, expecting the participants to labor for over a year, and then discounting the thorough analysis and recommendations is tokenism. This is a common tactic that institutions use to give the appearance of listening to those who are raising significant issues of inequity without actually addressing any of those issues in significant ways. This is racism enacted. We call on Dr. Flores and the board to put all new policing expenditures on hold and to draw on the report of the Safety and Security Task Force to develop a more sustainable and equitable plan to keep students safe without entering into the error of school policing that so many other districts are now regretting and rejecting. Our nation is in a moment when we can reimagine our institutions and make them consistent with our American values of justice and equity for all. Don't be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is all of the public speakers that we had who were signed up for today. Thank you all for joining us. We now move to agenda item E1, the public hearing on the proposed 2020-2021 budget and tax rate. Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. The latter part of this school year has been like no other that we've seen in public education, and we are now faced with even greater challenges for the upcoming school year. The budget that Dr. Audix will be presenting to you tonight provides the funding to meet those challenges and allows us to be as flexible as possible and necessary to meet the needs of our students and families during the COVID-19 pandemic. Though our current board goals are suspended due to the pandemic, I'm proud to present a budget that still demonstrates that successful student outcomes are our first priority for resource allocation. For example, we will be able to, through Bond 2018, fund a one-to-one initiative so that all our students will be able to transition from a school to home learning environment. We are also providing new resources such as a learning management platform for virtual teaching and learning that is engaging and user-friendly for our students, families, and teachers. This budget also includes $4.5 million worth of unfilled positions, which will allow us to remain nimble and hire as needs arise or hold the reins if it's prudent to do so given the economic landscape. And I want to thank this board again and its decision to include $13 million investment in our employees, the people we depend on for the day-to-day work to make sure that our students are successful. $12 million of that was in compensation increases and $1 million for employee medical insurance. This week, Commissioner Morath told superintendents just on Tuesday that now is not the best time to engage in a rigorous goal development process and encouraged us to focus on the task at hand of beginning the new school year in the reality of a global pandemic. But we do understand that we will need to turn the page, and we cannot stop raising the bar for our students and ensuring that we are closing those learning gaps. That's why administration is excited to begin discussion of our district improvement plan in the fall, where we can set new goals and discuss budget priorities to reach them. So with that, I will turn this over to Dr. Oddix for his budget presentation. Thank you, Madam President.
Good evening, President Weir, members of the board, and Dr. Flores. Over the last several months, we've been on a long walk together, working toward a shared goal of ultimately adopting budgets tonight that provide the resources necessary to give our students the best education possible in this ever-changing world in which we live. Before going into the details, here's a high-level overview of tonight's general fund budget. When you compare our current budget that the board approved 7-0 last year, expenses are only up 1% over last year. This was done intentionally in preparation of the expectation that given the impact that COVID has had on our economy, that we're expecting that when the legislature meets in the summer, next summer, that funding is going to be reduced. So we were very conservative in our cost structure. We didn't want to create a cost structure that we couldn't sustain going forward. We also, as Dr. Flores referenced, wanted to still attract and retain the best educators and staff. So this budget increase includes $12 million in raises and market adjustments, as well as $1 million toward medical insurance. Bottom line, we know that there's more unknown than known when it comes to this next year. I was on a call literally yesterday with all of the area CFOs, and that was simply the shared reality. We all knew. No one's got the crystal ball that says what's all going to be involved over this next school year in terms of educating our kids and what's the cost structure going to be that's going to take in order to do that. So the key word and one of the most important things about kind of an understanding we need to have with one another is that the key to success this next year is going to be the ability to be flexible in everything that we do. If you set something in concrete, you're going to be left behind when the road changes from what we're currently on. So in terms of that flexibility, we know that with what the board approved in our current budget, there's still $4.5 million worth of unfilled positions. That gives us flexibility to add additional staff if need be. Once we become aware of it, we can act on it with that $4.5 million of unfilled positions. We also are using $18 million of the 2018 bond fund to do a one-to-one initiative so that every student in the district will have access to a Chromebook. So whether the learning is at home or at school, every student will have access to a computer. Then it's also important when it comes to the department budgets, and those are detailed out, and we'll go over those in a little bit. There's 59 different department budgets. And the understanding I've always had, and have the same understanding with current department managers, is that it's literally an expectation when we set the department budget is tell me what it is that you need to run your show, what you think it will be. Don't pad your number. Give me what you think it will take to operate. Knowing that in the event that cost structure changes, the unknown happens, just simply come to me and say, hey, here's the unknown that happened. I need these additional funds. If it's a legitimate request, I'll get the funding for them. What that does is it allows us to create a cost structure that instead of 50, if the other approach would be 59 individual people all saying, well, I don't know, so I better pad my budget. I don't know, so I better pad my budget. Well, ultimately, you put a lot of budgeted cost into your cost structure, but then you start telling yourself you can't afford things that you really could afford if you were truer to what you truly expected your cost structure to be. So we've intentionally created in my budget $513,000 of a contingency fee or budget to where in the event there's a knock on my door and hey, we didn't see this coming, we need some money, we've intentionally put that $513,000 aside so that we'd have funding to address that need. Over and above that, if truly, hey, we're trying to budget, or we are budgeting what we think our cost of operation will be this next year. If in reality something significantly changed and it dramatically changed our cost structure, every indication the board has given me in the previous budget meetings that we've had, y'all are more than willing if we come to you and say, look, this has happened, it's changed our cost structure, we're going to need additional dollars. we meet multiple times a month. We would simply bring a budget amendment to you at that time saying, here's the need that wasn't budgeted. If you agree, those dollars are then added. We know as a district we have over $200 million in our fund balance. That is a well that we can draw from in the event that that need arises. So that's kind of the high level backdrop to the budget. And so with that, I'll take you into the actual presentation, and I will try to share my screen here. Can I get my screen shared, please? If you can go ahead and give me control, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so can y'all see that, first of all?
No.
No. Is that coming up?
No.
Okay. Well, then why don't, I guess, if you can make it come up, then I guess. Okay. Okay. If you'll take me to the second page, please. Okay, so starting with our calendar, this just shows the meetings we've been on so far in terms of the budget development. Our last meeting was 2 weeks ago on the 4th. Literally, in terms of the numbers that we're about to go over, the actual revenue and expense numbers aren't any different than we talked about 2 weeks ago. You will see a couple of slides that have been added since the June 4th one that basically just takes those same revenue and expense numbers and breaks them out into functional level, the accounting term on the expense side. So those are really the only two slides that are different than what we saw the last time that we talked about budget. So if you go to the next slide, please. In terms of the assumptions, and again, this is the same as it was on the 4th. We expect the tax rate to be compressed. Current estimate is to go from 97 cents to 95.61 on the M&O side, on the general fund side. Tax collections being lowered from 99.5% to 99%. ADA at 95.5%. We know that, and we're hopeful that on this coming Tuesday, the commissioner will give some guidance in terms of how ADA will actually be calculated next year, in terms, especially since there'll be a lot of virtual learning. So need clarity in terms of how that's going to be. But this budget assumes a 95.5% attendance rate, property value growth at 4%. And like we've talked about previously, given how low the interest rates are right now, we're budgeting a very low interest rate, and we've put the investment income on its own separate line, so you'll see that year-over-year decrease in budgeted revenue amount. Other local income is down due to the assumption that we are lowering gate receipts at events, and then the SHARS revenue has increased significantly for this next year. As we've referenced, the 2% raise in the district medical insurance rate, the district's contribution toward employee medical will increase from $400 a month to $415. So if you take me to the next slide, please. Then just in terms of some notes, we changed the wording on prior year tax collection to where it matches the monthly financials that you see that are given to the board each month, put investment income on its own line, and then on the other local, made a couple of changes there. Okay, so if you'll take me to the next line, or the next slide, please. I want to blow that up so people can see that a little better, if you can. In terms of current year tax collection, that's going up $10 million due to a 4% assumed property value growth and a 99% collection rate. On line 4 is the investment income. You see that falling from this year's budget of $6 million down to $500,000 for next year. Then other local income is down due to the gate receipts going down. State revenue is down, that even though we're adding students, the basic allotment isn't moving, and as we collect more in property tax with the way funding works, the state gives us less money. And then on line 7, SHARS is up 2.2 million. And so total revenue, when you look at line 10, round numbers, is up $2 million year over year. Next slide, please. On the there we go. In terms of the expenses, on line 16, you see the adjusting the staff down by $8 million. That's simply to a run rate. We still have, as a district, as we've talked about, $4.5 million worth of unfilled positions that we could add that are already included, in essence, in line 14 on the salary and benefits line. Line 17 is the pay raise that the board gave, as well as the other market adjustments and stipend increases that are planned. Medical insurance on line 18. On line 19, it's important to note that the mental health services line, even though it looks like it's down slightly, as we've talked about before, we're actually expanding, we're budgeting and planning to increase the level of service that we provide for students for mental health. The reason that there's not an incremental cost is that we will have Bluebonnet start billing. If a student has insurance that can be billed for that service, Bluebonnet will bill that visit back to the student's insurance, and so that keeps the district from incurring that cost. We are currently the only district that Bluebonnet works with that doesn't currently do that. By doing that, that allows us to, provide more service, but no incremental budgeted cost. So line 20 increases by the 396 to 401. Then on the allocations, those are, as we've talked about before, the campus and library is as more students, it's a per student allotment that the campuses receive, so that's up there. Departments, the detail of the departments is later on in the presentation. Then, so in total on line 27, allocations is down just under $1 million from 50 million to 49 million. So total expenses are up the $4 million that I referenced earlier. So we have a budgeted deficit for next year of just under $10 million. To put that sort of in perspective, though, in each of the last 10 years, we've beat budget by at least $10 million. That includes how we expect to come in for the budget year that we're living right now. I just got May numbers in yesterday, and if you take our 11 months worth of actuals and literally just trend that out, we should beat just on the expense side, we should beat our budget and have a surplus of between $14 to $15 million. So we budgeted a deficit of 7 on the expense side. We would beat that and have almost between $14 to $15 million of surplus just on the amount that we beat our expenses. Next slide, please. And next one. So as I said earlier, in terms of these are the 2 incremental slides from the time that we talked on the 4th. All this does on the revenue component is take the exact same numbers that I just referred to and breaks it out into 3 categories: local income, state revenue, and federal programs. So it just slices the same number. You get to the same total number at the bottom of $440.7 million. So that's the whole intent of this slide. Then next slide, please. Then on the expense side, again, you see the same total appropriations in the shaded line at the bottom of the $450 million. It's just broken out in terms of an accounting term by function. Each one of those expense categories are by function. So you see kind of a description followed by the function number. A few of those numbers have changed since the presentation that I put out a few days ago. And the intent for doing that was literally, like I said, yesterday got May results. And so looked at May, trending it out and said, okay, do we need to adjust any of these budget lines, still keeping the same total budget, but position it at the functional level to where that our current run rate wouldn't make us think that we're over budget, that we're setting ourselves up for being over budget on an individual line item. So that's the intent of this slide. And if you go to the next page, please, then this is the food service budget. This is the one, as we talked about before, this is truly the biggest one that I absolutely, would bet any amount of money that this budget is going to significantly change, because we simply don't know how many meals we're going to be serving, how many kids are going to be at school versus at home, that sort of thing. But this is the budget in the 2021 that the TDA approved. And so that's the logic of these numbers. As we live the experience, and if those numbers changed where I need to come to the board and say, look, here's what we now know and we need to adjust the numbers, I'll bring that to you at that time and we'll make an adjustment. I would expect, though, if we're feeding less, really the only reason we'd need to come to do a budget amendment is if expenses were more than budget. I would be expecting, if anything, the expenses are going to be less than what we have budgeted, but we'll live the experience and then come to you if need be for any budget amendments. Next slide, please. In terms of debt service, you see go over that briefly, the first line of local revenue, that's the property tax of $103.6 million. Other local is investment income. You see that's down to just $300,000 due to the lower interest rates. So we expect total income of $103.9 million. The reason that the federal program revenue fell from the $2.5 million in this year's budget to zero next year is that, as we've previously discussed back in November when we did the bond sale, we also refunded 2 of our Build America bonds that had that subsidy. So the subsidy went away, but we saved a significant amount of money by refunding those bonds. And so that's that logic. So have total revenue of $103.9, debt service of $107.2 million. We have a fund balance, though, because that's a deficit on the budget, on the debt service budget, but we have currently a $103 million fund balance. We'll have an August payment of $87 million. That would still leave us with $16 million in fund balance before our next payment. So we have plenty of fund balance to cover the budgeted shortfall here of about $3 million. So just FYI on that. So then if you'll go to the next slide, please. So the remaining slides, there's nothing changed from what has previously been presented to the board, so I'm not going to dwell on those. Simply let you know that, and you can scroll through these if you'd like. It's a department budgets and does a comparison between the budget for the previous 2 years and then the budget for next year. As I said earlier, it's real important in looking at these. If you see, well, hey, wait, this one is, if it's down from year over year or something like that, the important thing to note is simply, hey, you got to start somewhere in terms of a number. So the starting point is an agreement with each one of the budget managers that's responsible for these department budgets, saying, okay, I'm good as a starting point, but this is my budget. I'm going to try to live within this amount of budgeted funds. If in living the experience, those numbers need to change, we'll change the number, but you have to start somewhere. And so this is our starting point for each one of our department budgets. And then beyond that, there's the campus allocations as well. So that is what I have to share. And I'd say before I open it up to any questions, I would just like to take a pause and give significant thanks to all the people that were, because this was truly a massive team effort. If you ever try to budget $450 million, plus 2 other budgets, there's a whole lot of people involved in that work. And so I want to, definitely give thanks and most important to Sarah Kahn, who's come on as our new director of finance, and Rhonda Brody, who's our budget coordinator. They carry a heavy load on this. Lisa Pepe came on as the new debt and treasury manager. So she works the debt and treasury side, and cabinet, all the department managers, the principals at the schools, people in HR, people in payroll, everybody and anybody that I'd leave out. I'm sorry if I'm not naming every name, but it's a very much a team effort to bring to this point. So with that, I'll pause and ask if there's any questions.
Mr. Math, and then Ms. Vessa.
Okay, thank you for recognizing me. I have first a procedural question. when we vote on the budget, are we voting on it in its present form, or are we allowed to suggest amendments this evening?
I would say you could amend it. I mean, Doug might weigh in on this. I think you can amend if you say, hey, I want to, approve the budget, but for this amended change, I would think that could be done, but I'll defer to Doug.
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. So there were two items that I wanted to discuss as possible amendments. One is, as several of the speakers brought up, the security task force did issue as they called it a non-negotiable, and then I think they tempered that term. But there was a lot of emphasis on mental health counselors, and I got the feeling that maybe we didn't respond in a proportional manner to what was asked for. So could someone address that issue and whether or not there's an ability to perhaps go the extra mile and budgeting a little bit more money in that area?
Let me start with that, and then I think Mandy can definitely jump in, and Dr. Presley as well. Right now, Amy Grosso, through mental health services and working with safety and security under Jeff Yarbrough, one of the things that they've been working on and continue to assist on is trying to provide or trying to work with campuses, service workers, and because that's a big topic, and we've heard people loud and clear. And what I want everybody just to remember that when we talk about a police department, the police department was discussed as a possible. What our intentions will always be is creating something that is something that maybe, and I've said it before, that Round Rock has the capacity when we do things, we can become a national model. But the bottom line is there are some discussions. We do have some social workers currently that are positioned. I heard some of the speakers said there were 0. Laura Seegers in federal programs knows, and Mandy can discuss that. But what I will tell you is that is definitely something that we're looking at. And in fact, right now, Dr. Presley and Amy Grosso and others for this fall are looking at least 5 to 10 social workers as well. And so with that, we haven't left that discussion. It's just been something that we continue to work with and assist on what's best. But we also know that without this budget is obviously currently the second year of the last legislative session. This is going to be a legislative year. And we know foreshadowing that to add a plethora of staff at this point in time could be counterproductive next year if in fact we have some of the cuts to education or if we don't get increased funding. So with that being said, I think we're taking a safe approach to this. And so Dr. Presley, Mandy, do y'all want to chime in on the progress with regards to school service workers, school social workers?
Yeah, I would say we're in discussions of how to include more social workers in our projection for next year. We're still working really hard to figure out how we start school in August, right? So those discussions are taking place. The flexibility that Dr. Oddix described in his presentation allows us to do that. So I can give you more detail later on, but we are looking at maybe an additional social worker for each learning community. From what we have now. And so I don't know if you have questions for me, but there are opportunities there that we're exploring right now with outside entities, consultants, as well as looking at just posting and hiring them ourselves, which may not be the best approach with the unknown of the future budget world and the legislative session that's upcoming.
Yeah, it was just such a point of emphasis from the Safety and Security Task Force that my personal feeling is that I'd rather budget for it and maybe we end up not spending as much as we budget, but I'd rather have the money there to be able to hire the appropriate number of counselors.
And I want to, I'll say our counselors do a phenomenal job on our campuses. With severe emotional things. So there's definitely a distinction between social workers and counselors and what their roles are and how they give wraparound services to our family. But we are the board, through past years, they've blessed us with a good proportion of counselors for our students, and they continue to work hard with our students. But there's no doubt we need more resources, especially going into this unknown environment with COVID. So I'm just telling you, we're pledging that we will make any available resources, just like when we added the Blue Bonnet Trails part with the additional mental health folks that came in and helped with that. We've added a director of social emotional learning for our kids with Dr. Grosso, who I can call into the meeting as well. So we've made a lot of progress with what we're doing. We expanded our behavioral coaches with our elementary schools from 1 to 5 over the last 2 years. So we're making some strides. But as the board has always been amenable to allowing us to flex and get the folks that we need as the need arises. And I'll go back to Blue Bonnet Trails with our contract. We started and there were some questions last year. Is that going to be enough folks to help us with our social emotional piece? And the administrative response was basically, if we need more, we'll ask you for more. We will add them as we need them. And so Dr. Grosso is working that piece in the district. And so I feel good about where we are right now. I feel like we have the flexibility within this budget to get the resources we need to serve all of our kids. And so I'll stop there. I'm probably saying too much, but everyone's going to have a list of things that we have to have, right? Things that we've got to have. You've got to put these in the budget. But I think the flexibility that Dr. Audix described earlier allows us to do that as we move forward.
And I know we have lots of counselors, but counselors is a very broad term. And what I wanted to zero in on is the type of mental health counselor that was really the focus of the Safety and Security Task Force.
And I think, not to challenge that, Mr. Math, but I think what folks need to know, they view our counselors on all of our campuses as academic counselors. Give me a schedule, and I never talk to you again. But I can tell you that our counselors spend an extraordinary amount of time working with our kids, and that's not the be-all, end-all. We still need additional resources, and that's where the flexibility comes in to add those. But we have many, many counselors who work with kids who are suicidal. They work with families. They work with kids who have extraordinary challenges throughout our district to make sure they have the resources that they need. So, but a lot of people, a lot of folks that I've talked to or heard from, say, well, our counselors are academic counselors. They're getting you a schedule. They're telling you how to graduate and how to get to college. But I can tell you that our counselors, and there's probably many testimonials I could get throughout the district, that our counselors are much more than that. So I don't want to discount the counselors that we currently have staffed, because we are definitely staffed well with counselors throughout our campuses compared to other districts in the area. But we definitely look at other resources. And once again, the flexibility that Dr. Audix describes gives us the ability to be nimble and to add additional resources. And we're already in conversation with outside entities and also looking at internal opportunities to add social workers throughout the district.
Okay. I have one other item, but I no other trustees wanted to speak, so I'll come back.
I think Dr. Audix had something he wanted to say.
Oh, okay.
I just kind of reiterate what Dr. Presley said. He and I literally talked this morning about this very item, just in terms of, well, hey, if they ultimately said, hey, here's what we need to do, and it's something that's not on the table right now, would our existing budget be able to cover that? And the short answer is yes, it would. So to that point, it's not a situation. I don't want you as a board to think, well, hey, if we want to do something, we're going to have to amend the budget in order to make that happen. We have the resources within this budget and the flexibility that if and when we add it, we've got the money within this budget to handle that.
Well, it's one thing to have the resources, but it's another thing to really earmark the funds and allocate it for that purpose. And I'd like to see what other trustees think about that.
Well, I have 3 other trustees that I know need to speak, but actually that was going to be my follow-up question, because I mean, we keep talking about flexibility, but where is it clear in the budget, as I'm looking through these numbers that was our plan? I mean, I guess I feel like this is the first time we've heard anything about social workers, and it just, where is the flexibility? I guess it's just that $4.5 million, but we're not actually earmarking it at this point for that.
No,
particular area?
The piece goes like the $4.5 million is literally like, okay, board approved positions, and we're aware of that number, but we're also aware that in our budget, we're budgeting a full staff. Okay. And so, hey, how do we continually beat budget year over year? Is that we're budgeting with 6,000 or 7,000 employees. When you budget a salary for every one of them all year long, when there's turnover, when there's unfilled positions on an organization this big, that's where you have additional resources that you could then say, look, I'm trending, I'm gonna win on the payroll side. Those are funds that could then be said, hey, that position, I can do something like this with those funds.
Okay. I know that I saw Ms. Vessa and Mr. Moses and Mr. Chadwell, so we'll go in that order real quick. Ms. Vessa?
Well, I have a whole list of questions, but I'm just going to continue the discussion that we're having right now, which is about social workers. And I'm with Trustee Math and with Trustee Weir. I think we need to recognize that the unemployment rate went up over 10% in the matter of a few months. And we need to recognize that there are going to be more needs within our student population. And I'm just not confident that one social worker per learning community, that would be 5 social workers for 51,000 students, is really going to address the needs of what could be, if we're talking about a 10% increase, that means that over 5,000 students, or even more if we're talking about family units, could have significant needs for assistance because their parents lost their jobs. So I am definitely interested in making sure that we have dedicated resources for a need that we know is going to happen. I mean, we can just look at the numbers and know that we are going to have additional needs. So I'll let other trustees chime in on this subject, and then I'll come back with the other questions that I have.
Add Mr. Moses and then Mr. Chadwell.
Thank you, Madam President. I saw Mr. Chadwell's hand go up before mine, so I'll let him go first.
Oh, he says you can go. Sorry.
So I'll say that I'm very supportive of putting more resources into mental health and behavioral health. We need those dollars. And I have no problem even having more of a line item in the budget for that. But I also don't want to do that yet without a plan. I'm fine adding that in very short order. But before that, I don't want to just pick a number out of the air, a dollar amount, and say that's what we're going to allocate towards that. I would prefer that Dr. Grosso, Dr. Flores, their team get together and come up with hey, this is an amount we think we need right now and can allocate more dollars towards that and bring that back with a vetted out plan and a dollar amount, and then we insert that into the budget. Because I don't want to, I know it would, I feel like, to be honest, a little bit of deja vu. I think we had this similar conversation a year ago, and we were just throwing out numbers that no one knew if they were good or not. I don't want to put in there and say we want this amount and it's still a low number and it doesn't meet the need. I also don't want to go in and say this is a large amount that is, yes, they can spend it on that, but is that also the best use of that and even do something more efficient? So I'm all for a more robust line item, but I want to see a plan first before make sure we know we're actually targeting those dollars and they're going to the best possible use for our students. Because I do agree with Trustee Vessa that we are going to see an uptick in need of those services when kids ultimately return back to school, and even need to deliver those services virtually. So I think there is going to be an increase in need and resources, but I want to hear what that amount is before we just start throwing numbers around.
Mr. Chadwell, did you have something?
Yes, thank you for that. Kind of related to all comments that were just said, I had this kind of similar comments. One is, first of all, I do believe there's going to be more need for counseling services, and I hadn't thought of it the way Ms. Vessa had just said about all of the changes that are going on. But it kind of relates to the other question that we had, was the enrollment. Governor Abbott said today schools are going to open as normal in August. I've seen some emails coming through. I'm expecting a lot more that people are going to say if there's not some sort of protection that they're going to keep their children home. So I can see the enrollment declining, actually, and wanted to know that with all the teachers that have signed contracts, what happens if there's a surplus of teachers at some campuses? Could that money be allocated for, if there's not enough students and there's too many teachers, could that money be allocated for counselors? And is that just something we could switch over on that? So I don't know who, if this, Kenneth, if that's your answer, or
yeah, I mean, the piece on an unfilled position, like let's just talk that $4.5 million worth of unfilled positions. They're currently sitting there at a given functional level. But if we said, hey, I don't need 5 of them, I want 5 of these, we simply do that. It's called a change and convert form, fill out the form, and we're done. So yes, that can be done. Okay.
All right. So that was my main concern was, and then on page, I guess that kind of goes back to the same thing, was on page 6 with the number, I think when you were talking about that's what the $4 million was. I will say real quick, the Amy Grosso videos, I appreciate those. Sometimes the audio on those is real quiet, so I don't know if that's all my other videos. I can hear them fine, but I don't know if anybody else had trouble. Just wanted to pass that along when I'm thinking of it. Otherwise, I think they're great, and it's a start. So we need to continue to focus on that, because there's going to be some big changes coming up this next year with all education, public education, and the whole idea of switching the funds where we need to. I do think it needs to be. We need to plan on being dynamic one way or the other, and that includes the police force, the police department. Whatever our plans are, we just need to plan on some big changes coming. Thank you.
Ms. Feller, did you have a comment, question?
I do. You guys are in my wheelhouse talking about mental health. So it makes me very happy to hear all of this discussion. I do want to make sure that we don't get tripped up by just the term social worker. There are so many other labels that provide these services: counselors, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, peer support specialists. Then you get into your whole licensed crew, which are licensed social workers, licensed professional counselors, licensed chemical dependency counselors. So there's all kinds of services that are out there. So I don't want us to get tripped up with just saying we need social workers, because there's a lot of different providers out there. I do think the need's going to go up. I've seen it in my own professional capacity. I think that predicting it is impossible, really bases on a fact of a thing called resiliency. So it's hard to tell who's going to be more resilient than others. I do like the contract service that we're accessing right now, and maybe do a study to see exactly who's accessing these services, where they are, what type of specific services they need before we go full on and let's just hire a bunch of staff. The more experienced, the more licensed they are, the more expensive they are, quite frankly. And once you hire them full staff, then you need to make sure they're getting to work. So I 100% think that we need these resources for our students. I just think it's really hard to predict right now, especially as we're trying to figure out, if we look at just the survey, if 30% of our students want to be virtual next year, then how are we going to, access those services for mental health services and things like that virtually? So I like the ability to have flexibility and maybe have an amendment to the budget and say, okay, now we've got 65% of our students actually in the classrooms, and it may not be distributed evenly across the district. Then we need to hire a few from over here, a few over there. But I love the talk. I love the additional resources, because I think that we are in an unprecedented time, and kids coming out of quarantine and, all that kind of stuff, we are going to need those extra resources.
Mr. Math?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a donkey, but the time to come up with a plan was 8 months ago when the Security and Task Force laid down the gauntlet for us. And I feel that a budget shows priorities and commitment. And absent of the specifics, I really think we need to signal our commitment by putting in a dollar amount, and even if that means coming up with the plan afterwards. Well, but my first choice would be to have a plan now, but absent that, I think we need to show commitment with the dollar amount.
Can I add something? Because just to interject real quick, and I know that Trustee Gonzalez had her hand up, but I just want to add, it's not that we don't have a plan, it's that the plan hasn't been brought forward yet. And what has happened, Amy Grosso and that whole team with Jeffrey Yarbrough, that's the synonymous piece of safety and security. So right now, I can tell you, from the little I heard, the overview is a possible hybrid of at least 2 per learning community. That's 10. Tonight, what I would propose is allow us to continue to work this, allow for 5 social workers. And then I think Ms. Feller had a great point too, because there are some contractual services that we've seen that work with regard to social work, and that's the Carey services that was at the Round Rock Opportunity Center. So there's some things that we can do that are working. We didn't have that presentation tonight, but I would propose to move this conversation along, that we authorize, and we've cost out 5, 1 per learning community now, and then have that continuing discussion as we move forward for also contractual services. So it's not like we don't have a plan. I just didn't have Amy Grosso on tonight. I know Jeffrey Yarbrough may be out there somewhere, but at the same time, it's not that we don't have a plan or we're not working a plan. And it's synonymous with safety and security.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yeah, and let's not forget that COVID-19 also happened. So, and for me right now, I get the mental health piece that we're offering. But for me, I want to know what the social services, what the social worker is going to be offering before I say this is something that it is something that is needed, but I want to know the distinction between the two. And I think it's just time that maybe we have another workshop and include Dr. Grosso and Mr. Yarbrough. So we get exactly the need and the differences between the two, because right now I'm not hearing that in these discussions. Before it could be actually mental health that needs more money. I don't know if it's the mental behavioral health or if it's social services as far as a social worker. So before we start saying, well, let's, rob one to pay the other one, I need that clear distinction so I know we're giving the right resources in the right places.
Yeah, and President Weir, if I can speak for a second. So that's a conversation I've been having, including today with Dr. Grosso, who is an expert in this area, is our new Director of Behavioral and Emotional Services. And Dr. Flores mentioned Carey, and some of you may remember, we've been in a relationship with Carey, which is Council on At-Risk Youth, for the last 2 years. And when they came to us, they're a nonprofit entity in Austin. They've been serving Austin ISD, Manor, and Del Valley for over 20 years, I think 21, 22 years. And so what we've had is the title is Youth Advisor. All of their folks that they deploy into school districts have a master's degree level. Some are social workers. Some are mental health professionals that are licensed. And so we need to more define, and that's a conversation I had with Dr. Grosso today. What exactly are we looking for? Because there are different folks that are licensed and certified to serve different needs. But the fact of the matter is, Carey last year in Round Rock served 173 kids. They moved out of Round Rock Opportunity Center. So when kids went to the Round Rock Opportunity Center because of discipline consequences, then the parents were contacted, the students were contacted, and they were offered services, not just for the kid, but for the wraparound services for the family on their behavioral needs, what was going to improve what they were doing. And actually, the kids who got those services, out of 173, 82% saw a decrease in the reduction of discipline incidents when they returned to campus. They saw a 72 increase on average of times that they were signed after they went back to ISS, and 54% saw an increase in attendance after they worked with that group. So that's one of the entities that we're working with to see how can you contract with us to provide us these people. And I'm asking Dr. Grosso to define what that person is. Is it a social worker? Is it a mental health licensed professional? And so I think, and I'm not in that, I'm not an expert in that world, but Dr. Grosso is. So I know she had a meeting today with some of the folks from the Council on At-Risk Youth in Austin, because we could deploy those resources through an MOU without committing ongoing, hiring social workers or hiring mental health professionals. And I think that may be our best approach right now with our budget situation the way it is, with the legislative session about to start in January. And so that's so we're not doing nothing, Mr. Matthews. You said 8 months. We've been working on this. And so the Council on At-Risk Youth has been a valuable resource for the district and for many of our kids. And we're looking at maybe expanding those services rather than hiring Round Rock ISD employees, which may not be as cost efficient depending on what the budget looks like for 21, 22, and moving forward with the legislative session. So there's a lot of work going on. I can have Dr. Grosso come back and do a presentation to you guys about what she feels like her needs are. I'm very fortunate to be surrounded by a lot of experts in the district that know what the needs look like and what the services should look like. And so I lean on them, and I would ask you to lean on them as well to provide us that guidance.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. I just kind of want to echo, though, what Trustee Math said, and it kind of goes back to actually what Trustee Moses said. It does feel exactly like our conversation from a year ago, and I feel like all this work has been done, but we don't even hear about it, and there's no discussion until literally the day we have to vote on the budget, and that's incredibly frustrating. Right? I mean, we're talking about, you want us to pass this budget right now, going forward with all of these unknowns. One second, Mr. Moses. And so I just personally, that's very frustrating to me. I guess I just want to throw out this idea that we have this $15 million that we're going to talk about later about transferring out to the Capital Projects Fund. And maybe we don't want to put it in capital projects. Maybe we want to have another signal with what we want to do with that money as we continue this conversation. Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. And really, I would say that the deja vu I mentioned was more of us bringing up wanting to make a significant budget change at the 11th hour. I will concede, I wish that we had had more conversations about the mental health and where we were on that throughout the year. But also, we all need to look ourselves in the mirror and realize we had many months to ask those questions. And I think we kind of did maybe in one-offs here and there with Dr. Flores and other folks, but maybe not quite here at the dais. So I just want to make sure that, yes, Mr. Matthew said that they had 9 months to make a plan. It sounds like they did that. We've had many months to ask these questions regarding the budget, and we haven't until the 11th hour. So we just need to make sure that in the future that I know all of us love asking questions, so make sure you get those questions in more than the day before, a couple of days before the actual budget gets adopted, so we can answer those questions. And we don't put staff in this position where we're looking at moving $15 million around in the budget over the course of a meeting. That just doesn't feel right or transparent.
Well, I mean, we can talk about it because that was one thing. We did have a request to pull those off of consent. So we were already going to pull those off of consent and talk about them. And I know that, I don't want to, I know other people had other questions. So I also don't want to ignore that we had other questions other than social workers. If we can maybe swing back around to that and go ahead and ask your other questions. And I'll start with Mr. Math and then Ms. Vessa.
Okay. So building off the theme of our budget is really a signal of what our priorities are. I would like to see, similar to the $150,000 that we have for innovation initiatives, as an allocation, perhaps $150,000 for equity and diversity initiatives. Again, I think it's much more powerful when it's specifically sticking its head out of the budget as something that's a priority of ours.
And I know they have, I think I saw in their presentation, they do have toward the end some fiscal asks. I think on one of the last sheets of their presentation from the Equity Task Force.
Yeah, so I'll hold off with the dollar amount, but I just wanted to put my foot in the door on that item.
Thank you. Ms. Vessa?
So was talked about $18 million coming from 2018 bond funds to fund a one-to-one, device distribution. I was on, the Citizen Bond Committee. I'm pretty familiar with, obviously Trustee Feller is better familiar with the district-wide allocations. I don't recall us funding in the 2008 bond a one-to-one device initiative. So I'm kind of wondering what got moved around in order to make that possible.
Yeah, I'd have to, in terms of the specificity on that, and I don't know if Mark is on this call, he'd have to speak to that. I got here after the bond, all that sort of thing. I just know that, in terms of the proposal that he brought forth was that we could use the 2018 bond to do this, but in terms of the specificity that you're asking for, he'd have to be the one to speak to that.
Yeah, and that comes back to the flexibility that's needed. One of the things that we knew because of COVID-19 is that the need for one-to-one access is paramount, especially for the students that picked up the Chromebooks and everything else. We realize that that's something that has to be a part of what we go as we reimagine this education. So I did not have Mark Gabehart today for this discussion, but we can definitely come back to that.
Well, yeah, I would appreciate that. I didn't realize it was $18 million. That wasn't something that I knew that you had in previous discussions talked about bringing that money out of 2018 bond funds, but $18 million is a lot of money. And I just I would like clarification on what isn't going to be funded in order to fund the one-to-one. So if that could be made available soon here, that would be helpful.
I hate to interrupt you, Ms. Fess. I will tell you that and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, there was a significant amount of money that came out of the district-wide project for the device distribution. I'd have to go back and look at it directly, but I know we had over $70 million in the bond just for technology. So that could be some stuff where it's coming from. But I know that there was some device distribution, and we were talking one-to-one in the high school and perhaps middle school, but not at the elementary school level. So it would not have had to have been a huge increase to make it one-to-one across the whole district, based on my recollection. It's been a little while, but I know there was over $70 million in the bond just for technology.
Okay, I also want to ask a question about SPED funding. I had sent in a question earlier that asking how, what is our additional funding for SPED this year? Because after watching AISD and Leander ISD, both of them are increasing their spending for SPED significantly. And you came back and you gave me a dollar amount, but then in the assumptions, it says there's no new positions being added to this budget. So my question is, okay, for the additional funding for SPED, where is that money going? How is that money being spent?
And hey, Mandy, I know that, and Marie is here. Marie, you want to speak, either Marie or Mandy, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll defer that to Marie. We did, so there are 16 new positions for this year, Trustee Vessa. Now that is rolled into this budget, and so I think probably we're getting a little bit on the wordsmithing of new positions as it's defined here. But I'm going to turn it over to Marie because she has a lot of clarity about those positions and the budget as a whole, and she can speak to more depth on that.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Again, I can't speak to the whole budget and how many positions may have been net added, but within our special education department, we look very carefully at what the needs have been, and then of course trying to be responsive to what we've learned during school closures. And my job is to look at what allocations, what positions do we need to make sure we're meeting our students' needs. And I made a recommendation to Mandy in the spring, and that discussion then goes to Dr. Audix and to the Human Resources Department. And our requests were looked at very carefully, very thoughtfully, and I'm very pleased to say with a great deal of support, the requests were well received. So we have additional school psychologists, we have additional speech pathologists, occupational therapy, orientation and mobility, a total of, Mandy said 16, but I believe it's actually 17 positions within our special education department that got approved for next year.
Dr. Audix had indicated that there was an increase in spending of over $5 million, an 11% increase. I mean, I think 17 positions is definitely a significant chunk of money, but probably not over $5 million. So did that include the SPED stipends? Like what other spending? Is it for contracted services? Like, I think it's just helpful for the SPED community to understand the additional investment that the district's making. So if you could elaborate on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. In addition to just the number of positions, because you're right, 17 new positions, while very generous and very needed, doesn't amount to that total amount of money. There were also things that our Human Resources Department was already working on, the TASB study to look at aligning some of the positions that we already have to market value, the 2% pay increase for everyone. I'm often reminded by my budget specialist in my department that when we look at salary increase, when we look at salary amounts, there's also a lot of fringe. All those benefits, it's a big chunk of money that goes along with the salary. So the fringe piece of that. We also adjusted our calendar days. We made it so that our LSSPs and our diagnosticians have a longer calendar so that we can continue testing into the summer months going forward. And then, as you mentioned, stipends for our special education self-contained classroom teachers.
I'll stop with those two. I actually do still have some more questions, but I'll let other trustees go. And if they don't get asked, then I'll come back.
Did anyone else have specific questions? Corey, I guess you can keep going.
All right. Well, let me keep going. So, back to what Trustee Math was talking about. I know that we are going to have a new director in charge of the equity work. In the questions that were asked previous to the meeting, it was indicated that money was going to be coming out of the contingency budget. But then we're also talking about a lot of other needs coming out of the contingency budget. And I'm helping to think that probably that equity director is going to be a significant portion of that contingency budget. So just kind of wanting to know if we really think that the $513,000 that we budgeted in contingency is really going to be sufficient for all of the different needs, especially since we're already know that we're going to, planning on hiring this new director, which supposedly is coming out of that budget.
Right. The context is simply this, and I'll just give you my reality. Even though we're talking here and we're talking about $450 million. If we take a mindset that, hey, whatever this is, whatever box of whatever we're talking about today, by golly, that's the world, and that world isn't going to change between now and a year from now, a week from now. Reality is it changes every day. And every day I'm going to have, sitting in this seat, I'm going to have good news, I'm going to have bad news. And those can be six-figure numbers, they can be seven-figure numbers, and that's just part of the game. I mean, we're a large organization, and hey, is my whole bet on this budget that once that $500,000 is up, man, I'm going to have to say no to everybody else? No, there's going to be additional funds that'll, the sun's going to also come out. It's not just always going to be, a cloudy day. And in terms of perspective, as we talked about before, what's not in this budget is $5 million worth of sunshine of property value audits from prior years that we are expecting to get this next year. It's simply given that and there's hopefully being conservative, but it's not a known that we will, we'll get them. I'm truly expecting them to come in by this next spring is the intent. So I absolutely believe we're going to get that, or truly believe we're going to get that. But from a conservative piece, since it's not a known, that's set aside. So it's that kind of deal with COVID and things like that. If kids aren't, as many kids coming to school, those are buses that don't have to run. That's, utilities that aren't going to have to use. There's all kind of things that it's not just going to be anything with COVID or anything with the changed world is going to be added to our cost structure. There's also going to be other sides where there's good news embedded in that. And so
like I said when I started, the important thing of this is simply, hey, let's all agree. We don't know as we're sitting here right now, just like we didn't know when we adopted the budget last year, that we were going to be having this conversation about the coronavirus. But it happened. Something, who knows what's going to happen in this next year. But with what we know, we've established a plan that I believe, based on what we know, we'll be able to deliver the best education we can for the kids with this price tag. And there's going to be things over the course of, there's a whole lot of things, just like at spring break time, we had to come up with a virtual plan. We didn't do a budget amendment or anything like that to make that happen. We simply said, hey, here's a new reality. We've got to address it. And so that's our job, to collectively make that happen.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, obviously you're assuring us that the funds will be available. I kind of agree with Amy. I was actually the one that suggested that to look at utilizing the $15 million that we have from surplus this year and utilize it for unexpected, kind of put it in reserve for unexpected costs that we are anticipating that we're going to have. We just don't know exactly what they are. And I would say that that's consistent with other districts around us and what they're doing. Almost everyone universally did not, had a surplus from last year. Much of that is due to the fact that they didn't spend as much money on certain things because kids weren't in school, just like you had pointed out. But almost universally, people are setting aside those funds, or those districts are setting aside those funds to make sure that resources are available, not just next year, but we know that this is not going away anytime soon. And so for me personally, I think that if we can allocate those resources and reserve them, then I think that signals to the community that we're prepared. Just as Trustee Math had said before, budgets indicate priorities. So when we set aside a big chunk of money, like $15 million of surplus that would have gone just as unallocated fund balance, or we could have allocated towards the capital project fund. But if we go ahead and we put that towards meeting COVID needs, then we're assuring the community that we have the resources to meet the additional needs that we know are coming.
Okay. So let me speak to that, because I think the most important thing to realize is, as a board, you already have that authorization to spend. If you wanted to write a check tonight for $200 million, if the board wanted to do that, you absolutely have that authorization right now. There's no special action the board has to take to have that authority. That unassigned fund balance, that by definition means you as a board can do whatever you collectively view in the best interest of the district to do with those funds. The downside, and to me it's a significant downside, of not moving money over to capital projects is, let's just walk that reality through. Last year, at this time, we created the capital projects fund, and with the intent that when we talk budget, we're just talking operating cost, so that we have a clear picture of what our cost of operations is. We don't confuse that with what it costs to do non-bonded capital projects. It's just operating cost. So we did that, and we set money aside to start up the capital project with the intent that burn rate was going to be about $10 million. Well, that plan is working. We started with $20 million in it. As of yesterday, there was $11 million in the capital projects fund. So we've spent about the $10 million that we thought was going to happen. But as we've talked right from the get-go, that's water that once that well is spent, if you don't replenish it, then there's no money there. Okay, so there's $10 million there, but if we don't add money to it, then when that money is spent, then it's going to be a situation of, we've got a situation where there's non-bonded projects that then I'm going to be saying there's nothing. So band, you need an instrument, you need a uniform, we need a portable, we need whatever. There's not going to be any funds for that. And so the two things that I really want the board to realize, one is you already have absolute authorization to spend whatever needs. So we're presenting a budget that we believe gives us the resources to get home in order to do that. If we find there's something else needed, we can do that. The perspective that
And I think the thing when we talk about fund balance and millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars, it just loses perspective. And so I ran this by cabinet, and they thought it was good to sort of put it into perspective. So I'm just going to share that with you right now, that in terms of the amount of fund balance that we have, if you said a sheet of paper was the cost of one teacher, okay, then this is a year's worth of work. This is $50,000, okay? If I took 20 sheets of paper and put them together, that's $1 million. And that's more than most people will accumulate in their lifetime. There's very few millionaires, okay? But then if you took a ream of paper, 500 sheets of paper or 500 teachers, that's $25 million, okay? So I'm going to put 25 million. This is 125 million. This as a district is all that we need in order to have our AAA rating, okay? We're more than that. We've got this much in our fund balance. It's like a pile of money of $50,000 that we can't even see each other with. From a need standpoint of just maintaining the AAA rating, we've got that right here, okay? But beyond that, we don't have any plan for why we would need more money here. We've got $200 million of money that can be used for whatever we need, but we've got a well in capital projects that if we don't add anything to it, it's projected to run dry in a year. So we set up a plan last year intentionally for that capital projects, and that plan is working. But that plan, by definition, requires water to come back into that well. And we have plenty of water in that well. Even without, that 218, all this stack of paper has nothing to do with needing anything more added to it. So all we would be doing if we added more fund balance to our existing fund balance is we're going to make this stack huge and run out of resources on the capital project side.
Well, I understand completely what you're saying. What I'm not saying, like, how much was our surplus this year? You're saying it was $15 million. That was the total surplus. Because I thought you were telling me it was 30 the last time we met on June 4th.
The piece is simply this, is in the creation, it's literally what I call it, said all along. I'm telling you what I know when I know it. Our weakness in terms of this year and for me to do forecasts and that sort of thing is simply, this is our first year where we don't have smoke in the room in terms of what it costs to run our operation, because in all the previous years, there's capital projects costs, there's capital costs that's in the budget. So in terms of estimating run rate, this is the first year that we've got a true operating cost. And so the forecast that I just gave with you as of yesterday, with information from yesterday, okay, that's the latest news. Now we've got 11 months of actuals. All I did to forecast that number I just gave you was said, take that number, multiplied by 12 divided by 11 to annualize it out, just a linear relationship. That's where, after covering the $7 million budget deficit that we had, there's still a little over $14 million just on the expense side. There's still potential to pick up additional money on the revenue side, but just on the expense, we should beat budget by net surplus $14 to $15 million.
Okay, so I get that. All right, we've got $14 to $15 million. And I'm not saying, okay, if we need to add additional funds into capital projects, I thought we were at $16 million. I didn't realize that we'd spent another $5 million. The last time we talked, I believe that we were at $16 million in the capital projects fund. If we need to bump it back up to 20 for next year, I'm good with that. But we need to have some money, a contingency, to address the needs that we know are coming. And I think we need to signal to the community that we are prepared, that we have allocated those resources. And that's what other districts are doing. They are signaling to their communities that, hey, we are ready. And I'm not saying that we're not ready if we don't do that, but we haven't sent the signal. We haven't told them that, hey, we've set aside this money. We know those expenses are coming, and we have not only acknowledged that, but we've actually budgeted for that, a particular amount. And maybe we don't need all of that money, or maybe we need more and we have to draw down from our overall fund balance. But I think that to put nothing, or to put, to not do that would send the wrong signal. And I do know, after watching these other boards, that a lot of them are saying that they're probably not going to be able to do as many capital projects as they anticipated that they were going to do. They recognize that there are other needs that take priority. In terms of the overall large fund balance, one thing that I was really impressed with from Nicole Conley Johnson in AISD is that she gave the board what would happen if in the next biennium we saw a 3% cut, we saw a 5% cut, we saw a 10% cut. What happens to our fund balance? How do we drop? How does that drop when we have, over 2 years, we see this amount of cuts? And what does that do to our, ability? If we made those cuts, what would that do to the provision of educational services? It was a really helpful presentation. And so for me, what I think of the beauty of having a large fund balance is that we're sitting in a place where we can say we can preserve our AAA bond rating and not cut services. So we can, even if we have a 10% cut, which I hope isn't realized, but we know that some cut is likely to come, we can still maintain our current level of services. So that's why I'm kind of protective of that larger fund balance, because I know that, if we see a 10% cut, how many $1 million is that? That's over $40 million. So you start going through that $200 million, pretty quickly. So I'm reticent to just say, oh, we have all this money sitting aside, when we know that the next biennium is going to be troublesome and that we're going to have to utilize those resources in order to maintain the level of education that we're currently providing.
I see Mr. Moses real quick. Do you want to jump in, Mr. Moses?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And first, I do want to thank Kenneth and your team for putting the budget together. I feel bad that no one said that yet, that you've been doing all of this in the middle of a pandemic and trying to make projections out for who knows what public education is going to look like next year to come. I know we're working on that, but I know we're also patiently waiting on TEA to provide any kind of guidance. Today they gave us something, which is great. We need a lot more from them. So just having to do this while we have that unknown is greatly appreciated. And the work you've done to put this budget together is fantastic. So I don't want that to go missed. But I also want to point out that I think the best way to reassure our community that we have the funds to meet the needs of the district, given the light of the current world, is this budget. And we make it clear that we have a fund balance that is more than healthy to meet the needs as they arise. And the board has the flexibility to deploy those funds as needed. To tell them, hey, this next year, I know that you may have lost your job or got furloughed or took a pay cut, and you cannot buy that band instrument, or you can't do this for your child, or your child now doesn't have a laptop. We're going to provide that. We have the resources to step up and provide that so they don't lose that passion. We just need to sit here as a united voice and say it. And say it over and over and over again, and talk to our neighbors about that, talk to our friends about that. Go and post that on social media. Make it clear we are committed to meeting the needs of this district every day, every hour, every minute, like we have since it began. And we're going to do that regardless if that means we're teaching their kids through Zoom like this, or face-to-face, or coming up with a new way that we need to. We are in completely uncharted waters. And I also would say that those districts are putting those funds aside. They're not AAA bond rated. And I know that because we're the only one in the state of Texas that is. And so I think the more we make that point, that we have a long history, far before anyone on this board was on it, of strong financial management, and that we're going to maintain that, then we're committed to it. I think that's just a point of saying it. It's just doing a show of putting some funds aside for something without a plan or without any real action to it. It's just a show. We need to actually have a plan and have something in place before we go and commit those funds, as far as like taking away from the capital projects fund. Because I think what also we know is, your point, Dr. Audix, at some point the sun is going to shine and our kids will be back in school full time and they will have needs. And this is a time that if our facilities are less than full, that we can do some things to get them ready for a new world, to get them ready for when kids do come back, whether it's this fall, this spring, next year, that they're primed and ready to go. So I just want to commend you and your team for the work y'all done to get us in such strong financial shape and propose a budget that keeps us in strong financial shape and allows us the flexibility to meet those needs as they arise this next year.
Mr. Chadwell.
I'm going to say thank you for that. So some of the comments that have been coming up is we do have a large fund balance. Back in 2011, when the legislature made that $5.4 billion across the state budget, I think it was about a 15% cut was planned for Round Rock ISD. And that was the issue where the teachers were told that they would not have a contract if the legislature didn't come back, and they adjusted it, but it was very disruptive. And at the time, Round Rock ISD did have a large fund balance. It still has a large fund balance, which is great, but it also worked against us because some of the people in the legislature were looking at it as, well, why does Round Rock have a problem? They've got all this money sitting in the bank. Why don't they use it? So for us to say we have this fund balance and that we're triple, or that your school district, the district has a fund balance so large and has a AAA rating. There's some drawbacks to saying that too. When we have some campuses that continue to struggle, I look at that and say, well, let's get those working. And if that means we allocate more money to some of those campuses and some of the students that are struggling, I'd give up that AAA bond rating if that meant that we had all of our campuses and all of our students close the achievement gap. So there's a lot, and I think what I'm hearing from my cohorts on the board is that there needs to be some targeted, some allocated funds for focusing on these things. But what you're saying, Kenneth, if I understand it, is we can change the fund, we can change the budget if we need to. We can draw down on that fund balance. But if I'm understanding it right, I think that the whole purpose of some of these amendments or proposed amendments would be to say, we are focused on these priorities: counseling, academics, and whether we call it capital projects or goes in there or not. But I just don't want to overuse that term AAA, best rated in the state of Texas. Until we're the best performing district in the state of Texas, I want to use that sparingly and keep that fund balance as we need it, but use it only as needed. And from there, then we go forward. Thank you.
I kind of just wanted to go back real quick. Corey said something about budget. It shows your priority. And I know as part of our LSG, that was one of our things in LSG, that the budget does show your priorities. And to Mason's point, I'm not on social media really that much. I have accounts, but I really don't do much. So I don't think it's enough just to sort of talk to our neighbors and say, we've got your back. I think we really have to show it in the budget. And of that $15 million that we think we're going to have extra, if we put $9 million into capital projects and bumped that back up to $20 million, that still leaves $6 million. I was talking to the Fort Worth ISD board president earlier this week, and I did ask him, because they're a little bit ahead of us on the equity work that they're doing up there, how they were handling the police department issue in their district. And one of the things that he said, which I thought was really interesting, is that safety is prevention, intervention, and then lastly suppression, with suppression being the police department. And so they've committed as a board to equally fund all the areas. So, I guess my ask would be for us to be very clear in our budget that, and we'll wait and see what the equity task force is going to ask for as far as our equity piece. But even if we bump capital projects to $20 million, if we take that extra $6 million and say, if we're giving 1.7 million to our security, that half of our Amy Grosso, Jeffrey Yarbrough team, then let's be equitable in that as well, and let's go ahead and say we're going to fund our mental health piece the same, our prevention and intervention, maybe even double what we're going to do suppression, as we're going forward. Mr. Moses.
I was going to say, I don't have a problem with holding back some dollars, but I think we're all on the same page that some of that does need to go into capital projects that needs to get funded. But if we're talking about like a certain amount, I think actually I really do like the idea of funding them all equally. I just still would like to see where the $1.7 million is going to go. That's my only thing. I want to hear more about those positions, what they're going to be doing, and what we're going to be doing to reach those kids. That's my only pause. Is I would like to hear the presentation from Dr. Grosso about where those are actually going to be implemented.
Well, and let me just interject real quickly, because we can do that in August, the next monthly board meeting. We can definitely do that. In fact, had I known this was the direction we were going with the specificity that was wanting from this board, this is good news for me, because we can be as specific as we need to be. And back to Mr. Chadwell's point, I do think that, AAA is, for me, kind of hollow when we do have schools that are struggling. And we do have the ability. I've said this from the first presentation Kenneth made with the budget. Yes, things are right now, we're going through a global pandemic, but if anybody can go through this or get through this better than anyone else in the state of Texas, it's Round Rock ISD. So I want everybody to understand that we're not sitting here saying, what does August 20th look like? Oh, we don't know. We're planning hard. We're saying, what are the options? What does this look like? And we're also paralleling right now because I think you used the term suppression as part of the force or one of the three things in Fort Worth. I can tell you the great thing about designing simultaneously a police department with mental health services and other things like Jeffrey Yarbrough's department, you don't have to talk about suppression so much. That can be part of the solution with regards to restorative practices. I can tell you, I sat down with the Equity Task Force leadership this past week, and they do have, in their presentation, will have some asks, and I think that's great too. But I'm saying right now, what we're showing this group and telling this group, and I told them, hey, we can ask tonight, but at the same time, I can see a lot of budget amendments that are more specific to the specific needs rather than coming to you right now. See, it's kind of a difficult situation as superintendent working with a board that says 1 month, hey, kind of the sky's falling, be careful, recurring costs, this, that, the other. And then it's refreshing tonight as we want this budget adopted. But I've said to the team, be prepared, and let's let the board know that there will be more budget amendments than ever. I don't know when I've never lived through a global pandemic. So as a result, there's no doubt that we are, and the trauma that's not only inflicted as a result of COVID-19, but of recent events in Minneapolis and in Atlanta, Georgia. Those are trauma that find their way to the schoolhouse. So I'm with this board. I'm not saying that we're not planning. Now I can tell you, I'm going to put the gas pedal to, and that's my fault. I should have had Amy Grosso tonight. I think she would have been prepared. But I also will say Amy Grosso and the Equity Task Force, they need to meld to some determination so that in August, we come back. And I would say right now, I hear everyone saying we need social work and then other types of mental health. And the minimum, let's fund 5 tonight. And then 1 per learning community at $400,000. So if we want to move some specific money, but I would caution this board to say, let's do this, let's do that, without us having a plan to get you. So what you do, you tell me, this is what we want. We want a plan, and we want, if it's going to be 1.7 for security, 1.7 should be for mental health. We can do that. I think they're doing that. But if that's what you want, we can do this monthly. And I think this is going to be the year of budget amendment after budget amendment after budget amendment. And so for me, I'm really excited to hear this board say, hey, let's get after it. Let's get what you need. I think our teachers want to hear that as well. Our staff does. So thank this board. And I want to thank Kenneth for a heck of a presentation to get us to get here. And I also want to thank the previous boards in the history of this school district, because financial management and fiscal responsibility has been something that allows us to get to a point right now where we can design, dream, imagine, and come up with an action plan. I'm ready for it if you're ready.
Can I add something, President Weir? I mean, I think I've been crystal clear over the past few months that I was concerned about increasing our operational expenses because I wanted to make sure we had the funds to meet whatever needs were coming. And constantly the mantra that I had was, you know, we need to be ready. We need to be prepared. We need to spend whatever dollars we need to spend to meet those gaps that we know are coming, those needs that we know are coming because of this situation. So I don't know that, at least from me personally, that my messaging, I mean, I can't see how you could be surprised that I'm like, oh yeah, I really want to spend money to meet student needs next year, because I have literally been like emphasizing that over and over and over and over again. So I'm glad that now you're hearing it, because really that's my intent. I really want to make sure that we have the resources set aside to meet student needs next year. That hasn't changed. I've been saying that all along.
I don't think I singled you out. I don't think. I'm sorry if I did.
Mr. Chadwell, did you have a question?
I was going to say, this is a discussion at this point, right? We're on agenda item E. So I don't know if we can wrap this portion up. We can always come back and discuss it more in detail later on when we get to it, right?
Yeah, it is on for action to pass it, and then we were going to pull off actually the budget amendments and fund transfers into discussion. So we could move it there.
Well, I was just going to say, I know we could keep going on this, but I do want to hear the equity presentation, and then we've got the security discussion as well. So I don't know if we can come back to this and we can continue it if we want, but otherwise we can go ahead and get to the next topics.
Does the full board feel like want to go ahead and just move on and come back? Okay. Then we will move on to item F, closed session. I'm going to go ahead and read it, but then I do actually need to ask the full board a question before we go into closed. So pursuant to Texas...
President Weir?
Yes.
Could we possibly take a break before we go into closed session? We've
Sure.
been meeting for 2 hours.
Oh my gosh.
A little over 2 hours. So could we take a short break and before we go into closed session, or do we need to do that while we're in closed session, or?
No, why don't we take it before and then we'll come back and read the statement. Just 5 minutes real quick, or 7 minutes, come back at 7:20.
That'd be great. Thank you.
We are on break then till 7:20. But I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order at 7:21. We are now to item F, closed session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.076, the board will meet to discuss and deliberate the district and board safety and security measures and legal issues. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the board will meet in consultation with attorney regarding the complaint review. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074, the board will consult with attorneys to discuss the duties, roles, and responsibilities of a public officer. And just quickly before we go into close, there was a question with F2. Mr. Bradshaw is here to give us the presentation. Initially, we had discussed just the board and Dr. Flores being in there for the initial part, and Trustee Feller and Dr. Flores had asked for all staff. So I just wanted to get a sense from the board, and if we needed to vote, we needed to do it out here before we go in. You may have sent an email, Mr. Moses, but I don't know if it was about that. At some point we were getting so many.
It wasn't about that. It was something else.
Okay. So how does the board feel about starting Mr. Bradshaw's presentation with just the board and Dr. Flores, and then we bring in staff? Ms. Feller?
So I'm just just quoting Mr. Bradshaw in his last email regarding this, and said that the only reason he was originally asking that was, just a quote, to offer an opportunity for the board members and Dr. Flores to be candid in their discussion. As an attorney, when having a discussion in closed with the board, the default position is always the attendance should be limited to those with need to know. Keep in mind that the current report is still in draft form, although do not anticipate material changes. So all of these would already be involved in the report in need to know, and I feel like that these are definitely involved in the need to know because all of them are relevant contributors to the material in the report. Some of my questions that I do have that are contained in Mr. Bradshaw's report. I need the other staff members to corroborate what's said along in that with my questions.
Okay. Does anyone else have any feelings on that? I mean, Mr. Moses?
I just think if they were interviewed for the report, it'd be nice to have them in the room to listen and respond as appropriate and be part of that conversation.
Mr. Math?
Yeah, so Mr. Bradshaw's reply said perhaps meet as a smaller group so that we could be candid in our conversation. I don't mind if everyone comes in, but I'd encourage the board members to be candid in their conversation. And if there are sensitive issues that come up or hurt feelings, sorry, I apologize in advance.
Okay. All right, so then if, Mr. Chadwell?
I was going to say, I was expecting a time where we would meet with Mr. Bradshaw. Of course, all of this was started back in October, November, that we would get a report and we would discuss with him, get a unvarnished, just an actual direct comment from him. So my preference was to at least have the initial discussion with just the board members, but if we want to do it later, we can do that. And I'll echo what Mr. Math just said. It could be brutal. There could be some tough discussions in there. So at some point,
so I don't think there's a need to vote then. It sounds like we're all fairly in agreement that the staff that were interviewed will be in the room with us in closed session. All right. Doug, I don't need to read it all again, do I?
No, you do not.
Okay. Then it is 7:25 and we will go into closed session. All right, all 7 trustees are back. So it is 9:07 and we are out of executive session. We're called back to order. Are there any motions coming out of executive session? All right, hearing none. We are going to take another quick 5-minute break and then we will come back for the superintendent's report. All right, it is 9:15 right now and we do have 6 trustees. We're not going to keep people waiting any longer. So Dr. Flores, we are going to move to Superintendent Report H1, Partners in Education Update.
Yes, I think, and we'll just move this along. Great partners with the Departments of Education, all the things they do for us and our community. We're excited about this report. So without further ado, Ms. Mary Ann Reed.
There.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and thank you, Board of Trustees, for the opportunity tonight. I'm going to be honest with you, miss you guys, miss seeing that live room and be able to give that large symbolic check to you guys, showing you all the programs that we support. So because we don't have that opportunity, we are going to go ahead and go over some slides. I'm not going to go through every single detail of the slide. If Jennifer, you don't mind pulling it back up right now, just to guide and give you a guidelines of the foundation itself is, we've been representing and working with the district as partnerships for over 34 years. And with that, we are a 501c3. We're a separate nonprofit. We are employed by the foundation, so we are not employees of the district. I know a lot of people get very confused because other districts actually employ their education foundation staff, but it's not in this case. Some do 50-50, 50% of them are employed with our foundation duties and the other half with the district. So we're very unique in Central Texas that we're one that is solely independent and have been independent for quite a while. So with that being said, let me show you at least a little bit of the programs that were supported for this year. We had over 600, you can go to the next one, Jennifer, over $653,000 in program support. And this is only through May. I'm still writing checks and I'm still supporting and spending money for those campuses, be it principals or departments that have contacted us needing some additional help in preparation for next year. So we're still doing that. A lot of you are familiar and helped us with the school supplies, but it was a little different this year. We did the back to school celebration. Usually averages between 11 and 15,000 people attend that. But we did it different in spending some of the funding directly to campuses. So all campuses received school supplies this year so they could actually help with the students. Different was the at-home school supplies kit. You know, we weren't expecting that. But in March, right after spring break, we were in the middle of trying to decide what could happen, knowing that most of the students didn't go home packing their supplies to go on vacation. So we turned that around as quickly as we could, got a great vendor, and we're able to provide at-home school supply kits with working with the district. One of the best things about this is Samsung Semiconductor of Austin came through and supported a good portion of that extra over budget that we were spending to make this happen. So we did appreciate that. Of the 25,000, 14 of that actually went to hotspots. Again, the need was there, and the district, you know, sharing that information of where their costs, unexpected costs, we were able to at least shift over 14,000 of that grant to them. We gave over $100,000 in scholarships, a variety of them. We did miss the opportunity of having you guys live, giving them out to the students, but we had to basically shift it and do everything virtual, and we got a lot of good feedback on that. We weren't sure what to expect for students that weren't live getting those certificates from all of you, but it worked, and so we're very pleased how it turned out. Again, Teacher of the Year was changed. We ended up having to mail the checks to them. Not real happy about that, but we will make up for that in the fall when we hopefully be able to see them. But it's one of those things we had to do. Working with Seton Ascension, Golden Noodle was over $68,000 was given to the foundation and directed that it go to support the district for the Golden Noodle program. So that came in real handy during the at-home learning because parents were able to go on there, use the site to actually use the Golden Noodle exercise. And it's a great learning process. If y'all get a chance, really look into that. It's a great program. But we're very pleased to be able, this is the second year that Seton has provided the funding to support that for all the elementaries. We go into the Tuesday folders, again, listening to what the principals are telling us they're spending their money on or having parents spend their money on. We're able to use the funding that we raise and go ahead and buy all the take-home folders. So that was 23,000 folders last year. We did support the safety kits and, as you can see, a variety of other programs. But the FIT program, I draw attention to that one. That was something that was not in our budget. So we kind of moved, had to make some amendments to our own budget in supporting the FIT program based on the needs that we saw in the district. So air mattresses, blankets, hygiene kits, you can see from here, were purchased so that we could support those needs that were brought to our attention for that segment of the population that needed some additional help. As we go to the next slide, we talk about in the endowment. I'm not sure if y'all are familiar, but we actually have an endowment with a family. Vaughn Qualick was a teacher at Roanoke High School. He taught there for 19 years in the fine arts department. And when he was there, he was always struggling trying to get supplies, art supplies. So that his family, really his wife, set up an endowment with us. And that funding, the earnings from the funding go back to the fine arts department at Roanoke High School. That's a designated grant, which means we are designated to give the funding to that one particular program. But you're going to be real, it's just exciting to see what they're doing with that. I had an opportunity to speak to that particular teacher who's in charge of the lead for the fine arts for Roanoke High School, and just the things they're going to be doing with that money, and they've already spent it, and be able to use the supplies for some murals at Roanoke High School is pretty exciting. So we will include the family in that. Berken Elementary Drum Group, we were familiar with, there was a visit that we had with Assistant Chief now, Stewart, and someone with, it's called Rhythm Works, and they do a program, an enrichment program at Berkman Elementary. So after school, they're working with these kids that not normally would have lessons. Those of us here in this forum are very fortunate that we'll be able to have our kids who took, you know, maybe piano lessons or gymnastics, those kind of lessons. Well, at Berkman, there were some students that didn't have that opportunity, but were very interested in drums. So the Adrian Zamarripa family, Adrian actually is related to Lillian Delgado, and Adrian passed away 2 years ago, but his family set up a fund, an arts fund, to support equipment, voice lessons, and just about any need in the fine arts area. So I know Mason mentioned earlier about if we, students need equipment, you guys would buy them, but we also have a fund set up for that. There's money in there to support those needs. The Zamarripa family also purchased some equipment for the mariachi group at Stony Point. They were there at the reception last year for scholarships. So this goes a lot deeper And even though I'm very generic in what I'm letting you know what they can do, it goes a lot deeper. So the students, there's a fund there that is purposeful and designated just for that need in the future. So I'd like you to keep that in mind. The teacher grants, over $125,000 last year. Again, just a variety of things to show you, from enrichment programs, makerspace, software, the AP testing, SAT prep, a little variety of those students and teachers that came to us in grade levels that said, we need additional materials, we need enrichment programs to keep these students that are staying after school and giving them an opportunity to have those materials. Well, we were able to do that. A software that was approved by IT was able to give some funding to those areas as well. Gardens and outdoor reading spaces were also approved this past year. So all those programs are programs that traditional tax dollars are not supported, or they're not in your budget, but we're able to go ahead and raise the money and be able to support those campuses and those principals and those departments in those levels. So Jennifer, if we'll go to the next one. We also did stuff with professional development. This is going more towards department, human resources, and then we did something really different this year. We found some campuses that maybe just needed a little bit more help in terms of parent engagement. So to take something off the principal, we went in with our board members and met with them and asked them, what can we do to help you? What is it that you can do so you can focus on academics that we can take off your plate so we can make it easier for you? So that program turned out to be very successful based on the feedback that we got from the principals. So we're going to probably expand a little bit more on that one next year. The district-wide programs, you have an amazing district, and all the personnel and the leadership there does such a great job with all these programs. We don't run these programs, but what we do is give financial support to them. So that may look different next year, but I just want you to know at this point with the funding this year, it went to these programs. And of course, we support the closed closet because it supports our students. So again, there's a lot of direct and indirect partnerships going on here. We also support with a full-time program manager within staff. All of us are required to be involved with the programs. So this position and these these responsibilities used to be part of the district. So as we moved to a separate entity, we took on those responsibilities and grew them based on the needs, because as the district grew, we had to hire more people to help us be able to address all the needs of the district. So that's where that portion's from. We'll go to the next one. So we want to continue next year. We just had our meeting, approved our budget just last week, in fact, last Thursday. We do want to continue giving grants. The problem we're having is we're going to have to move to the fall. In speaking to the area superintendents and principals and some teachers, they're not ready yet to talk about this. They're not really ready to know what their needs are. So we're going to move everything and shift it to potentially September, October period. We do know that the focus for our foundation is in these areas. And so what we're going to do is change the application. And we'd already made some tweaks to it already. But one of the things that didn't get removed was field trips. We don't anticipate supporting any field trips next year. And of course, some of the ones at the latter part of this past semester couldn't even occur. So we just want to make sure we're not putting money where it's not going to be used. We did do a lot of support with behavioral health, actually social emotional learning. We supported 7 grants last year. We obviously see a increase going into that. We're combining the safety and security. We know we're going to be doing a little bit more in that area, or at least the requests are going to be larger from the district, or really from campuses. And so teachers even can support and ask for books or training. Diversity, inclusiveness, and equity. Obviously, it's a hot topic with you guys as well. But for us as a foundation, we want to make sure if we're putting funding and support, we not only do it as a district level, but we need to be looking and listening to the teachers and seeing what they need. Is it children's books? Is it training staff and paying for our staff to be trained? We don't know what that looks like yet. So we just know we're going to have a very, very interesting change in our budget frequently as we try to address the needs of the district. We are looking at supporting partnerships with grants for those companies supporting social responsibility. We already have some that we're working with, but we're going to definitely put more emphasis on that and more focus on our grant area. We're just going to be asking for some help on that. That's not something that we've done a little bit in the past, but we definitely have area of growth there. School supplies, we're changing. We're going to go to individual kits this year, and they're going to go directly to the campuses. So as we measure the needs ahead of time and based on the free and reduced lunch program numbers that we've been received, we're going to break that out and actually send the kids directly to the campuses. We don't have our point person yet. Last year, some of them were counselors, some of them were the front office. So as the students came in and asking for supplies, that person was basically someone that was assigned, I believe at the time, by the principal. We'd like to get that a little bit tighter so this year we know where we can ask parents or send parents to go to. Something new for us is we're doing a recycle program. We've never done this before, but we feel like there's a need to do this. We are not seeing the support by some of the larger companies that now are having to transition their spending. So, and yet on others, we're seeing a lot more support and they're willing to even give more money knowing that the need is there. But we do believe there's an opportunity for people that actually have extra supplies at home. And in my case, has a whole drawer full of, when the kids didn't use them. So they're brand new and we're going to try to figure out a recycle program, but we want to make sure that they're going to be presented in a very suitable way to the kids. If the teachers and the principals tell us that they need more supplies other than what we're sending to them. The Teacher of the Year, as I'm putting out before, we'll make it up in the fall, what we're going to do for them. The FIT program, this is new to us. We applied in December, and we got word that we did get a $10,000 support. It's a grant for air mattresses, again, blankets, hygiene kits, and school supplies. The one thing different here, we did ask permission this week if we could use some of it for individual sanitizers and also masks, and they approved that. So now we're going to refocus the budget and split a certain amount of money just to cover those areas in visiting with the FIT program where those needs are going to be. So again, a lot of the spending, it's going to change. It's one of those things, if you go to the next slide, I just kind of asked our board to please have grace with our staff this year. Please be patient with us, have understanding, and we all have a commitment to support all the areas of education, but we're asking everybody to have kind, respectful passion because we all want to be there to support the district any way we can, but we know that our budget's going to be changing constantly this year. And my heart goes out to Ken. I don't know how he does it with that large of a budget. We're not even $1 million yet. And we're expecting to change pretty much, quarterly, if not every month, based on what the needs are. So this is very new to us. We're not used to not knowing in advance exactly what we're going to support. We've had to change everything in our budget to just reflect that. So I promise you, we're going to do the best we can to raise more money. We're going to work with more partners. We are going to do whatever it takes to do to fill those needs that the district has. And we would love working with you guys on that. And of course, we enjoy the partnership we have with the leadership of the district. We love working with the principals and the teachers. This is an amazing district. And having the opportunity to talk to other EDs across, Central Texas and asking us all the time, what can we do better? Well, we're all learning now. We're all in the same boat this time because no one's experienced this before. So let us know what we can do. If you ever have a question about anything, we'd really appreciate you guys just giving us a call and asking us, hey, can you help? Or go through Jenny, go through Dr. Flores and ask us for that support. We're just trying to do the best we can. But I will tell you, our focus is going to be on new partnerships and being able to apply for new grants. So I appreciate the opportunity to share with you kind of where the money went this year. But I really can't promise you what's going to happen next year. I just don't know. We're just going to keep trying to raise the money through the gala and the golf and do what we can and hopefully don't have to cancel anything next year.
Thank you so much. And thank you, from everybody for all that the Pi Foundation does for the district. Y'all are an amazing, amazing partner. And thanks to Mason Moses for being our representative on your board.
It's a lot of fun to be a part of.
That's a lot of it's some extra work, but we definitely appreciate it. Did anyone have any questions? Mr. Chadwell?
Thanks, Mary Ann. Appreciate all the work you've done over the years and just continue doing what you're doing. I'm glad you reminded me real quick. Teacher of the Year, I know that went through a lot of that. A lot of that was changed. I saw all the postings on that, and that was great. Just for the public's information, the board has nothing to do with Teacher of the Year selection, has nothing to do with all of that. So I just want people to know that if you have a special teacher, the board has nothing to do with it. So, and then did you get a new office space? Did I understand that? Did you expand?
We did. We did. As I mentioned before, as the district continues to grow, we're having to grow because we can't keep up with all the needs. So we did expand to a second office. So we have 2 offices now. We have 4 full-time employees. That's a huge, huge step for us. looking at adding some contractors. It's just a lot to keep up with. So
Okay.
we're doing the best we can, but I appreciate you saying that about Teacher of the Year, because someone asked us as well that same question. If we pick it, we don't have anything to do with that either, but we're definitely the ones that give the financial monetary gift to them.
Right. Well, maybe that's something that can be posted on the process for that, because I've seen it in the past where teachers get it. So anyway, appreciate all the work you've always done and continue to do. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate it very much. If y'all again need anything, let us know.
I think Mason has one quick.
Yes.
I'll be quick. I just want to give it, of course, Marianne, thank you to you and your team, but I also want to give a shout out to the other board members, because they are people who they volunteer their time. They don't get paid. They really, as a matter of fact, you work them. you work them hard to try and make sure that they're carrying their weight to participate. And I know one of the initiatives you put on the board this year, and I want to take the opportunity to challenge our fellow trustees. It's really think about our own centers of influence, because we're not. It's going to be harder for everybody to go out and interact with businesses and corporations to help raise money for the foundation. So whether it's your neighbors, your friends, your own business, just who can you talk to? Get in just a little bit of money to the foundation, help these scholarships. They go a long way in helping our students. So thank you to also to Mary and your team, but also the whole board, and let's all see what we can do to continue to support the foundation.
And Mason, I'm going to jump on that. I will admit, we are a working board. We are a working board, and they are a fabulous board, and it is a pleasure. And thank you so much for bringing them up, because I did want to add that at the end, is that these are people that they have their own lives. They have their own businesses. They are involved in corporations. They're involved in the community. But when it comes to being asked, they're one of the first ones to come to help when it comes to education. And I really appreciate that. But it is a working board. That means that you are physically working and you are mentally working, and you are called upon quite often. So Mason, thank you, because you have been in that group as well of having to do that extra work. But we do appreciate it, and all of you are welcome to get involved. We'd love that, and I do appreciate the fact that you at the golf tournament, y'all are at the gala, you're there supporting us, and knowing that investment is actually paying back in these type of programs. So I could have given you about 10 more pages full, but I didn't do that to you tonight because I know you have a lot on your plates. But we're just very proud about what we do. But more importantly, I think all of us are just very passionate that we have the opportunity to work with you guys. So thank you again. And I appreciate everything that y'all do.
Thank you, Marianne. And Dr. Flores, can we take things a little bit out of order and go ahead and do the Equity Task Force update now, so that it's already 9:30. Those volunteers and people can go ahead and log off when they're done.
You bet. Thank you so much, President Weir. And again, thanks, Marianne, for a great presentation. But as we all know, this is a critically important topic, not only for our district, but for this board as well, and at a particularly critical time in history. So we have been updating you and the Equity Task Force on the Equity Task Force's progress. As a result, tonight you will hear from new leadership about the new direction and actions that will be forthcoming, and some asks. So we're very proud of the work that they've been doing. They have not stopped, and COVID-19 has been a delay, but at the same time, it's not been an excuse to advance this important work. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Emanuel, Ms. Daniels, Ms. Harrison, and Ms. Pitts. And I want to thank Laura Seegers for getting us here to this point. So without further ado, Equity Task Force, it's yours.
Thank you. Before we get started, Jennifer, one of our presenters, has been kicked out. Can you get her in, Kiana Pitts? Okay, thank you.
They've been doing. They have not stopped.
There she is.
COVID-19 has been a delay, but at the same time, it's not been an excuse to advance this important work. So with that.
Good evening, President Weir, Superintendent Flores, and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you an update of the Equity Task Force. Before I introduce myself and the team, is the presentation up? Because I don't see it. Sorry.
I think Natasha was going to share it. Natasha?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right, so we'll start again. Go ahead, Natasha, and jump to the next slide. So before I introduce the team, I'd like to introduce you to some other special people, to the Emmanuel family. That handsome young guy in the bottom left-hand corner, y'all can take a guess of who that is. But right next to me is Reverend Daniel Emmanuel, who was a minister and a teacher. And from him, I got my work ethic. The little girl next to him is my sister, Deidre. She's where I get my quiet demeanor from. She's always been the life of the party, so I've never had to be nor had the chance to be. And finally, to the far right, that beautiful young lady is Dorothy Jean Emmanuel. That's my mother, who just turned 80 last Sunday. So this picture represents a lot to me. This group of people made me who I am. But as they say, a picture tells 1,000 words. And so I'm not going to use 1,000 words to explain what this picture means to me. But there's 4 stories that come to mind that I take when I see this picture. One of the things that I wanted to share with y'all that stems from this picture is that the Black experience is not a monolithic one. We have shared experiences, but we also have individual ones too. And these experiences, the experiences of all the Equity Task Force members are not the same. We bring those differences to this work, and those differences are important. Another thing that's represented by this picture is that there isn't just Black pain. I know recently here we've seen a lot of that, but this picture reminds us that there's also Black joy, and I want us to remember that. Another thing, and I hope y'all have noticed how much I gush over my mom, but that's because how special of a woman she was. But what I'd like to do in honor of her is recognize the 3 Black women that are on this call with me, because the work that they've done in the last week to not only get this presentation ready, but to get the Equity Task Force up and moving again is nothing but a miracle. And the final thing that I wanted to share with you, just this representation of a family, is that family is truthful. And sometimes that truth hurts, but you do it anyway because you love one another. So if you hear some things in this presentation that you feel might be hurtful, know that it doesn't come from a place of malice. It comes from a place of love, and a love for Round Rock ISD. So Natasha, if you'll move to the next slide. As Dr. Flores mentioned, there's a new leadership group. But before I introduce those on the call with me and give you an explanation of our new model, I want to acknowledge Laura Seegers and her contribution of leadership to this group. We have gotten as far as we have with her by our side. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge her. So I have the humble honor of being the cabinet designee from the Equity Task Force. Along with that, I have 3 co-chairs with me, Ms. Kiana Pitts, who's a parent in the Cedar Ridge Learning Community, Natasha Daniels, who's an assistant principal at Wells Branch Elementary, and Tiffany Harrison, who's a teacher at Round Rock High School. Each one of these individuals represents one of the subcommittees that you'll hear from later on in this presentation. I also wanted to take an opportunity to give you our reason behind this collective leadership model that we share. You see 4 faces on this presentation, but that's only about half of our leadership cabinet. We have more members that consist of a principal, assistant principals, and instructional coach. And the reason why we are utilizing this model is because in Leslie Crutchfield's book, How Change Happens, she mentions that successful social movements are leaderful. They're not leader-led, where one charismatic leader leads the team. They're not leaderless, where there are no leaders, but they are leaderful, an organization full of leaders that are constantly developing leaders throughout. The expertise is to be shared, power to be shared equitably, and there's many leaders that are developing each other throughout this process. Natasha, next slide. So our Equity Task Force members have all attended Beyond Diversity training, and we follow these 4 agreements to guide our work. Stay engaged, experience discomfort, speak your truth, and expect and accept non-closure. So we ask you to join us this evening in observing these agreements. In this presentation, we will give you an overview of the past, present, and the future. And while we will hit on each one of these components, I assure you that this presentation will be forward focused, not dwelling too much on the past. I will turn the next few slides over to Ms. Tiffany Harrison.
Thank you so much, Daryl. We're excited to move forward. Trustees, you may have seen this slide before because it's the same one that we presented for the Safety and Security Task Force back on September 9th. So these are a few guiding principles towards racial and educational equity. And in case you forgot, the reason that pound cake is there is because we always keep in our mind that delicious pound cake that came fresh out of the oven. We're ready to cut into it. We're ready to eat it. Looks delicious. We bite in and we realize sugar has been left out. Now we have a choice to make. Should we sprinkle sugar on the top? We can. It's kind of gross, right? The better choice is to start all over, rebake the cake with the essential component and essential ingredient of sugar. And equity is just like that. We need to be careful as we're looking at our work, as we looked at the work we've done in the past, as we look at the work we're working on right now, and as we look towards our future, that we are not just sprinkling sugar on top of a sugarless cake, right? So just to look over some basic principles for equity literacy, these are taken from Paul Gorski, and trustees and Dr. Flores, we will be sharing a folder with you with all of our documents so that you have easy access to them. But the first one we are going to look at is the direct confrontation principle, meaning that there's no path to equity but directly, right? We cannot do things that are inequitable and then say we're prioritizing equity. It has to be a direct confrontation with inequity, and we'll carry that throughout this presentation. The equity ideology principle really says that it's more than a list of strategies. So it's not a checkbox, it's continued work. Equity is a lens and an ideological commitment, and we've actually expounded upon that to be also a commitment of resources as well, because we can have all the good ideas and the ideology, but really we cannot implement those without practice, and a lot of times practice requires resources of time and money and personnel. The third is the prioritization principle. So this is the question you saw over and over again during the Safety and Security Task Force presentation. So we are going to look at everything through how will this impact the most marginalized members of our community. Tonight you heard several parents and community members ask you about us starting our own police department, and they highlighted that we know, based on research and evidence, that that is harmful to not only students of color, but also LGBTQIA+ students and students receiving special education services. So as trustees, you have a tremendous responsibility where you're making decisions, and that question should be, these decisions, how will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? This last concept is the fix injustice and not kids principle, meaning that we can have conversations about the additional support that students need and making sure they have all the extra tutoring and making sure we're addressing their behavior, when a lot of times if we look at the system and we address the injustice built into the system, that will help with the problem. The system is the problem. We're not working on fixing marginalized people, but we're looking at fixing the conditions that actually marginalize people. Next slide, Natasha. So once again, we want to highlight in every decision that's being made, how will this impact the most marginalized members of our community? And we are going to give some examples throughout, because I think that equity as a concept is very different than equity in practice. So we're going to give some really actionable examples. We're going to highlight some of maybe our own shortcomings and our learnings in this work so that we can learn and move together. One more thing I just want to highlight is that educational outcome disparities are not the result of deficiencies in marginalized communities and cultures, not in mindset. So we talk about growth mindset, we talk about grit and grittiness, but really it's inequity, and we need to continually center that. So these 3 guiding questions, can't get away from things like guiding questions, maybe because I'm a classroom teacher, are: what is our lens and ideological commitment to racial and educational equity? And this is a new one that you may not have seen before, but what is our resource commitment to racial and educational equity? And when we say resource, we think about money, and money is important. And we are going to have asks around money because budgets are moral documents, right? We can tell what we believe in and what we hold in high esteem based upon where we spend our money. But we also need to look at how we are committing our resources of time and just support and buy-in as well. And lastly, but not least, we'll revisit every single time, how will things that we do impact the most marginalized members of our community? One thing before you move on from that, Natasha, that I did fail to highlight that I want to say, when we're talking about commitments and those ideological and resource commitments, this is everyone's job. So we're looking at hiring a chief equity officer, but a chief equity officer or an executive director of equity and inclusion is not going to solve our problems around racial and educational inequity, because it is all of our jobs, from the board to the superintendent, from classroom educators to principals, students, right? Even to our bus drivers, our custodial staff, anybody that interfaces with children in any way, it is our responsibility to look at how we're operating and if we are operating equitably. So everyone needs to be engaged in this work. Everyone needs to be deeply committed. There are no outs there. So as you may know, and as you may be finding out, we are really excited to be working with Joyce James. Joyce James has a 34-year history of work around racial equity. She is a national consultant. She is incredible. She is tender in the way that she approaches things, but she's a heavy hitter. She does not mince words. And so she led the Center for the Elimination of Disproportionality and Disparities for the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. She also has a background in social work, and she's just amazing. We're really excited to be working with her. One of the things that she really emphasizes in a lot of her workshops and just in her general principles is the groundwater analysis. So the groundwater analysis really shows us how we live in a racially structured society, and that's what causes racial inequity. Right now in our country, we're having a lot of difficult discussions, right? And one of the big factors of white supremacy culture is something that falls into either or thinking, right? But there's so many different options other than either or. And so we talk about things in context of people. And yes, sometimes people are guilty of standing in the way of racial and educational equity and justice. And sometimes these people are even people of color, because we've all been socialized in the same society and in the same type of inequity. But one thing that's important to realize is this is systemic. It's societal. And so there's really 5 components of the groundwater analysis. The first is that racial inequity looks the same across systems. So we harp a lot about education here, and we're holding people accountable around education because it matters, and because kids matter, and because we need to make sure that they have what they need to be successful learners, to increase their intellective capacity. But one thing is, where you see inequity, you see it in many different systems, right? So we see inequity in school systems. We see inequity in housing. We see inequity in social services. And so this is a shared problem that we need to address across systems. And I want to bring it back. We are fixing systems, not people. We don't see these inequities because people are bad or they have poor character. We see them because the systems were built to be inequitable by design. Systems contribute to racial inequities. So that's number 2. Systems level disparities cannot be explained by a few bad apples. We're having this conversation a lot right now, like, oh, we just need to get the few bad apples out of policing. No, policing is a system that is allowing bad apples to commit murder and to walk free and to uphold injustice, domestic violence. Does that mean that everybody who works in policing is bad? Absolutely not. We know some of the loveliest people that have backgrounds in law enforcement. I think about, Mr. Jeffrey Yarbrough, wonderful, just upstanding, great man. And a few bad apples aren't what makes these systems inequitable. It's the way the system was designed and built. That 4th concept is that racial inequities are concentrated in poor communities and communities of color. So we're looking at outcomes here. This is a really interesting one because when we talk about equity, the first place people want to go is poverty, because that's the easier conversation to have versus confronting race, right? Race feels bad. It's really uncomfortable, and it's been forced into the spotlight to where we're going to have to talk about it. You do see that more people of color do experience poverty and live in poor communities. And that is a factor of racism. So we want to be clear that in our work, we're really centering race as we're moving forward. And then lastly, systemic interventions and trainings work to reduce racial inequities and improve outcomes for all populations. So I want to highlight 2 things here. The first one is systemic. Right? We're not just throwing things here and there. And that's why I'm so grateful that Ms. Joyce James has come in, because she's going to help us look at equity through a systemic lens. I'm going to talk about some of our shortcomings a little bit later. And really, they're because it's not a system-wide principle. Equity is not a system-wide principle. And we can tell that by how we've spent our time and our money. And that's kind of a painful conversation because we want to be able to say, we're equitable, we're equitable leaders. That's just not the case, but we hope after today we'll be able to critically and thoughtfully evaluate that and move forward with a clean slate. The second word I really want to highlight is all populations. When we're talking about this, we're saying Black Lives Matter, especially in a time like this. There is a knee-jerk reaction. Trustees, if your response to Black Lives Matter is all lives matter, we have more work to do around racial and educational equity, because we're saying Black lives are hurting right now, and that's what we need to address. If that's political, then perhaps people's racism, their politics are racist. We need to focus on the population that needs support, because if we can lift that population, we can lift everyone. And so systemic, looking at the entire system, not just throwing out things here and there, improves outcomes for all, even if we need to focus on certain populations at a time. That's equity. Natasha, can you advance the slides, please? Okay, this is the 3 dimensions of equity. And you see here beliefs, actions, and systems. So we often hear conversation about how we need to believe and change hearts and minds. Let's be honest, there are some people's hearts and minds that will never care about racial and educational equity for various reasons, for a number of reasons. And beliefs are really about mindsets and relationships, what you believe, what you were raised to believe, and then also the relationships that you keep. And then we have actions. So what are our actual practices and routines? So what are the things that we really do? And then, of course, we have systems, which are policies and structures. So we cannot advance this work by relying on any one of these things. This is another one of those yes and. Yes, we need to interrogate our beliefs and not just change hearts and minds, because it's all of us. We have our daily work to do around racial and educational equity. And then we need to take bold and courageous action. So one thing that we've talked about, and this is cyclical, it's not linear. It's not like, okay, now I have changed my beliefs, and so then I go to systems, and then I go to actions. It's a continual cycle, and the commitment to this work is a continual cycle. One thing to think about is some districts have these courageous conversations for years and years and years, but nothing has changed. When we're talking about belief, we're talking about the intersection of people and systems. If we focus only on systems and how we need to break down systems, we forget that people perpetuate and carry out the systems. If we focus on only people, we forget that systems, especially inequitable systems, can continue without the intervention of people. So these are things that we really need to be thinking about. And we really need to be considering. And then there's one other thing is there's research that shows, like I said, oftentimes we want to start with beliefs. We want everybody to get on board and get buy-in. And we'll talk about how that's a racial equity detour towards the end of our presentation. But research shows that action actually brings about belief. So instead of waiting for everybody to be on board, I hear a lot of conversations in our district around fear and prioritizing fear. Well, we're going to do this, but people are going to be mad, and then we never end up doing it anyway. That's not helpful, and that's not a commitment to equity. We need to boldly take action, and beliefs will follow, and sometimes, sadly, they won't. And that's what we need. That's the risk we need to take in service of children. Because if those beliefs aren't following racial and educational equity, they're harmful anyway. Kiana, you're up next.
Our committee goals. And developing our committee goals, one thing we did was an activity to try to figure out our why. Because it's hard to try to set a goal when you don't really know why you're going after that goal, right? And so one thing we did an activity to come up with this, and it was just everyone write down your why you want equity. Why do you feel that educational equity should exist, just our why. And so we were all tasked with the job of writing out our why, and then we posted them up. We posted them on the wall, and we went by and voted on the most popular, the most popular one, everyone liked the most was the one that we had here. And so we worked around this, our Equity Task Force why. Our current education system was designed to be inequitable. Equity is owed to all students, not just those for whom the system was created, while equity for all marginalized students, especially Black and brown children, means equity for all. It is a matter of life and death for some. We must act now to guarantee every student's future success. And this particular statement that everyone in our task force could relate to, could feel, and really felt captured. Our why was penned by Tanjore Bowman, which is a community member and a parent. And that kind of speaks a lot to how this is everyone's job. It's not just for educators. It's not just, for admin, or it's everyone's job. And so having community members on the task force got us our why, helped us develop this wonderful why statement that led us to our goals. Goal number 1, develop a common language for racial equity work in Round Rock ISD. And this is something that me as a parent being on the Equity Task Force, I was a little intimidated at first, getting on and just whether or not I would be able to, I'm in a room full of educators, right, where they're thought to be professional. They're the professionals, like they know everything. Well, I'm a professional too, I'm a expert in my child, but I would like to develop a common language around racial equity. And so that's one thing that we have as a goal, is to develop a common language so we can all have a dialogue. We can all feel like, hey, we know what we're talking about. We know what equity means. And so that was goal number 1. Goal number 2. can't see that. Goal number 2, recognize components of our organization that uphold systemic racism and white supremacy. Goal number 3, increase in, y'all can't see, sorry. Increase and sustain culturally responsive education, curriculum and instruction. Goal number 4, recruit and retain district staff with a mind to engage in racial equity and anti-racist work. And in this diagram, you can see how it's all kind of connected and how it's going around in a circle. And that right there, it's so we can congruently tear down and rebuild at the same time. We're going to tear down the systemic racism and white supremacy that we all exist in right now. We are going to continue to, in the process of tearing it down, we're going to rebuild it by recruiting and retaining district staff who understand racial equity and anti-racist work. So that's where we are with our committee goals. Next slide, please. Timeline of important events. You guys have seen this before. This is just the work that we have done. The Equity Task Force had the first meeting in March of 2018, and on this first meeting, it comprised of some district admin, directors, principals, and assistant principals, and one teacher. And so I just bring that up because already with just how the task force has evolved, we realized that, hey, the Equity Task Force, we're missing valuable voices in our community by not having community feedback, by not having parents involved. And so that's one thing that we have learned and have made some changes there. But let's see. And then the other things, we explored potential partnerships, or a potential partnership with Dr. Terrence Green. And so as you can see, the first year of existence pretty much here was filled with learning and forming partnerships on how we can continue this work. Next slide. Second slide, more learning. And we had the ETF, the Equity Task Force. We were at the World Class Equity Summit, and there we were able to help facilitate the conference, the summit. All right. And then in August, we had some schools that began their e-teams coming out. There was a lot of work done at the Equity Summit. Teams or admin were, just ready to do this work. And so only some schools were able to begin working on the e-teams, and they did it independently. We had a couple of schools, such as Round Rock High School, who had already been working and were already well into maybe, I believe, the second year of their 5-year plan. And I'm sorry, go back. And then 2020, we have the groundwater analysis workshop with Joyce James. And from that, we decided to partner with Joyce James as the district did. And so next slide. Okay, here are our efforts to date. We worked in 3 focus groups: trust, transparency and trust, professional development, policy and practice. And these are the efforts or the initiatives that we started. We had a lot of things that we wanted to get done, and these were some of the ones here listed. As you can see, there's a lot in those buckets, but next slide, please. These were the accomplishments, the things that we were able to accomplish. We had, under transparency and trust, we were able to create an email. And that email was created to help facilitate a collective ownership of the work within the task force and to put measures in place for transparency within the group. We utilized the workplace tool to help foster dialogue and share information. And that's what we did in trust and transparency, what we accomplished. Professional development, we had ongoing Beyond Diversity commitments for principals and assistant principals. And in the exchange leadership PC, the Equity Task Force was asked to provide professional development sessions for the district's leadership exchange, which were inclusive of all district principals, directors, and above. And then we had some partnering with Joyce James and Summer PD. And then under the policy and practice, we were able to review our first piece of policy, the AE policy. That was completed by the district, by our task force, sorry. And let's see, while we were able to assist in reviewing this one piece of policy, it reiterated the need to have executive commitment and practice in inviting equity members into spaces so that we could make a system-wide impact. And so there were other various factors that contributed to the disconnect between our efforts and the actual accomplishments. And some of those were just kind of the after normal working hours is like when some of this work took place. A lot of people, everyone that is on the task force works for the district, and so they have other district responsibilities. And so this we just kind of had trouble negotiating this work for equity. This is not like easy work. This is some heavy stuff, and it takes a lot, and a lot also is work that was done off contract too. And so with that, trying to be respectful of the time and people volunteering their time too to move this work forward, that's asking a lot. And so we managed to do that. Next slide. But moving forward, where we would like to go with that, with trust and transparency and trust, if you would click on that link there for me, Natasha, the Equity Task Force website. We would like to develop a website here. This is from the city of Austin, and it kind of shows transparency. It kind of tells you like what their vision is. You have definition over there, definitions for like what equity is, so we can all have a common language. It has a calendar on that has just information about what's happening in the city, when the next meeting is. It also shows, it has a breakdown of like the different departments and what they're working on and how their equity plan look. Oh, there it goes. And so it's just kind of transparent. It has data. It's a really robust framework here. And click on that. Yep, Round Rock High School. Sorry, this is a more condensed version, but it's transparent. I mean, it provides information for community members and in the school, the campus. There's professional development there. There are reports. There's a link here for resources. Can you click on that resources link for me? And this is like what the vision is for being transparent and building the trust. I mean, it's listed out. It has resources like where people can go if they want more information, how we can make this a system-wide event for, not event, but a system-wide system. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. System-wide for the entire district. Sorry. That's it.
And if I could add, Kiana, one of the things that I'll mention is we've already been in contact with our community relations department, and this is going to be one of the first projects that we focus on when we return back from our summer break. We've already had the commitment that they're ready to go to do this work. So we're all excited that something like this will be available to not only members of our district, but also the community.
Thank you.
Kiana, are you ready?
Well, yeah, I was just going to keep going.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Community engagement, we would like to move forward with intentional stakeholder feedback. And here we have a diagram that kind of gives you a reminder of who stakeholders and who we're talking about with the community and parents, the students, the educators, central office, administrators, board members. We want to have intentional feedback, two-way communication on COVID-19 and race relations. Transparency on forming the district police department, engagement on hiring the executive director of equity, and a shared accountability for all stakeholders. This learning is for everyone. Educational equity is everyone's job. This isn't just one person. This isn't going to fall just on the hiring executive, the executive director. It's not just going to be on that one person. And so if we have transparency and letting them know, like, this is what the district is going to do, this is what we are doing, is what we're trying to move forward with. And I believe you're up, Natasha.
Okay. So I kind of want to go over what we have done and where we're going with professional development. The Equity Task Force has worked to bring to fruition the Equity Now Plan, which was subsequently canceled due to COVID. However, the work still continued through individuals. We want to support this work across the district instead of working in silos and make it an institutional culture. Working departments should uphold a much larger commitment by the district to equity through policy and practice. In the past 2 weeks, the Equity Task Force has met about 2-3 times a week to get a summer schedule of Equity PD available for teachers, staff, community members, whoever wants to join in. Our work during the school year focused simultaneously on getting the summit together and working on a 3-year plan or a multi-year plan for the scope of the work and attaching this work to goals, which were the goals you saw earlier. Going forward, we like to stress the importance of professional development for all levels of the district, from the board, teachers, paraprofessionals, instructional coaches, bus drivers, cafeteria workers. I believe Tiffany stated this earlier. We also want to include other stakeholders such as parents, students, business partners, nonprofits. We want to learn in community because it's going to take a community to shift mindsets. Hang on. So on our summer professional development plan started on June 4th when we met as a task force and we collectively decided we were going to bring back the Equity Now Summer Professional Development. The community has been reaching out and asking, like, what can I do, like, in light of everything that has happened, George Floyd and the multiple Black men that have been killed in the streets, and women, and everyone wants to know what they can do. So we know our community is hungry for this work. They're begging for this work, and even parents in our Wealth Branch E-team, they're participating. They're ready to do the work and learn with us in community. Currently, we're working on solidifying our panelists and getting dates out to the community. There is an How to Be an Anti-Racist book study that is being led by Tiffany Harrison and Susanna Fletcher, along with their EDIC team. It's their equity team. This work was done outside of the Equity Task Force. And again, this is that work in silos, right? Like, they were responding to requests for learning. And I just want to reiterate, we want to take that work out of silos and bring it to a system to support systemic work. White Fragility will be offered by a group from the Equity Task Force later this summer. We're partnering with Sky Howell to assist us with racial healing circles. There's been a lot of damage done to our students and teachers of color, and I think it's very important that we acknowledge that and take ownership of that, because without that, we can't move forward. I also think it's important to note that we can't move forward, like we can't have a racial healing circle and move forward without changing the culture of our institution. it's not going to support healthy relationships for teachers of color. And I speak from personal experience on this one. Being in a district where there's only 140 Black teachers is very isolating work. On Tuesday of this week, Daryl, Krista Tyler, and myself screened the documentary 13th by Ava DuVernay. And we examined not only our nation's criminal justice system, but also our school to prison pipeline fueled by institutional racism. We also examined how it affects us right here in this district. After watching the images and the history of police violence against Black people, Black bodies, witnessing what's going on in our world today, it's very difficult for many people to support police in schools. And that was the sentiments throughout the training that we gave. Tiffany talked about the equity detours that she's going to talk about later. But basically, we want to take that direct path to equity, and it is impossible to commit to a direct path to equity while creating a police department. Police have been shown to harm students of color. I know that I get anxiety when I see police in schools. As a Black woman, I think it's important for me to state that I felt hurt tonight when so many community members came forward and addressed the harm that police in schools cause, and there was no acknowledgement. And this is me, like, this is not in my script, but I feel like it's important for me to say, because I've been in this district for 11 years and I've given a lot of time. My children are in this district and they have been since kinder and pre-K. But for everyone to state the current reality that I understand the board is probably unable to understand, because there is no one that looks like me on the board. I don't have anyone that has had Black life experiences empowered, like able to make decisions for myself and my children, my Black children that are in Round Rock schools. So I think that I've attached an example resolution from IDRA, the Intercultural Development Research Association, for the board to consider. And I hope that you will look at those. There are several rolling around. Austin Justice Coalition just released one today. There's some from Oakland, from Denver, from all over, as school districts are divesting from police departments. I really implore you to search your souls and to be a critical lover of our district, to truly examine what our counselor situation looks like. As like I said, I've been in the district 11 years. I've been K through 12, and I have seen counselors who cannot see kids because they're doing duty and kids are in crisis. So I implore you to go to those campuses, see those counselors, see it in action, because before you speak on how great our system is, I think we need to be critical lovers of our district and understand that there is harm being done to kids right now, and we don't want to further that harm, especially in these times. Our summer PD will also feature prominent national and local equity leaders, including Paul Gorski, Angela Ward, Dr. Green, and I'd like to take a minute to acknowledge and thank Edie Benz and Kelly Solis for all of their hard work, because they put in so much time and effort to help us get this organized, and our calendar will be released soon. And I think we have a great lineup coming up. Our year 3 plan is still being developed, and we would like to come back and present this on a more granular level when it's completed. But I can go ahead and give you a high-level overview. Round Rock High School currently has a 5-year plan that I think Kiana mentioned, and they are currently in year 3. So we would like to collaborate as a task force with the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusivity Committee the edict that they have there. And we'd like to compensate this group to help institute their model as a district-wide template. It's important that we keep our work grounded to a larger structural framework to guard us from equity tasks and activities that are not connected to our desired outcomes. We need to make sure that we are not taking these racial equity detours that Tiffany is about to explain, and that we are taking the direct path to equity. Some of this work is currently being done by Daryl Emanuel's curriculum team. They are working on online anti-racist on-demand training with the curriculum team, and simultaneously, they are working on African American studies and Mexican American studies. I'm actually on the African American studies curriculum team, and we are working to roll out a curriculum for 2021-22 school year. Daryl, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. We are also working on a partnership simultaneously while she will hold racial healing circles. We are requesting that she train Round Rock staff to lead these circles, so that we are constantly building capacity within our own team, so that no matter who's in leadership, who takes over when the board elections come, or if a superintendent comes in, no matter who is in control, we have built the capacity and we've built the system that is going to maintain equity. We will continue to work with Joyce James Consulting and also bring back Dr. Terrence Green. And we will implement a compensation structure for the Equity Task Force, because like Kiana said, a lot of this time that we are given is after hours until 8, 9 o'clock at night. Right now, I have worked off contract almost daily to get this done. And the last piece is our partnership with Pacific Educational Group for affiliate training. I think this makes a lot of fiscal sense to the board if you just let me explain. Currently, we give one Beyond Diversity session, which costs $11,000 to $14,000. I think we've held several throughout the last 2 years. With a 1 to 3 year commitment, we can spend approximately $50,000 to train our own facilitators. In conjunction, we would still be giving Beyond Diversity training, so that wouldn't go away. But once the practitioners are trained, you have a one-time fee of $25,000 that will give us, well, it's a yearly fee, I believe. And that's a licensing fee, and that will give us unlimited Beyond Diversity trainings that are given by our own practitioners, which again is building capacity so that no matter who is in charge, we are still sustaining equity. Tiffany.
Can't hear you, Tiff.
Tiffany?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I can't see anybody because I'm full screen.
We could have all of the policy in the world, but until we have actual practice, no work can be done, right? We can have all of the good intentions in the world, but until we have a culture of leadership that allows racial and educational equity to happen without fear of retribution in our district, you know, we're just giving it lip service. So we wanted to look at a couple of things. We would like to ask to have Equity Task Force representation on the PIB committee, Policy, Innovation, and Budget. We need a seat at the table, especially until trustees have developed their own racial literacy, which is a lifelong journey. But until trustees are able to share some of that common language with us, there needs to be representation when having discussions about equity or when having discussions about anything. Because if racial and educational equity are the lens through which we're viewing our work, that means every single thing we do has to be through that lens. We're looking for a policy review for all existing policies. So the wonderful and honorable Lindsay McFeeters kind of suggested some ways and some places where we can start. Policy DIA, which prohibits any kind of discrimination against employees. Policy FFH, which looks at discrimination against students, and then also DAA and FB. So we have some starting points that we would like to do. One clarification is we told you we did EA, I think that was the policy we did, and it just wasn't a very robust process to review that policy, and we think we can do better in the future. Looking at racial equity policy for the police department. So I've been growing and strengthening my relationship and my partnership with Mr. Jeffrey Yarbrough and also Dr. Amy Grosso. Mr. Yarbrough asked about racial equity policy for the police department. If you know me, and you probably do, I'm pretty loud, I have said police don't belong in schools based on the research and the data. I understand that it's an emotional decision because we want everybody to feel protected, and police make some people feel safe, but there's no evidence or research that it actually keeps students safe on campuses. There is evidence and research that it harms Black, Hispanic, LGBTQIA plus and special education students. So one thing that was asked of me was, can we create some policy around this? And I'm going to tell you, just to illuminate some of our issues around trust and transparency, the initial thought was to run it through the Equity Task Force. But at that time, the process of getting things through the Equity Task Force was so slow, we decided we would go back and take it through the Safety and Security Task Force. So we've built a robust group of people to come to that table, and I'll talk about more about that on the next slide. The next thing is planning for COVID-19 reentry. Now, when these committees for COVID-19 reentry were planned, there was not an explicit and deliberate ask for members of the Equity Task Force to represent on these groups with the explicit lens of looking at racial equity and educational equity. And that's really problematic. There's a lot of trauma that comes from COVID-19 and the reentry process. And, I know that there were lots of calls from various places to include Equity Task Force members. Some of the response was, well, there are some members on there, they're on the Equity Task Force. But one thing we need to remind ourselves is that it's important to have an explicit focus and lens in every decision being made. So COVID-19, we didn't plan for it. We didn't want it. We want it to go away, but it's here. And so my question is, moving forward, it's really vital that we include equity representatives at each of these things, which now we do. We fixed that over the past week. Let me tell y'all, we have accomplished a tremendous amount of work in just 2 weeks. And so that's been worked on. Racial accountability questions. Undoing Racism Round Rock sent out some racial accountability questions about organizations. And we're actually going to go through some of those because they are really important. And what we're going to be asking of trustees and of district level staff, because, we answered these questions in context of what we're doing now and where we are now with some of these questions and what our hope is for a more equitable future so that it's not all doom and gloom. But we really want to hear these answers from some of the people that run the relevant departments because maybe we don't have all the information about what's happening or what's not happening in the district. So the first thing we're going to look at is, Natasha, can you advance the slide, please? We're going to look at this Round Rock ISD Police Department racial equity policy work. Now, I want to say we have the opportunity to do something brave. We're talking out of both sides of our mouth to say that we prioritize equity and then to deliberately do something that we know harms children. That being said, while we are working to say we don't need a police department, we're also working to develop policy. I'll go into that a little bit more, but if we could click the community partnerships. We've built a really robust crew of folks that are helping us in this work. They include not just individuals, but organizations like Texas Appleseed. We have some representation from Austin ISD and a parent and somebody that works in the equity space. Measure, the Austin Area Urban League. IDRA is becoming a really big and supportive group for us. We have representation from the SHAC, the Student Health Advisory Committee, some clergy, the union. So we have representation and varied representation across the district and in different roles and capacities. And we just want to tell you, this is what transparency looks like. this is what community engagement and reasonable and meaningful community engagement looks like. It looks like bringing people to the table that may not always agree with our aims, but are going to give us some of that critical love that Natasha spoke of. So if we're looking at policing through a policy lens, the important thing to know is that we're not just talking about police policy. We have to talk about the professional learning that educators are receiving from classroom educators, hall monitors, bus drivers. I'll tell you, as a sponsor of the Black Student Union, the most harmful things that have happened to my students happen on the bus and with bus drivers. And so it's really important to make sure that all of these people have professional learning. So we're not just talking about throwing some policies together for police, because it goes beyond that. Also, hiring. There's been a lack of transparency really around the process of hiring a police chief. That's something that's happening now. That's not anything that's really been shared with, the community. And one of the things that I have a concern about, if I'm thinking through my racial and educational equity lens, is part of that firm that's engaged in this search, had some involvement in arresting the kid in the Dallas area that brought a clock to school and handcuffing him and acting like he was a terrorist when he was just excited to build his clock. So, when things like that are going on, my question is, how is that equitable? How is that person going to help us layer an equity lens on any kind of search or the values that we need? Curriculum, discipline management, and explicitly racially trauma-informed work. So we've been talking a lot about healing and healing circles, and one thing we need to realize is when particularly Black students are coming back, they've had some trauma that's exacerbated by race that takes another methodology to address it. One other thing here that we might want to think about. Well, we can continue. We're almost done, y'all. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Okay, this was an exciting look at some policy and practice that just happened in just the last week that I was really excited about, because, there's always been cautionary tales of like, people might not be ready for this work. We don't know if they want to hear from us. They might feel guilty. But one of my favorite people in the district, which I have a lot because we work in a great district, Tim Loki, who's been doing wonderful work in the Fine Arts Department around racial and educational equity, met with Danny Pullman in purchasing just last week. And, we asked one of these questions from Undoing Racism: do you make a conscious effort to contract with Black and Indigenous people of color-owned businesses? So presently, eRock, a system that we use, is an open platform, and there's no way to solicit Black and Indigenous people of color specific businesses. However, there has been a Round Rock ISD supplier diversity program, and that's been in existence. And so that's supposed to ensure that the district will use best efforts to inform small, women-owned, and minority businesses in all current and future purchasing activities. We also had marketing efforts around Hub, the historically underutilized businesses. So what we learned is like some of these things existed. It's just that we've fallen off from prioritizing them. So things that we hope to do in the future, we hope to prioritize solicitation of bids from Black and Indigenous people of color. We want to review and revise current supplier diversity programs to address historically underutilized businesses, and we'd like to look at other models. So AISD has a really robust model for historically underutilized businesses. So while a lot of times we're challenging the district on inequities, what we're saying is there is some framework there. We need to be continually working to make sure that we're moving forward with what's in place, and we're committing to equity every single day. This last one, policy versus practice, is a discussion that I got to have with the Director of Human Resources, the lovely Dr. Maya Mercer. And the question that was relevant to her portion of the district was, how are you ensuring that your organization contains a diverse group of staff, specifically Black and Indigenous people of color? I can remember a time many years ago where I asked about this, And I said, where do you recruit? And of course, all the schools that were being recruited from were PWIs, predominantly white institutions. And when I said, well, what about Houston-Tillotson? The response was, what is Houston-Tillotson? Houston-Tillotson is the HBCU that's right here in Austin, historically Black college and university. So presently, I know that the Human Resources Department has done a tremendous amount of work around this in the past year. They have started recruiting at job fairs. They started recruiting at colleges and university partnerships. There's a Grow Your Own program from within the district, and they've also developed campus hiring teams. So they've done some work around training campuses around the imagery they're using and the text and the narratives to showcase their campuses so that people like me, who would end up being one of very few Black people on a campus, can actually see themselves represented before they commit. I've had situations where I've tried to encourage, educators to come work in Round Rock Black educators. And number one, on many occasions, they left the environment because it was not a safe environment for them. Or number two, they didn't want to be one of the only Black people on their campus. There have been lots of updated procedures on hiring practices, accountability audits, and then there's been principal and AP equity audits that are required as part of the process. But one thing that Dr. Mercer said was that, we're working really hard, but it's still very fragmented because there's still so much autonomy on every campus, and campuses know what they need. And the district needs an ideological commitment to racial and educational equity to be able to really uphold this. So equitable hiring is a system-wide principle and extending equity audit processes to all positions. They've done a lot of work around principals and APs, but what does that look like outside of those positions? Racial equity detours. This one is really, really important. So how will we know when we're off track, especially when many of the people that have the most decision-making power don't seem to have a whole lot of literacy around racial and educational equity? That first one is pacing for privilege. So when we talk about pacing for privilege, we're pacing for the comfort of people that are privileged, right? That's what we know, and that's what we see when we hear people say, okay, well, we're going to try to move ahead, but people are going to be mad. We're going to have to go slow. We're going to have to meet people where they are. Well, if where you are is racism, I don't want to meet you, right? That's unacceptable, especially when we're talking about the hearts and minds and experiences of kids. So why would we base the way we move forward based upon people who have the least interest in moving forward? The second is poverty of culture. So, a lot of equity initiatives focus around poverty, but they don't want to say the word racism. And there's very obscure and vague language, like culture of competence, diverse kids, even some of our own leadership language. If we're really calling it equity when we're saying include all, well, yeah, we want to include all, but sometimes we have to be really specific about who we need to focus on at the moment to raise the bar for all children. And so that poverty of culture, not really wanting to name race and racial equity, is a detour. So when you hear that, trustees, just know we could be giving lip service to equity and doing the wrong thing. We're not really making any progress. The deficit ideology detour, and I've heard some of this, particularly at board meetings of parents, we have to support parents because the kids don't get what they need at home, and these parents aren't able to give what they need, their kids need. So instead of focusing on our conditions at marginalized students, we're focusing on fixing home lives and assuming and making assumptions about what their struggles are at home and how that may impact school. Don't get me wrong, home struggles impact school, but we also need to be really careful with how we're talking about families and how we're talking about where people come from. Are we looking at them with a deficit lens? This last one is my personal favorite, the Celebrating Diversity Tour. And a lot of people say, well, we need to increase, the marketing around our diversity efforts, and we need to show people more about our diversity efforts. Diversity and equity are not the same thing. We can have the most diverse school district in the world. We like to talk about how many languages we speak. We speak 99 languages. We can speak as many languages as we want and still have a racist and or an equitable, harmful environment to students. So when we're talking about racial equity, we aren't talking about diversity, because you can have racism in the middle of diversity. And a lot of times what you see requiring students of color to participate in diversity spectacles while not really attending adequately to how inequity can be really exploitative. And so, these are things that may look good, but that should be pretty big signals to us that, yeah, we're giving lip service to equity, but we're not giving practice to equity. And before I sign off, I wanted to leave you with one thing. I know that Dr. Flores loves Muhammad Ali, and I do too. And I think he said something that, as we approach this work and we have the opportunity to do such brave and bold things in service of our kids, really inspired me. He said, impossible is just a word thrown around by small men who find it easier to live in the world they've been given than to explore the power they have to change it. Impossible is not a fact. It's an opinion. Impossible is potential. Impossible is temporary. And I really believe that there are some really tough decisions we have to make around equity if we're really going to commit to equity as a principle. And I want us to know that it's not impossible to do that. And I believe in us. Daryl?
Thank you, Tiffany. And so I get to bookend this presentation. So I know there's been a lot of mention tonight about the Equity Task Force is going to come with some asks. Well, here's that big reveal. So to begin with, board commitments that we want y'all to walk away with is, first, is that you commit to continuing your learning. We know that Dr. Flores is setting up some learning opportunities with Joyce James, and we hope that you go into that with open hearts and open minds. Also, book studies that are happening throughout the district, they were mentioned earlier tonight. We have one on how to be an anti-racist and another one that's coming on white fragility. And I'm happy to inform you that I talked with Mandy Estes, and they have actually purchased the book, How to be an Anti-Racist, and that should be delivered to you pretty soon. The other commitment we'd like for you to make is to have equity oversight or an accountability partner. And this can come in a number of different ways. Y'all could decide on a paid advisor. You could look at having a small group of stakeholders, which include community members, or you can actually look to this group, the Equity Task Force, that will walk with you and be that accountability partner if you so choose. And then the big piece, there's been a lot of talk tonight about your budget reflects your priority. So we want you to make a financial commitment to the equity work that will be happening in this district and by the Equity Task Force. As we are searching for an executive director of equity and inclusion, we'd like for you to recognize and compensate the leadership of that. As it was mentioned earlier, a number of us have our own professional responsibilities. And when I talk about the equity leadership, I'm not talking about the 4 people that are on this call. I'm talking about those as well as the other members that sit on the Equity Task Force. We ask that you commit to a budget for professional development that's especially and specifically for equity work. We ask for compensation, and it may come across as we're doing this for money, but it's not that at all. The compensation that we ask, if we look at the system as a whole, we have people that are running game clocks at basketball games that get paid for that time that they spend. In my line of work, as far as curriculum writing, we bring in groups of teachers, instructional coaches, ITS librarians to help us with that work. They get extra duty pay. So we're just asking for that same consideration when we're talking about the members of the Equity Task Force. We ask that you commit to the affiliate program that was mentioned so that we can house those opportunities for Beyond Diversity training, and we can build capacity within our district. And then finally, the specific ask is just continued partnership with both Joyce James and Dr. Terrence L. Green. And I'll just mention the partnership that we're looking with Dr. Green is specifically centered around community outreach and partnership and bringing community from across the district into this work and us going to the community to do it too. Not just asking parents and families to always come to us, but us going to them also. So now the big number, what's all encompassing? So our ask is for a budget line item of $1 million to be set aside in this year's budget. And before anyone gets too anxious about that number, let me contextualize that. Is $1 million in our $450 million budget is 0.2% of the budget. If we can't commit to 0.2%, who are we to say that we're truly for equity? And aren't our children worth it? Now, next slide. Final slide. So as we sit here on the eve of Juneteenth, Round Rock ISD is at a crossroads. And, you know, this is a defining moment in our district's history. So we have a choice. Will we go down the path that we've always gone down because it's easy, because that's what we know how to do, and because there's less pressure? Or will we be courageous and bold, and we take the risks in the midst of fear and do what we know to be best for our Black children and our brown children and the people in the organization who are traditionally marginalized? Because if we don't make that solid commitment to go down the road of racial equity and racial justice, by default, we've made a commitment to do business as usual. So thank you for your time tonight, and we open the space for questions.
Natasha, if you can, yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to say, oh my gosh, thank you for this amazing, amazing presentation and all of your feedback. And Natasha, I just want to apologize. I mean, I heard you, and I just want to acknowledge what you said earlier.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I print out all the things and I wrote all my questions on each page. So I'm going to let somebody else go first so I can get back to the top. So I see Mr. Moses has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam President. And really a sincere thank you to all four of y'all. Y'all did a fantastic job of, one, summarizing the amazing work you've been doing, but also highlighting the fact that we still have a very long way to go. And that is very much appreciated. I think it's something we all have to realize and accept. And there are a few things I just want to highlight that really stood out. And first, I do want to thank y'all for the work you did on AE Local. So I know at the PIP committee, we worked on that. We absolutely knew that needed to have an equity lens to it. And otherwise, it would just be us doing the same old thing. And we know that's not going to achieve the things we want to achieve. We got to change that up. And I appreciate you outlining some of the policies that you think we need to review. And we need your help on that. A few more, or one other policy I would love for y'all to look at and consider us helping us craft the solution for is BDF Local. That is our committees. Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like it's important that if we're going to create district-wide committees, that they be reflective of our community and our student demographics. Now, I'm not saying I have the right answer there, but I definitely want to hear feedback on that so we can ensure when we do form these committees that we're getting proper and appropriate feedback from our entire community and it reflects that. It's not just us picking the same people that we picked for committees year after year after year after year, because we're not getting that diversity of thought that we know we need to move forward. Another thing that I noticed recently that we did was a survey, of course, how to respond to COVID. Are you coming back? Are you not? When we saw the results and the more it digested with me, I realized we oversampled our white population and significantly undersampled our Latinx and African and Black community members. So helping us find a solution for when we do these community surveys to ensure we're getting accurate representation of our community. I know sometimes when we're doing surveys, sometimes you got to do it fast and you got to do it through like SurveyMonkey, and that might be the best expedient thing. But there are times like these that we need true feedback. We need it in a way that's going to be reflective. So any thoughts and solutions there, and I know I would appreciate. And I also really, and Tiffany, I think you said it very well, and I'll be the first one to admit that up until recently in the last few months of our world has changed. I'll say it publicly. I was in the All Lives Matter camp. I was like, I just didn't get it. But having witnessed what's going on in our world, educating myself, reading more, I've grown to understand, and I'm committed to really push this issue forward, which is why I'm supportive of a line item in the budget. Now, I will say, I'll be remiss when I said I wish we'd had this conversation a month ago, so we could have had more time than just doing it the night of. That's really my only hesitation, is the night of versus a week up to. But I'm very supportive of that, because I do think what you said is right. We got to focus in the moment. In the moment, we got to say that Black lives do matter. And we have to be honest about that, and that doesn't downplay anything else, but it really is important to acknowledge that and say that, because it's the only way we can move forward, is accept that we've been short in the past and we need to do better in the future. And so I thank you for bringing this issue forward. Thank you for your commitment, and I thank you for just making sure this stays top of mind for the board and our community.
Thank you. We're definitely on board for that BDF local. So I oversee that committee, so we'll see what that looks like. And we will also get back to you on some new ways to get feedback. I'm encouraged that you even thought to break it down and look at it like that. One thing that I needed to say during the presentation is, like, you can tell who has an equity lens developing, right? It's continued work. We don't just arrive by how they ask about data. Like, are they wanting you to give aggregated data? That's not an equity lens. We need to be able and be willing to do the hard thing and break things down, not because we want to shame anyone, but because we want to better understand and really serve all facets of our community. So I'm really heartened to say that, to hear you say that, and I'm glad you're coming to a deeper understanding of Black Lives Mattering, and I hope that we can all move forward together in community.
Right. Well, Ms. Gonzalez.
I wanted to thank you all for your extremely raw and difficult work that you've done. It can't be easy, because you've had to have really honest and truth conversations. And you've shown us that it's not just a conversation that we abandon, but it's about educating ourselves and moving forward in the best practices that we can learn from ourselves and from you guys. I mean, amazing is not just a word. It's education, and educating ourselves and being the best to have an open discussion and to have real solutions. And I appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chadwell,
Yeah, I was going to say, I appreciate the input and all the details on there. One of the things that's going to be coming up this year is we're going to decide whether or not, right now we're planning to go forward with this police department. And, it looks like it's going to be still going forward. It's going to be in the budget, but as Dr. Oddick said earlier, there's chances that, if we need to move funds around, that we can do that throughout the year. And I think this, looking at an equity and diversity position, whatever its initial or eventual title becomes, needs to be important as well. But of course, everybody's seen what's been going on the last few weeks. Of course, that's just an amplification of what's been going on for a long time. So there's a lot to do, and I appreciate you guys really sticking through this and putting this together. But one of the things I do want to say is the committees, I think we're going to put those on hold for now, and we're going to do workshops. So I think that was one of the discussions we had last week, was start doing full board workshops, because we want everybody on the board get the same information at the same time. And I'd certainly invite you guys to participate in that when we have these topics that come up. So I think that's going to be developing here going forward. So it's something to keep in mind as we do that. Thank you.
Trustee Chadwell, one thing that I would like to submit for consideration, I'm on board to not have police in schools. We've given you our reasons a million times, but perhaps one thing in our policy group, Natasha leads that with me, is that, right now, $1.7 million and 30 police officers, maybe a start is shifting some of that police representation to social workers. I keep hearing that over and over again. One of our community partners sent this beautiful email outlining how important that is. I'm not a social worker, but I know that as a teacher, I've been asked to act in a capacity as a counselor just because kids have needs and it's hard for us to meet them in large campuses. So that may need to be a consideration. I still don't think that's acting in the interest totally of racial and educational equity. That's not direct confrontation. However, that might be the start of the conversation, is shifting some of those resources to supportive relationships that will sustain and nurture students in a different way than police. And I want to say it's not personal. I adore Mr. Jeffrey Yarbrough. I trust him to keep me safe. I know he has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and this is where the road diverges, and we need to decide what we're going to do.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions, and first I would like to apologize for how late we were coming back, because this is such an important topic, and I just want to apologize for how late we've had this conversation in the evening. And I hope people will go back and watch it tomorrow when they have a little more time. But so the first thing I had written down on slide 3 was just how the changes came about in your leadership model. I don't know if anyone could it would just sort of, we got an email about it, and I was just kind of curious how that all came about.
Tiffany, do you want to take this one, or Daryl?
I think, along with it somewhat caught the Equity Task Force by surprise, as far as we got a communication that our current leader was stepping back, and there was going to be a opportunity for other people to step up. I will tell you, when the Equity Task Force came together and had that conversation, I know as soon as my name was mentioned for one of the spots, there wasn't. There was nervousness there. But going back to the picture that I started off with, knowing what my mother and my father went through, I just felt like we had to step up. And then I knew that I couldn't do this on my own, and we needed to have representation from each of the committees that we have. And so really it was just a collective effort of the Equity Task Force coming together and really having a conversation around what was the best way forward and who we felt would be able to serve in those positions. And I'll just reiterate, you see 4 faces tonight, but this is not the total leadership group. And I think that was one of the things that we had a desire for, is as wonderful as Laura is, and I love her to death, is we just wanted some collective ownership across the task force. And when this opportunity arose, we just took it.
I want to bring some truth-telling into the space here, because we've been asking to have diverse leadership of the Equity Task Force for 2 years. And so what you've seen tonight is 2 weeks of progress. And what we've been asking for is this ability for 2 years. I too love and respect Laura. I call her Mama Laura because she is one of the most nurturing and loving people I've ever encountered. But I want to be really truthful that this is hurtful, that it's taken so long for us to be able to do what we're well equipped to do, as I hope you saw tonight. And so it's going to be water under the bridge. But when people come to you and when they speak before you and when they show their expertise, we have a huge opportunity to take a new path and do things differently than we have before. And I'm excited about where we are and where we're headed. But let's be really honest that we've been asking for this for quite some time.
Thank you. One question I had, and I think it was briefly mentioned, the Equity Summit. I know last year, we had a really great turnout and everyone spoke so highly of it. And we didn't have one this year, not even virtually. Was it not able to happen virtually, or was there a reason that you chose not to have it?
I don't think that was a collective decision, because collectively we had talked about continuing it anyway, but we got an email saying that it was canceled. And as soon as we switched our leadership model, that was the first thing, like the very first thing. We were like, well, let's get this going. So we have worked tirelessly the past 2 weeks, and I think you'll be happy with what Edie is about to send out, because we have a calendar already filled out and we're getting people compensated and we're bringing them in. Like we are rushing to get this out because I know people want it and they're hungry for it.
I have notes on all of these pages. Here's some questions. So I guess I wanted to go back to, I think it was slide 20. You talked about sort of the different groups you were hoping to have representation on. And I think Chad sort of just referred to it. We're going to talk about the Policy, Innovation, and Budget Committee no longer existing, and we'll do full workshops, which I think is a little different than BDF, which is our community committees. But I guess, Tiffany, you said something, there are members of the Equity Task Force on there, but are they speaking in their teaching roles, or are they actually speaking in their, are they on there to be a teacher and have a teacher's voice, or are they on there to be an equity voice?
Are we talking about COVID-19 planning?
Yeah, the COVID-19, I guess yes.
Yeah, and initially, from what I understand, these were built without specific equity voices. I know that I know that various people across the district did ask, and we were told, it's handled, or there will be teacher voices, and eventually teacher voices were added. That was one of my questions, but my question was, what's the equity lens? So we did have, among some committees, but not all, people that are on the Equity Task Force, but also work in their role of area superintendent or whatever that role may be. And it was really important to us, which is why we advocated so hard, which, to be quite frank, it's taken too long to get there, but now we're here, and I'm grateful. That it's really important for something like that to have that specific equity lens. So this was a learning experience. I hope that we could provide support and knowledge and expertise as we move forward with working with COVID planning. But I think that our lenses would have been really helpful, and our intentional lenses would have been helpful all this time. But you know what? We can do it. We've shown that we're resilient. But yeah, it's moving forward for all of us. It's really important to have that intentionality behind that.
And this may not actually be a question for the Equity Task Force. This may actually be a question for Ms. Vieira or Dr. Flores, because in looking at the human resources slide 23 and some of the other policies, how can the board help with those? If equitable hiring is a system-wide, is that something the board, where is that policy? Or if it's not in policy, is it in a handbook? Is this something the board can help with, or is this an administrative issue?
Yeah, I think that, again, what each of these questions, and I appreciate your questions because it allows the group to talk about an evolution that truly has been slow. There's no doubt. We admit that. And with recent events, and we know what's happening nationwide, we said we've got to really expand on this very quickly. So back to your first question on the resignation of Ms. Seegers, who had led this work at a pace that, again, was it slow? I'm not going to say it's just too slow, but obviously it was at a pace that it wasn't moving fast enough. Obviously, with the events of George Floyd and the subsequent rallies and protest walks and marches and all, that led to some serious discussion that we've got to really confront in our district and advance the talk. So from that moment on, we knew that the advancement of this work was going. That's why on June the 5th, Friday, on the board update, I told you that with her resignation, that we're going to be able to bridge a new path forward with a cabinet level appointment that I would make. And then there would be two options within that committee to determine the equity task force, who they wanted to select. So from that, what came out was a better model because we just gave it to the equity task force that was evolving because, in fact, at that point, they said, wait a minute, can Darrell Emanuel be that person? And in the meantime, can we have two people within? And I said, Darrell came back and they voted and the work. What hasn't stopped, and Ms. Harrison and Ms. Pitts and Ms. Daniels have pointed out over and over, the work didn't stop. And so they advanced the work to where now, if you look at the committee, what I love about it, you've got Darrell Emanuel, who's a cabinet level appointment. Then you've got a parent in Ms. Pitts. You've got a teacher, Ms. Harrison, and you've got an administrator in Ms. Daniels. But all that led to the fact that, again, I want to make sure that we're clear. The Equity Now Summit was going to be scheduled in July, and that was another question. And that got canceled. And again, we got to remind everybody, and I know this sounds like an excuse, but something happened like a worldwide pandemic that created an immediate stop to a lot of the things that happened. So what we didn't do, and obviously we misread, was, wait, what's the solution? What's the alternative? So I think that was the impetus for the continued work of the Equity Task Force, those that have been working. As they've said, it's been nonstop. And you can tell by their presentation tonight, it's been nonstop work, which has led us then to the equity director and other opportunities for, it's exactly right. Again, moving and on these equity task force committees or on the committees to reimagine and redesign it, our education for August 20th. There's no doubt that when we first started talking to Joyce James, she says, where are they in the equity committee? And again, the equity committee or on the reentry committee or the reimagining education. So what we did from there is actually said, hey, we've got to get better. So this evolution from what's happening and what the presentation you saw tonight has happened very, very well, which then leads to your question now. And I'm sorry I'm going back because there was several questions you asked. I just wanted to make sure that I think that had there been no COVID-19, there would have been 600 to 1,000 educators, not only in Central Texas, but throughout the state that would have converged on that Equity Now Summit. But that didn't happen. So what's happened is this group has really rallied. And as far as hiring and doing some of the things that we're doing, again, are we moving fast enough? Probably not. Can we move faster? We need to. All of this has to be advanced, and that's why action is necessary more than talk. So with that, I think that the HR has made some strides with that, and I see Annette, so I'm going to let her speak to that portion.
You're right, Dr. Flores. At the Equity Summit last summer, that was exactly what we did in HR is say, one of the things that our commitment is going to be to equity is to make sure that we try to bring on as many diverse applicants as possible. And you can try to do that. And of course, going to HEBs, et cetera, we've done those things. But another piece of that was how are we hiring? And with our principal selection process and now our new AP selection process, where all of our principals have been trained, there's even an equity audit along with that process. And a lot of some things I don't think people much know is when we look at our applications for principals and for APs, it is a redacted application, meaning the name is gone and any kind of bias that might be considered a bias that someone might have against someone is redacted from that document, so that it is truly judged against our leadership value rubric. So that is just, some small steps that make huge gains that we're hoping that we see in hiring practices. And like you said, we've done it with principals and APs, but now the move will be to also do that with teachers. So that'll be our next step, is to do that with teacher hiring.
So I guess back to my question then, is there help that you need from the board? Is there something that we can do to help facilitate that on a system-wide, on a district-wide basis?
I don't know necessarily, I can't think of anything from the board right now, but I know that work will continue, and we'll also be tapping into other members from the Equity Task Force, et cetera, to help us with some of that work. It's a huge task, and I think everyone knows there's also a teacher shortage. There's no doubt about that, and there may be even a larger one after the pandemic. But one of the most important things, and this is the piece that I have been preaching now for a few years, is to grow our own. I really think that's important, that even starting in middle school, that we express to our children, especially our children of color, how important it is to educate and how great it is to teach, and to really get people excited about teaching again, because we are losing teachers. And so we're losing teachers. We're also losing teachers of color as well. So that is a very, very important task to me and to our staff, is to try to really grow our own teachers and even educational assistants as well, to put things in our systems to where we can help and assist them to go ahead and get that certification in teaching, because we have a lot that have 2 years of college, and there are some programs that we can, that's what we were looking into until the pandemic hit, to try to get that accomplished. So lots of ideas and lots of things to continue to work on. So there may be some ask eventually for money, especially when it comes to certifications and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, because I will just say it's sometimes I feel helpless, and that's an odd position to be in. But we have people coming to the board and they're saying, board, can you make this a priority? Board, can you do this? And it's like, no, you gotta, there's nothing that we can come and do. So,
give me some time, and I'm sure I can think of something. But as far as what the board can do, but we do have a lot of internal processes that we continue to work. Like I said, we did principal last year, AP this year. Now the task is to move forward teachers and hiring practices.
I have something. So HR is doing a lot of intentional work, and it's really exciting. You can tell that work is moving forward. But I know for months you had teachers from Educators in Solidarity read letters to the board. And they read letters to the board because for teachers of color, the culture within the district can be full of retribution. And so as a board, I would like to see you ask questions and hold that accountable, because number one, it's hard to hire teachers of color. The reputation for teachers of color in Round Rock ISD is pretty challenging. Like, yes, we do have teachers of color. We only have 140. That was at our last look, and maybe different now. But I want to ask us why, right? Why? And there's a lot of socio-political context around that, especially with Williamson County. We're seeing some crazy stuff with Williamson County Sheriff's Office, and I've lived here most of my life, and I can tell you that's always been the kind of what we're known for. But as trustees, I want you to be asking why, because it's not enough to hire teachers of color if we're not going to treat them well and create a culture and an environment where we can be sustained and not isolated, not invisibilized, a lot of things that I myself have experienced. So I think that's really how we can use board support. And this conversation isn't to shame. This conversation is to shed light and move forward with hope and faith and change.
I had one last question, and that was just on your last slide, well, next to last slide, on 25, when your request for support, and you're talking about the extra duty pay and how much time y'all are putting in. You have your jobs in the district, and then you're putting in all this volunteer time. And so while we're waiting to hire the executive director and that search, and I don't know how long that would be, is it do we need to hire and appoint an interim director that's their job, rather than have it be sort of this part-time spread around thing right now? Where, I mean, I appreciate your offer to come and be with us and help us walk through this. And we're all volunteers also, but I can look at the amount of work y'all put in this, and I can tell you all did a lot more volunteer work this week than I did. So I know that, you know, you've got other things going on. So I guess maybe that's a Dr. Flores question also. I mean, do we need to hire somebody an interim that can do this work while we're in this process, rather than having volunteers?
Well, obviously, however we can expedite the work faster, it's always better at this point in time. But I think that's a conversation that I need to have with the four that are there today, and then get their thoughts, but also possibly get the thoughts of the entire equity task force, and then, you know, come back with some suggestions. So I do think that whatever can advance the work faster is obviously right now better. But at the same time, I think that to move too fast as well. I know that Joyce James and I talked today about opportunities for who would do the search for the equity inclusion executive director. And so for that, we're having that conversation. Daryl was in on that conversation as well, and he'll be on that conversation. And as soon as we can iron that out and then create a timeline for that, I'll update the board. But you know, that's a good question that I think further dialogue's needed with the chairs right now.
And I would like to add that we have had this conversation as a whole group, and we are all in agreement that we could use an interim to assist us, because this is hard work. Like, just the organizing piece and the, I mean, all of the work that I've been putting in, like, every day, like we all have been putting in, it's a lot to organize this work.
It looks daunting to me. And luckily I did not have any questions on the Crossroads picture. So are there any other trustee questions? Ms. Feller?
I just wanted to say thank you again. These are hard conversations. And about 18 months ago, I went to Beyond Diversity and really opened my eyes, because I'd always thought, well, I'm not a racist. But it's not enough to say I'm not racist. That's not enough. We have to be actively working towards making changes and making implementations. And I'm going to take this opportunity to read something that I saved on my phone when I saw it the other day, because when Ms. Harrison, when you said that if your response is all lives matter, then you're missing the point. And it says, when the Boston Marathon bombing happened, we said Boston strong. Nobody said all cities are strong. When the Las Vegas shooting happened, we said stand with Vegas. We didn't say stand with everyone. Have you seen someone encounter breast cancer and say, wait, what about colon cancer? So it's not enough to say when Black Lives Matter to say all lives matter. Our friends that are brown and Black are hurting now, and we need to support them at this time and not change it to all lives matter. And I just thought that was really important, because it's not about just saying all lives matter. We're looking at the people that are hurting now, and how can we make changes now? So I just really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. You have my support 100% as we move forward, and I look forward to continuing to work with you guys about it. So thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Moses, did you have? Okay. Ms. Gonzalez?
I just wanted to speak to the fact that we didn't have the Equity Summit this year. Moving forward, as we prepare for the unknown of how school's going to open or what that's going to look like, could we open school with something like an Equity Summit? Is there something that we can all work together and come together, that we're not missing that piece that we had last year and presented at the first of the year? Just some food for thought. And I think it's a good idea if we can do that.
So the professional development that we have now, we knew that people wanted equity work now, which is why Daryl and Krista and myself did the 13th training. We had 75 people sign up. This was off contract for a 6-hour training, and they showed up. I believe we had a wait list. So we had 44 people in. They were there at 8:30 in the morning, and they stayed there till 3 o'clock. We didn't lose one soul. So I know they want this work. The calendar for July is looking pretty full. I don't have Edie's calendar up in front of me, but we're going to be having panels. We're going to be having all those things that I mentioned in the presentation. They will be here up until, I don't remember the end date, but it was right before all the back to school craziness happened. So we will be holding PD up until the very last second. Are you talking about something specifically more than that, like having a specific week in addition to that July PD?
If we could open school in some form of what we missed, of everyone coming together and having a platform in where we're reaching everyone, maybe not as far as we want to reach, but we're touching them and we're having that impact, and we're starting conversations at the beginning. I think it's good to do it at the beginning of the school year and have that mindset early on. This is what our journey, this is what we're doing. These are the conversations we're having. I'm no expert, but it just sounds good to me right now to raise awareness.
I'll take that back to the task force. Thank you.
Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. And after you said that, after I said that, I have a question. A few things popped in my brain. The first one is going back to what you said, what we can do. I think Tiffany's right. It's asking questions, but it's also being vocal about this. It's sharing with our community members that, hey, this is what our HR is doing to try and address this. This is the work that place where the Equity Task Force was pointing out, where we still have much room to grow, and this is where we're going to focus and put some true intent behind it. I think just again being vocal about this issue and not letting it fade away is a big thing that we can do. So I want to encourage us to keep doing that. And then just a question for the 4 leaders here tonight. We have a large Asian and Indian population of our district that continues to grow. And while our numbers show us that they don't struggle as much academically, we do know that just from talking to many people, there are times they struggle with feeling included in the district. So what steps are y'all considering looking at to try and make sure that they're part of this conversation, even though they're going to come from a different place, many of them will, but it's still a place that needs to be talked about and thought about as we look at these policies and as we look at these things moving forward.
Absolutely. That's something that comes in when we're talking about culturally responsive pedagogy, and that was one of our goals, right? So maybe the pain points are different, but that is, when we're talking about race, something that we still talk about. We need people to understand that we really center anti-Blackness because that's the furthest end of the scale. But when we bring in that culturally responsive pedagogy and training for teachers, it's going to cover the gamut. And I also think listening, I had a couple kids experience some anti-Asian racism this year around COVID and, being called coronavirus, and awful things. And so that's something that teachers need training around, more than anything. And I also do want to say thank you to Trustee Moses and Trustee Feller, because they have joined Round Rock High School's book study on how to be an anti-racist with 450 other people. And I think that it's pretty rare that you see somebody with that level of power be willing to learn in community. And that's what's going to move us forward. So thank you.
I think I'm the one that's in the book study.
Oh,
yes.
Did I say Feller? Sorry, Trustee Vessa and Trustee Moses. I knew that. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to add to Tiffany and both Natasha's is, like, if there's something that y'all are raring to do immediately, I think those are things that you can do is participate in the opportunities of learning that we're going to put forth over the summer. I'm going to shout out to a team, and especially a team member, Alice Stringer, who has put in a lot of hard work in leading a group to create the online course that's going to come out later on that summer. And I know that Trustee Matt had mentioned something like that. And so once I heard that, I texted my boss and was like, hey, there just happens to be something that's coming up. So I think one of the things that y'all can do immediately, which is one of the commitment we ask, is just that continued learning. And so showing up and being a part of those opportunities that we have throughout the summer, I think will go a long way, not only in your own growth, but in our district, seeing that we are coming together as a community and we're doing this work together.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if we have any other questions.
I'd like to add that last Thursday they were we had a Zoom call and said this presentation's coming. Y'all have just formed. I've got confidence in you, but I will tell you, y'all hit a home run. This was amazingly done, and I appreciate the work that each of you has done to make this happen tonight. So great job. In 1 week's time. I know, board, you were patient as well because you never asked, where's the Equity Task Force presentation? It was being worked on to the moment. So thanks again.
Yeah, thank y'all for the opportunity, and we look forward to more.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for presenting and being here with us this evening and staying so late. Again, I apologize for how late we kept you. So if there are no more questions, then we can, Dr. Flores, go to the COVID-19 update, hopefully very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. Our team's ready, and this is a standing item each monthly board meeting. Actually at each board meeting. So with that being said, our team will take over from this point on. Dr. Preston will go first.
All right, thank you, President Weir, Dr. Flores, members of the board. So this is our COVID update. Lots and lots of work is being done, not only for summer learning and things that are happening right now, but also for what our plans are for the fall, looking at all the options. And as it's been said several times tonight, it's actually changing daily almost on what we can and can't do or what might and might not be possible. So Jennifer, if you'll put the presentation up. So this is our, and we want to give you an update every time the board convenes, but you can go to the next slide. So once again, you've seen these before. These are our instructional continuity guiding principles. Safety and well-being, of course, is always at the top of the list on what we're doing with our students and what we're allowed to do. Focus on equity, which has been resounding tonight. So to try to reduce learning gaps that we have, staying flexible, which has also been mentioned several times tonight, and then the communication piece as well. So if you can go to the next one. So summer activities on June the 3rd, we had our One Family Reunion where we had all the principals and department heads, directors, everybody on a conference call, a Zoom call, to hear kind of the state of the district approach, what we're working on, to give everybody a feeling of we're all in this together and moving forward. I also wanted to mention a couple weeks ago, we started strength training for our high school athletes. We haven't started marching band yet. Collectively, our band directors wanted to wait until July to see what that looks like. And these are things that are allowed by UIL, but that's what we're where we are right now. We also have several students at both McNeil and Stony Point. A lot of kids get their animals in the summer. Some have places to keep them off campus. Some need to bring them to the farms on those two campuses that have the ag programs. And so we've allowed kids to bring their animals up with all the social distancing rules and all that goes with that. And then summer learning is in full throttle. We have our tier 1 and tier 2 platforms that you've heard about before. So we have a lot of kids, and we're actually learning from that and kind of to craft our model for the fall based on what works and what doesn't work with some of the virtual learning pieces of our summer learning. And then on meal distribution, I think we're approaching about 75,000 meals that have been distributed to students since the pandemic began, and that will continue throughout the summer. So you can go to the next slide. In our fall 2020 planning, we have 3 models that we're exploring. Model 1 is everybody's back in class like normal. Model 2 is the blended model where sometimes you're at school, sometimes you're learning from home. And Model 3 would be a totally virtual school if we if conditions had us where nobody could go to school anymore, kind of like we finished last year. So those are the 3 models we're looking at. We have 5 working committees that include campus staff, district staff, and others. And it's safety and facilities, human resources and legal, curriculum, instruction and assessment, student services, and professional development. So we'll give you a briefing on each of those tonight, and I'll pass it off right now to Mr. Wooster, who chairs the Safety and Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Safety and Facilities has many moving parts, and within those many moving parts, we've come to grips with several of the works of procuring products and putting products such as sanitizer and bubblers and things of that nature that we've talked about. But what the committee has resolved in several ways by way of just subcommittees: the physical environment, the transportation of the students, and the protocols and procedures of students in the building, is that we realize that once we have the products in the building, we have to work with how are they used and how are they organized within each campus. And so we begin to organize ourselves using campus site coordinators and focusing on bathroom monitoring and professional development of staff within the building of how the safety of these products should be used, such as plexiglass installations. We've also been working with transportation to understand the limitations of just a bus and through physical separations or distancing, how many students that we can actually put on a bus and deliver them to school. And then that really comes down to the protocols and procedures within a school itself. And we've been talking about how a typical school day actually comes into formation, where students may arrive at the school on the outside of the school, but how do they begin to enter? By temperature checking, and as they come inside, their circulation within the school, going to the classrooms, how are they in the classrooms when they are breaking to go to lunch and things of that nature, and the assignments of movements of students through the different spaces and how that is impacting the staff and how they're helping with that. So there are many moving parts in safety of facilities, and so we are making some great progress. Some really good work is coming out of the subcommittees. And so with that, I defer to Ms. Annette Vieira, the Executive Director of Human Resources.
Hi, so in HR and legal services, one of the things that I want to make sure everyone knows is that we're going to continue to staff based on the allocations that we gave to our campuses earlier this year for projected enrollment. We also will add additional staff. I think you've heard that tonight, as needed, like we always have in the past. And Human Resources and Legal Services also is working on developing the protocols for our employees to facilitate a safe return to work, as well as develop response plans in the event that they're needed. We've also, our committee is working on gathering a number of questions from employees regarding the start of the 2020 school year, and we're doing that so that can help us to create the FAQ that will be published on our website for our employees. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mandy Estes.
Well, good evening, everyone. We are working to reimagine learning in this district and have been since spring break. We have received a massive amount of feedback on this through the Thought Exchange that was launched in May, and also a separate survey that was conducted later that same month. All 5 of the subcommittees that you've heard about utilized this feedback as they began their work. We are looking within the curriculum, instruction, and assessment area at device and internet accessibility and also the user friendliness of a virtual learning platform. When we transitioned into a one-to-one environment where every student has access to a device, that requires a lot of work on our part, a lot of assessment. And as you know, we did distribute over 12,000 Chromebooks during the spring, as well as 500 hotspots. But we know we have more work to do in that area to really transition to a true one-to-one environment. Hand in hand with that, we did use Google Classroom in the spring, and it's a great solution within our classrooms. But this past spring highlighted the need to have a more robust learning platform for our students that's more user-friendly for teachers and parents and students, as well as a platform that provides a seamless transition between face-to-face instruction and virtual instruction. And so we've been looking at options there. We're also examining our curriculum, instruction, and assessment and grading practices to make sure that we're not tied to practices that necessitate an exclusive face-to-face learning environment. And we know that we're starting to get a sense that we may need to adjust some of our grading practices and grading timelines. Now, that's not rank and GPA, so I want to assure the trustees of that. But we do know that the pass-fail system that we implemented in the spring will need to have a true grading system in place in the fall, and one that allows for fluidity between in-person and virtual environments. There's a lot to work through in that arena as well. We also have a committee that's looking at student support services. And this committee is exploring options to provide wraparound student services through counseling, social and emotional learning, mentoring, and mental and behavioral health in response to not only the typical social and emotional needs that students would have, but also the anticipated COVID-19 trauma that some of our students are definitely responding to. This group is looking at projects in the area of SEL structures. So what do those look like in a face-to-face environment and a hybrid environment, and also virtual environments? They're working to develop virtual counseling protocols so that we can utilize these in a hybrid or virtual environment so that we make sure that students' privacy is safe and that we are able to continue those vital counseling services even if our kids aren't with us in a face-to-face environment. With all of these, of course, goes professional development. We've been researching best practices for professional development that supports virtual learning, and also identifying the necessary professional development for our staff upon their return for the upcoming school year. Now, this last bullet here, at the time the presentation was posted, we anticipated receiving more clarity from the commissioner this past Tuesday regarding attendance accounting, and I know it was mentioned earlier in the meeting, I think, by Trustee Moses. However, the call with the commissioner was at first delayed and then back on Tuesday, and he came on the call and basically stated that he needed more time and that clarity would be provided this next Tuesday. As all of you know, these are complex issues, and although we are very, very eager to learn more about the safety protocols, about social distancing, et cetera, guidelines that may be put into place, I do appreciate that the commissioner's being very careful. And in that call, he said, we just want to get it right, and we know that's very, very important to do. It is being reported today. You may have seen some of the reports that have come out in the Statesman and the Texas Tribune, that he provided some further clarity in a call with state lawmakers, in which he said there would be options for students to learn remotely next year if parents so choose, and that districts would not be required to mandate students wear face coverings or to test them for COVID-19. And that there would be some higher safety standards that would be in place when schools open next year. And so we look forward to that information on Tuesday. And as the situation evolves and we get more clarity, then we definitely welcome that opportunity to hear more from him. And the next slide, Jennifer. This is actually Jenny's communication plan. She's not able to be here with us tonight, but I know that Jenny is looking at several options for communicating as the summer continues. You've heard her reference before sending e-news twice monthly and having those regular communications as decisions are being made. And you see some examples of the typical communication channels that the district uses. There is possibility and consideration being given to perhaps a second round of the thought exchange. We did collect a massive amount of data from the thought exchange and the survey that were recently conducted. In talking with Dr. Malerba, I believe we have over 30,000 pieces of input. And so we have really been leveraging that to drive some of the planning and decision making that's occurring. Other options for communication being considered are virtual town halls. Focus groups are really a data gathering methodology involving a small group around a specific question. Those are possibilities depending on the progression of the work and whether there is a topic that we need to delve more specifically on. But that would still be determined at a later time. And now I believe I am passing it on, next slide, to Kenneth.
Yes. Thank you, Mandy. So in terms of the update since the presentation last month, non-payroll costs are right at $157,000. That's up roughly $25,000. $23,000 of that was for iStation, which is an online learning program during the summer. There's also $223,000 in encumbrances. It's mainly hotspots, but it also includes face masks and health supplies such as thermometers, face shields, hand sanitizers, eye wash, and then payroll cost as of April 30th is $276,000. That's the same number as last month. We hadn't finished the May payroll yet, so it'll have to be next board meeting that I share the latest update in terms of the May. But that's the update, the financial update.
Are there any questions from trustees? Was that your hand for you? Okay. Ms. Vessa.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know that our community is super eager to hear what the plans are for next year. And they have a lot of opinions in terms of the requirements to, people, masks, no masks, temperature checks. Is the online option going to be synchronous or asynchronous again? What I hear from people, what I know from just personal interactions is that people are getting antsy and they're looking at other options, that they're looking at homeschooling, they're looking at private schools. They're trying to get some certainty. So I guess my question is, when can we give them some certainty? And I know that the ball, the can's been kicked down the road by the commissioner till next Tuesday, but when do you anticipate that we'll really be able to tell families, okay, this is what it's going to look like, so that they can make decisions as to what is best for their students?
I can tell you that our target is mid-July, and that's one of the reasons we don't want to make decisions and confirm information too soon that changes the next day or the next week. And so our target right now for coming out with a plan, and we have 3 other committees working, the school principals are doing the same, as well as the high school principals, on what that's going to look like. So we'd love to tell everybody right now this is what it's going to be like, but we think the longer we wait within reason, the better a prescription we give them of what's actually going to happen. And we've also been collaborating. I know you've mentioned Leander ISD several times. We meet with Leander ISD periodically, their leadership, with our area SUPs, to kind of compare notes about what they're doing, and that's kind of the trajectory they're on as well that we're looking at. So to answer your question directly, we're looking at hopefully by mid-July. I wouldn't give you a calendar date right now, but we're hoping to have some firm plans by then. And I can tell you our principals are doing amazing work with the area superintendents on planning scheduling building capacities, what that looks like, if it's 50% or 25% or whatever we're allowed to bring in. Transportation is another, and all these committees that are working cross each other, right? So like the Safety and Security Committee, they're looking at transportation parameters. So how many kids can we get to school on a particular day? How many routes would we have to run? How many drivers would we need? Because a typical bus would carry maybe 75 elementary kids, 3 to a seat, and we got to go 1 to a seat if that's what. Once again, I don't want to keep punting it to the commissioner, but we're waiting for some more declarative information from the state on what we're allowed and not allowed to do. I think the worst move would be to move too fast and say, here's what Round Rock's going to do, and then to find out the next day or the next week that we're not able to do that. So mid-July is our target. So most of our principals come back on contract July the 6th after the break. But I want to be clear, they're working throughout the break as the area suits and the rest of us are to make sure that we get all the work done that we need to do and all the planning done so that we have at least a month. We're hoping to have at least a month for families to get the information, make their decisions.
Yeah, and let me.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's that's a question I think everybody's at 51,000 families are asking. So thank you for that question. One of the things that I'm working on, in fact, I knew it was going to be a little late, but tomorrow morning we'll be sending out some general information that gives some work of what's going on, what Mandy presented, what Danny just said to the Round Rock, and it'll be in English and Spanish, but we're still working on that. In fact, it's because of the message today from the commissioner. But just know that what you're asking is and Dr. Preston just said, we're hoping by mid-July. I'm telling you the date. We're going to have something that we're going to commit to by July 17th. There's no way we can continue to, just like what you said, they're making options, but if they know that on July 17th, and that's putting pressure on staff, that's putting pressure on a lot of different folks right now. But I think the clarity or clarity we need and everyone's seeking can be done by July 17th. So there's, you can hold me accountable for that date. Thanks.
I really appreciate that. I think that's something that we can really communicate to parents that we'll have a better, we'll know what next year is going to look like then. But there's already some parents that know what they're going to do. They know that they're not going to send their kids to school next fall. And do we have, can we tell them, okay, this is what it's going to look like. We are going to do a synchronous model or an asynchronous model, or do we, because I think that the commissioner made it clear that is something, and I think we've been pretty clear too, that an online, we know that there is a certain number of families that just aren't going to come, they're not going to come back in person in the fall. They're just not, because of their circumstances. And so they're looking at options. We certainly are not the only option they have for online learning. And so I think the sooner we can give them a good idea of what online learning is going to look like for next year, the more we can inform their decision so that they are inclined to stay with an online learning option in Round Rock ISD, because we certainly value their enrollment in our district and want them to stay in the Round Rock ISD family.
That's right. Mandy, I think Mandy was going to say something. So Mandy?
Yeah, so we absolutely are planning to provide that option for our families because, like you said, Trustee Vessa, we know that there are going to be some families that, at least at the beginning of the school year, are going to want that all virtual online option. We're planning that very carefully because we also anticipate, and maybe this is just better said that we hope, because we love having our kids face-to-face, that some students who may start all virtual will, as time progresses and a vaccine is found, want to then rejoin their classmates in one of our physical spaces. And so to answer your question, yes, we absolutely will have an all virtual option. We're working on that. We actually made quite a bit of progress with our summer learning program in that we are providing some synchronous instruction in that program. It has not been error-free, I'd say. There's bugs that are getting worked out as we go into that. But at the same time, it's another step in the right direction. So I'm excited about what the future holds for us as far as the virtual option. And I'm also on pins and needles to hear how that funding will work. We've heard different rumors of it's going to be based on how long students are, how much screen time students are engaged in. And then we've also heard that they'll need to log in once a day. And so we're eager to find out how we'll be able to do that and still capture the ADA for that. So more to come.
On that note, though, like, okay, are we waiting? Do they all have the same time frame? Okay, we're going to tell you what the online learning only, because what I'm saying is there are families that are telling us right now we're doing online, and they're looking at other options, and they established online programs, but we don't have anything to say this is what it's going to look like. This is what really we can offer you. So when will we have that? Is that the same date, the 17th, or will that be before?
I anticipate that will be the same date. We need to hear from the commissioner on Tuesday. That's not to say that we're kicking it down the road, because we are working hard on that. So that is still to come, though. And I'll go back and use again the commissioner's words. We want to get this right. And so we know that we have a lot of capability to do online learning, but we want to do it right.
Are there any other questions on this presentation?
I actually have another one, but I hate to dominate.
It is, go for it.
Okay, so, in the presentation, we talked about surveys and they've been super helpful. But Mason had asked previously to have those broken down by schools, by different groups within, so that we can really see, that information broken down. I know we're also awaiting the course completion data. I know that there was kind of a hiccup there because we were supposed to get that last Friday in the board update. And I think that is very valuable data as well for us to look at. And again, I'd like to see that broken down by school and our normal groups that we break down data by. So when do we anticipate getting that information for both the survey responses and for the course completion?
Good evening, everybody. I am working as fast as I can to get you those. I have promised quite a bit for tomorrow, and I have to admit, because I'm a little understaffed, I don't believe I'll be delivering everything on time. I do think I'll be able to get you the parent survey, probably Monday. I do want to take kind of one last look at it. Likewise with the course completion, I think I'll have that for you Monday as well. So anything that I can't deliver to you by Monday, I'll let you know when to expect it. But we are a little understaffed in research and evaluation, so I'm just working as quickly as I can.
I understand. I'm familiar with your losses. So for the course completion data, I know that the survey data, at least the aggregate data, was made available to the public. It was people loved looking at it. Like, it was really devoured. And I think that same type of, there's going to be a lot of interest also in the course completion data. Is that something that we can make available in the same way that we made the survey data?
I'll talk to Dr. Flores about that. I think I already got his approval to share the survey results publicly. So I think folks will be glad to see their voices represented there. And as we get closer to the start of school, I'll probably advocate for doing things more like thought exchange, where I'm not slowing down the process through analyzing and so on, and the results are just immediately public, which is just easier for everyone as we get closer to school.
All right, any other questions? All right.
Just
So,
to say that you guys, the senior administration, I just really appreciate you. You didn't get a spring break. You've worked your tail off to reinvent it for the last 2 months of this school year. Now you're working your tail off to reinvent it again, and to in a manner we really don't even know how we're reinventing it for. I don't anticipate seeing you guys get much of a summer break either. And just know that it does not go unappreciated or unnoticed. And I know we have lots of questions that you don't always have answers for, but just know that we really appreciate you.
and sticking with us so late again. It is now 11:55 and we still have a lot on our agenda. Mr. Math.
Yeah, so it's 11:55. I'm 5 minutes early, but let me be the first one to wish everyone a happy Juneteenth, an important day in history that we need to recognize. But I did want to say that we've been at this for 7 hours. I'm fried. I will be abstaining from any votes taken tonight.
I was gonna say the same. I can't in good conscience pass what needs to be passed tonight, the budget, the other important items that we have to look at that are on consent. I mean, we just can't do this at midnight. Like, it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Moses.
Look, no one likes passing stuff at midnight, but we put ourselves in this own position, and we owe it to staff who is going on a 2-week break. Man, it's called a break. They're really probably not going to get any break at all. Our fiscal year ends before the end of the month.
June 30th.
June 30th. I understand maybe other items, and I looked at Dr. Flores and Terry. Some of those things they can wait, but we got to at least do our budget, guys. We have to. I mean, but will people get paid if there's no budget?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a legal requirement to adopt a budget in the month of June.
So it's not possible for us to continue this. I mean, it's just not at all possible, because I can't. This isn't right. Like, we can't pass this budget at midnight.
Mr. Chadwell, did you have your hand up? You're on mute. Yeah.
Sometimes this space bar doesn't unmute. We do have to pass the budget. Unless you want to call a meeting next week. We've been planning on this. This budget has not changed a whole lot. But we are getting this information late. The other thing, as I said earlier, the budget can always be amended if necessary. The rest of the things, I'd say we just postpone them. I don't think there's anything that needs to, other things that we need to do tonight, unless there's something else on there that need to be done by consent. But even the budget as it is Dr. Kenneth, is that true? A true statement is, if we're pretty close on this budget. There's some things that we have questions about, but we have to pass it. We've been planning on this for months, the June regular meeting, to pass this budget. There are some things in here, but I don't see a way that we can postpone this. We can postpone everything else, I think, tonight.
I would concur with Trustee Chadwell.
The two things that have to be adopted tonight would be the budget and the budget amendments, because the budget amendments are, our fiscal year ends.
But this is for last year's, right? This in arrears. But going forward, if we needed to adjust it, we could.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For the 2021 budget, budget amendments can happen every time we meet.
That's right.
And trustees, I'm sorry, if I could add, there are some COVID-19 waivers that are on your action items for consideration that have a time, that are time bound, that we need to get in as well, if possible.
I have the internal audit plan that needs to be approved by the board so we can start working our audits in July.
Well, I will just say then, if we're sticking it out, we're moving the budget strategy and the budget transfers up to discussion, because I mean that's where we were talking about. We just had an ask for the $1 million in equity, which I feel like we need to talk about that. We had our earlier discussion.
President Weir, I do think Dr. Oddix has a solution for some of these things that allow for some flexibility. And what Mr. Chadwell said, the adoption of the budget, that might time we talked at break. So Dr. Oddix, you want to talk about a quick solution that can save us some time? And
Sure. Yeah. So basically, in hearing the discussion of the board, and you'll have to tell me if I got it right, but here'd be my recommendation given everything. The board adopts the budget as presented tonight, realizing that down the road you can change that at any time. If the majority of the board wants to, when it comes to what Trustee Vessa spoke about in terms of assigning the fund balance, you could authorize Dr. Flores tonight to give him the authorization to assign $10 million worth of fund balance to address any unforeseen needs the district has in the coming year. And so we could accomplish that tonight. And then also at the August board meeting, talk to Dr. Flores about the fact that we could bring the recommendation back to the board to address the needs that were discussed tonight, mainly the social workers and equity. So that can come to the board in August for y'all to see and approve. But having the budget in place, we'd have the budget in place, which we've literally got to do tonight. Then it addresses the assignment if the majority of the board wants to do that. In terms of specificity, in terms of how we're going to address some of the things that were talked about tonight, that can be covered at the August board meeting. So that's my thoughts.
I'm still going back to what Tiffany said. Budgets are moral documents, and we're also past my 10 o'clock. My 10 o'clock timeline that I give myself, where I usually vote no for everything that's after 10 p.m. But I feel like I guess I wish we would have stuck with this now at the beginning, because I do think it's important to show our commitment and not just say we're going to wait another 2 months. After we just said, what can we do? What can we do? Maybe that was just me, but this is what they asked us to do that we can do tonight. And I don't.
But we're also saying 2 members of the board are not going to participate. That's Matt. I think Trustee Math said he would not be voting tonight. So is the whole board speaking, or is it?
If that's the case, we still have a quorum. We can continue.
Mr. Chadwell.
Like I said, we got all of this information, this equity information tonight, and I've said this many times in the past. I don't like to vote on the night I get the information. So as much as I want to support this equity, their request, it's not an either or. We got the information. We can sit on it. As painful as this is, we could call a special meeting on July 17th or whenever the district comes back to, we could call a meeting and adjust the budget at that time. But right now we have to adopt a budget tonight to move forward. And then that gives us time to look at this and weigh our options. So that's my request, is that we vote on what we have. We need to change it going forward. We can. We just to vote. It's an amendment we do going forward. We have to vote on the ones this past year. You can't just mention, and then the rest of the things I think can wait. So that's my preference.
And are you saying, that we're not talking, we're giving the whole $15 million to capital projects? We're not going to talk about that?
Well, this is something that we've We've been looking at this for a while. We're getting.
I think that line is new. I don't think I knew that there was 15 million.
Well, we can leave it in. We can take it out. We can add it later. We can take it out later. We just have to vote on a budget tonight. If I understand things, is that right, Kenneth?
You need to vote on the budget and the budget amendments. Now, the fund transfer.
Fund for in the past, the arrears for this past year. Okay, I'm talking about going forward is the main thing, but yeah, the two things we have to do tonight are those two things: adopt the budget and then adjust it for this last year. And this $15 million, we can take it out. I'm fine with that. If nobody else is happy with that, we can add it later. If I understand correctly.
I think shoot at this. In the idea of moving the 15 million out, and like Chad said, the next, any time down the future, the board can move this money at any time. Okay, so the $15 million piece, in my mind, is just straightforward, that it puts water in the well. We spent $10 million this year. It's going to be progressively harder to have excess cash flow at the end of the year to put to this well, as we know. And by doing that with the assignment, it's like if this was our fund balance that we started the year with, this recommendation says basically keep that same fund balance, that same stack of paper that we started the year with. We're going to have that same stack at the end of the year. This would just put $10 million worth of assignment to that same level that we started the year at. But instead of adding more on top of something that's got plenty of money in it, that capital projects has a need, and there's going to be water going out of that well. I'd rather put some more money in that well because we know that's going to get drawn down over time.
All right, so we're not going to do our discussion on board workshops and committees tonight, then, is what we're saying. We're going to move to consent. Is that what, did everybody want to wait on the workshops and committees?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that right now. I think that's something that does need, that's my preference, is that does need some discussion, and I don't want to start it tonight, so.
Okay.
We have to approve the minutes tonight even? We can.
Well, it's all together on action items for consent.
Okay, then I move to.
Yeah. Go, Chad. Yeah, go.
Okay, I move to adopt action items J1 through. How far are we going?
J9 or
7, 8,
9, isn't it?
Yeah,
eight. J1 through 8.
J1 through J9.
J1 through J9 by consent.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt action items J1 through J9.
I have serious issues with 4 and 5. I know that we're not going to discuss it, but I'm just letting you know I have issues. I did too. Had a lot of questions.
If you want to pull those out, we have to adopt a budget. You want to make an amendment to that motion or change it, pull the 15, is that what you're talking about?
We can go ahead and vote on it. I mean, I'm just telling you right now, I'm not approving those items. So I'd just be a no. So if you want to be a yes and we prove it, I'm telling you that I'm not okay with that.
Okay, so you're not offering an amendment though, Corey?
You know, I feel like we really haven't had a serious discussion about this, and I'm not satisfied with what's on the table, that it's putting that all into capital projects. And I really, I feel like we need $10 million out, at least $10 million, like set aside out of that surplus for the for what we know was coming up next year. We know it. And in terms of, okay, we can put $5 million in capital projects, but I know that that's a big priority, but for me, it's not the highest priority. The student outcomes are the highest priority. And then I think that we need to be more judicious in terms of our approval of those expenditures, and knowing that our student outcomes are the highest priority, and we're facing significant cuts in the coming years. And so in order to maintain our staff and maintain meeting those student needs, we are going to have to seriously draw down our fund balance. I pray that's not the case, but it's likely. So,
okay,
that's my sense.
I can say this. I can either withdraw my motion, or you can modify it and just take the 15 million out if you vote for that. We have to,
Well, I think Mr. Moses maybe had a comment since we're still in discussion right now.
I mean, really, it's Corey, I don't think you're wrong on wanting to use those dollars effectively, but but we're having this conversation now when we have been having months of budget conversations that could have been brought up and been discussed and been talked about, and doing it
No
now.
one told me that we were using the.
Why even raise my hand if you're going to interrupt every single time?
Mason.
I'm sorry.
No. Amy, as board president,
No,
it's expected of you to maintain decorum, and when people interrupt repeatedly, meeting after meeting after meeting, it has to stop.
I'm really sorry, Mason. It's really late. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And I'm sorry too. And I'm sorry too. It is late.
I'm working on it. Okay, I know I have a problem.
I'm sorry too. But we all also know we want to allocate those resources for equity and for additional social workers and mental health, behavioral health services. But we also know, as Dr. Alex has pointed out, we can make that adjustment, whether it's next month or whether it is in August. And I'm all for making that adjustment. But put me on the record on that, hold me accountable. Amy, put it on the agenda in August or July for us to do that. But let's move forward and do this so we can get through this evening.
Mr. Chadwell.
Okay, so my other option is I can withdraw this motion. You can take that's one option. The other one option is you can modify the motion, get rid of the 15 million if you're not comfortable with that. And the third option is we're doing pretty well with these Zoom meetings. We could call a brief meeting next week via Zoom and adopt the budget on Monday or Tuesday, whenever you can post the meeting. Tuesday.
I don't know if I have all my staff. Tomorrow starts. I mean, I don't know who. I don't know who from staff looking at who.
I'm throwing that out as an idea. I'm not saying that's. The other option is I see it if it potentially fails. I've never voted on a budget and seen it fail, so I don't know what would happen. But that's an option. And again, like I said, it would be a dial-in. They could dial in from wherever they are. It could be a 15-minute meeting.
Now, one thing, and I just got a text from Rhonda. The budget's got to be adopted 10 days before the start of the next fiscal year. And so we can't, next week is.
I didn't know that. All right. We've always done it at the third Thursday of June. So this is all new territory for me. All right. Let me ask you this, Corey. The other option would be if you took the 15 million out and you decided later on in August, September that they really needed some of that. Kenneth, this is a question for you too. Could we add some of it? Then
here's just the straight, hey, do whatever the board says to do. The concern I've got is simply, ultimately, I'm going to be in front of the rating agency, and what's going to cause a question, if we do that, is we're going to close the books June 30. And so we're going to show, going up under this scenario, $15 million, okay? And then if we turn around in the next year, then that fund balance that we accumulated in the general fund, then we transfer it out, then it goes down. That's just something, hey, not that I can't explain it, but you're raising a flag of explaining something that if we do this tonight, then it's a lot easier to explain a line that just is a good line, but it stays horizontal versus why is there movement in that line? That's just that's everything that's running through my mind.
All right.
Well, I guess I personally would like to, because the fiscal and budget strategy isn't part of what has to be voted on. Can we pull that? And I mean, I guess I would like to not do the transfers out, the 8,900 on number 5. I mean, I understand we've got to do the others. But that could just sit there, right, Dr. Audix, if we don't do that. If we don't do that transfer, it just sits there and waits for us, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what's...
So can I guess I can make the amendment. Can I amend to remove J4 and the 8,900 transfers out from J5?
You need a second.
Yeah, I need a second.
I'll second that.
For the stupid question, but what I have to bring up the document. What's the 8,900 transfers?
That's just the function code on that sheet for the 15,425,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving the 15 from.
Well, I think it would just sit there. We just won't vote on it tonight.
Okay. So we would allocate it at a later date, or
yes. Yes, we would allocate it at a later date. We will do the function codes for instruction, school administration, guidance counseling, all the other function codes just that need to be done tonight for Dr. Audix. And we would take off adoption of the fiscal and budgetary strategy and talk about that at another time. That's my that's my amendment, and I have a second. So is there we got to vote on that one first. So is there any discussion on that? Any further discussion? Can we do it by hand vote? I can see everybody. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, so we have 7-0. So now we go back to the main motion that's been amended. So we have J1 through 3 and J6 through 9 as presented, with J5 as we just modified. Is that correct, Doug?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion?
So real quick, this gets you a budget, Kenneth, you can work with?
Well, that's last year. This year's. We're not even to next year's yet.
Yeah, right.
Oh, this is just for the, okay, this is going back.
Yeah, close out the books.
Okay, sure, okay.
All right. So J1 through 3 is presented, 6 through 9 is presented, and 5 as amended. All those in favor?
For this past year's budget, yes.
Yes, raise your hand. So we have 7-0. Thank you. All right. Now we're to item K1, the adoption of the 2020-2021 Round Rock ISD budget. I don't know if there's any more discussion.
I mean, I feel like we're not even really talking about the elephant in the room. I mean, we're not even addressing that. And that's why I'm so reticent to vote on this right now, because I feel like we need to address that. We need to have a cogent response to those people, the community that feel like this budget is not, I mean, I didn't say much during the last presentation because it's so late and I have so many emotions. I don't even know what to say right now, and that's why I don't want to vote on it right now, because I want to process it, and I want us to come together and be able to really address these concerns. And I don't feel like right now pushing 1230, how do we do that?
So can I ask a stupid question? Which elephant is in the room? I told you it's late, so you need to.
It's a herd.
The elephant in the room is funding our new police department and continuing the SRO provision from, to Wilco and Round Rock PD. I mean, so that we can continue to have SROs on our campuses, and then not really addressing the other, concerns raised that they really, a huge priority is allocating more funds to social workers and counselors and making those investments. We're not really dealing with that. And it's 12:30 at night. Are we really going to have a substantive conversation about this?
Mr. Moses.
Thank you, Madam President. And Corey, I want that conversation. But I agree with Chad that that's information we got tonight. And I think that I'm fully committed to funding those positions that Dr. Flores pointed out. I'm fully committed to funding the service that we talked about tonight for equity. I'm all in on that. But I want to, and I actually appreciate the Equity Task Force presentation because they gave us some idea of what those funds are going to go to. Like that was really helpful. That made me feel more comfortable for that one. For the social workers, I'm all in favor of, but I want to hear from Dr. Flores and Dr. Grosso where those funds are going to go. And I think we have in July, we can do it then and have a funding mechanism with that. But I want to hear that plan first, because I think that's important to communicate to the community to say, yes, you have some, Corey, absolutely, to say, put money in that, put money in that, put money in that. But they have also other members of our community who they'll say, I'm for putting money in it, but I want to see that plan. Show me the plan and justification. So it's not just about doing it for the people who came and spoke, or the people who wrote into the board. It's also for the people who are paying attention months ago, saw us pass a resolution to move forward the police department, who haven't been paying attention to this because we did that. And they're going to want to see where the plan for where that money's going. Understandably so. So let's just do it, but let's do it in the correct order. And then also I had a quick motion, Madam President, because I know we have one item that one of our trustees has some they need to make sure they're separated from in order to make sure they're impartial. So I move that the board pull and separately approve the budget for General Operating Fund Function 31 for guidance, counseling, and evaluation in the amount of $18,526,216 for 2020-21.
Okay, so you need a second for that, right?
Correct.
To pull it. Okay. And do you want to explain that that's
right? Yeah, that's aligned with Trustee Fellers, one of her employer, and so just so she can vote on the overall budget, just pulling that one so we can vote on that, and then she can then vote on the full budget.
I'm not even sure.
This has happened many times in the past. Anytime that a trustee has maybe a conflict of interest, to pull the function that number that is associated with their conflict of interest. So I'd like to pull function 31 so that I can then vote on the rest of the $22 million left in the budget. I just won't vote on function 31.
And you have a second.
Okay, so actually it's not to pull it. You're asking us to vote on it right now, right? Or just pull it? What was your motion again? I'm sorry. Can you?
That we pull and separately approve the budget for General Operating Fund Function 31 for guidance, counseling, and evaluation in the amount that's presented.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second just to approve that one. I can't even find that function. Function 31. Is there any further discussion?
I just wanted to ask Doug real quick. Is that required? I mean, as long as she's made a statement that potential or that she's aware of it, I guess it doesn't hurt to pull it out. But anyway, it just seems like it's extra work.
Without knowing details, I mean, I've heard general description. It seems this is perhaps a simpler way to resolve so that there isn't a question. So I think you should proceed along these lines.
I have a question. Is that the money that would be used for counselors and social workers? Like, are we literally pulling out that line item that I'm like?
You're not pulling it out to not vote on it. You're just voting on it separately, and I will recuse myself from that vote. Then we will vote on the remaining $422 million in the budget. So
Well,
we're
is
having two. So yeah, it's the counseling and guidance. There's some special ed staffing in there, and contracts with providers. It's anything having to do with counseling. I forgot the function.
Evaluations.
Yeah.
I guess my
So I was.
Go ahead.
I was going to propose an amendment, but my amendment would mess this up. So I'm not sure what to do. I was going to propose an amendment that we include two additional items, $500,000 for mental health counseling, consistent with the recommendations of the Safety and Security Task Force, and $500,000 for equity and diversity initiatives.
Mr. Moses.
There's a motion and a second. I mean,
Yeah, I know, because your amendment, I think your amendment is not to his motion to pull, right? It's to the overall budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's hold that until we get to the full
That
budget.
really clouds things up. If we're
I
gonna
know,
vote.
because this is counseling and you wanted to add money into this.
Yes.
So are you making a motion to amend our approval of this and add the proposed budget to be $19,026,216?
What I think I'm doing is adding $1 million to the budget. And if Ms. Feller wants to vote. If she wants to recuse herself, recuse herself.
All right. Well, I guess my question, hold on one second, Ms. Feller, let me just clarify. So there's already a motion and a second. So are you amending that motion, or is this something completely separate?
Okay, well, I'm just going to withdraw my amendment now.
Okay. Ms. Feller, did you have something? And then I saw your hand, Mr. Moses.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm not even, I was going to say, again, because it is late and I'm no expert in budget codes, but it might be, but I'm not even certain that Mr. Math has a good spirit there, but I'm not even sure this is the right function code. It might be, but we don't rely on Kenneth for that. So I would just say, let's proceed with this, and then we can talk about his question here in a moment.
Okay. I am, though I will just say before we vote that since it is the counseling section, and I was hoping we were going to add, that is going to affect how I vote. But
so could you please repeat the motion?
Yes.
So if you look at this sheet, actually this will help. I don't know if you have this one that has all the codes on it. Function 31 is the guidance, counseling, and evaluation. It's page 9. And we're going to pull and vote on that one separately. And then we'll do the whole rest of the budget.
So is the motion to pull that, or is the motion
to pull it and approve it?
Right.
For the record, I'm fine coming back and adding more money. I have no issue with that. I would love to do that, but I want to hear the plan.
Right. Dr. Flores.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, I know that y'all got, there's a plan, and I said it earlier that I have trust in Amy Grosso. She's working with principals to increase the mental health social work. Why don't you direct me? You know, y'all asked the Equity Task Force members what we can do. What you can do is direct your one employee to come back with a solid plan on whether it's July or August on 2 items. One, the equity, the social services mental health that Amy Grosso and Jeffrey Yarbrough are working on that's concurrent. And I'll come back with that plan with a dollar figure that's specific. And I can do the same thing with the Equity Task Force, because that Equity Task Force was something that was created 2 years ago. It's evolved to where we are. and I can give you the specific dollars for that. So the commitment is I will have to come back to you with a budget line item which says, here's what those costs are specifically, rather than, as Mr. Chadwell points out, just tonight they come back with this. We can sit down and go through that, cost it out, and we'll come back with that specific dollar amount. But if you adopt that'll save a lot of work and hassle if you direct me to do that for what July or August.
Okay.
I'm much more comfortable with that. I like plans as well. I don't like throwing money at things. Do not solve problems. Plans solve problems. Solutions. Being on the right track. Knowing what you're going to spend. Being fiscally responsible. That's what I want to vote on. I'm not comfortable just throwing out amounts of money without having the input from Dr. Grosso and Mr. Yarbrough as to what that looks like. I have to see it.
And I'm not going to be off next week, so I can meet with the Equity Task Force if they're available as well. So that I'm not off the next 2 weeks. I'm here.
Mr. Chadwell, real quick, and wait, you're on mute.
Sometimes this space bar works. Anyway, so we're pulling number 31 for right now because Amber's doesn't want to have a conflict. 18,526,000 right now. We're just voting on that to pull that out. Then we're going to vote on that. Then we're going to turn around and vote on everything else.
Correct.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second just for line item 31 to pull it and approve it separately. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? So we're 3-3.
Abstaining.
Who's abstaining?
Yeah, take
and
Amber's
Amber's abstaining, yes.
So the motion fails.
So
that means that it stays in with the full budget. And I just, I won't vote.
So you just have to abstain.
She doesn't have to. She's made her very best effort to abstain.
Yeah.
True.
I thought we were voting on whether to approve it or not, whether to pull it.
Well, it was pulled and approved separately so that Amber, it was together.
Right.
So it's failed, so it's staying in there.
So it's staying
We're
in
going to
there.
vote for the budget as presented now, theoretically. And she can vote or not, or abstain. 'Cause she
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's up to her right now. So Mr. Moses.
And Madam President, I move that the board adopt the 2020-2021 Roanoke ISD budgets for the general, debt service, and food service funds.
Is it the right one?
Presented, and I also direct the superintendent.
So so what you read was for all three budgets, the general, debt service, and food service budgets. Okay. As presented.
And then directing the superintendent to bring back a proposal to amend the budget for those items next month.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Who's muted?
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay.
I'd like to propose that we add an additional $1 million to the budget, 500,000 of that for additional mental health counseling services consistent with the recommendations of the Safety and Security Task Force, and direct the superintendent to present us with a plan in August for that expenditure, and $500,000 for equity and diversity initiatives.
We can't make it their, you don't want to make it their full million? I mean,
I'm open to that. I just threw out a number.
I think
Mr. Moses.
Yeah, that's the
So we're
issue.
throwing out numbers.
We're throwing out numbers. I could be supportive of $1 million too. I really could be. I would have zero issue with that for equity. I would have zero problem doing $1 million for each if I see a plan. But throwing out numbers at 12:35 a.m. isn't responsible. And so seeing a plan, and actually, again, I will say the Equity Task Force gave us more of a plan tonight that I could support. I'm more closer to supporting that than I am the mental health, because we haven't seen that. I know we have a plan, but we haven't seen it yet.
So I'm proposing 500,000 is better than zero. And if we decide to add to it or subtract from it in the future, that's fine. But I don't think putting in zero for either of the items that I proposed in the amendment is acceptable.
So putting in zero, are you saying that they're zeroed out right now? Clarify your words, please.
Okay, I'm proposing adding an additional $500,000 to the mental health counseling budget, consistent with the recommendations of the Safety and Security Task Force. So I'm not asking for counselors that are going to tell you which colleges to apply to or how to fill out your financial aid form. I want the prevention type counselors, and I apologize if I don't know the exact terminology, that will address mental health issues that students are having. And I want that $500,000 in addition to what's already in the existing budget. Additionally, I'm proposing $500,000, and I don't know if that's the right number, but I know it's better than zero, for equity and diversity initiatives. And that would be consistent with the plan that we saw tonight from the task force. And that number might need to be adjusted upward or downward, but I propose 500 rather than the zero that's currently in the budget.
So that you made a motion to amend.
Yes.
Okay, so that needs a second. Hearing none, it's failed for lack of a second. Mr. Moses?
Madam President, but I would still say that in my motion is still the directive, the superintendent to bring back within 30 days. So I said next month, a plan to spend the right amount, not a number picked out of the air, but the right amount. And that might be more than I honestly, I expect it. I'll be honest. I expect it to be at least $500,000 or more, but I want to see the plan with it and what that actually looks like first.
Are there, I'm still gonna go back to our budgets need to show our priorities. And so I'm still struggling with this, even with Mr. Math's motion, which I didn't second, because I really feel like we should honor what the Equity Task Force asked for in full. But that being said, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Just for clarification, this is for the budget as presented.
Yes, the full budget as presented.
Okay.
So we have 4. All those opposed and abstaining. So that the budget passes 4-1.
Can I change my vote to abstain? I'm going to make sure that I'm clear on.
How does that work, Doug?
If there's no objection, you can let her change her vote. You're announcing she's asking you as you are announcing the result. So.
Okay. So
3-2.
3-2.
Thank you.
All right, I have lost my agenda. Oh, I have it over here. So now we are to board announcements and requests for future agenda items. Ms. Gonzalez. Oh,
I know it's very late, but I just wanted to talk about the agenda reviews. I haven't had a turn in this cycle to be part of those conversations. And if we need to revisit how we do it according to our policy, the agenda reviews, I'm all for that. But I feel like I've kind of been left out of the loop of how we're doing things. So I'd like an agenda item to talk about the agenda review processes.
I had planned to bring that up when we did our board evaluation. And so maybe in just a minute we can pick a July date together, because it has been,
Fine.
A couple of other people have asked.
That's fine.
Okay. Ms. Vessa.
So I too am really sorry it's so late and this is a serious put on the agenda. But I would like to request that the ballot proposition for single member district be placed on the agenda for our next meeting, so that if it passes, it can be placed on the ballot this November. My personal preference is one trustee from each of the 5 learning communities and 2 at large. I ask for this because I believe we need equal representation from each learning community. I also believe it may help with bringing more minority voices onto our board. I believe it is one way we can promote anti-racism. I've done a fair amount of research, and it isn't a silver bullet.
Am I the only one that's freezing? Or everyone else is frozen?
Just you, Mason. I think Corey was still in her speech.
Right. Single member districts are most beneficial to minority voices when those voices are clumped together in certain parts of the district. I know that the advantages of at-large seats is that we represent the interests of all students, and trustees don't elevate the needs of one learning community over another. Those are noble reasons. I don't think at-large seats are bad. It's a matter of priorities. Are we going to prioritize more geographic and ethnic diversity over other valid considerations? I think the time has come to do so. So I ask for that to be put on the agenda at our next meeting, or at a meeting that we can.
Corey, can you say what you actually, like, your request is? Not just your explanation, but what is your actual request again?
I request that the ballot proposition for single member districts be placed on the agenda for our next meeting, or for a meeting that
in August.
Well, we have to do it before a certain date. So
do we need to have a workshop prior to that so that we can talk about that?
I think that's a Doug question, but I think as long as it's got to be on the ballot, which I think is the 17th, and we have moved our meeting to the 13th.
Sorry, I apologize. Everything froze on me right when Trustee Vessel was speaking. Can somebody catch me up real quick?
She was asking for an agenda item on single member districts, and we were just trying to figure out if that can be done at the August 13th meeting.
Yeah, so I'd have to check that, but yes, your election, the deadline to call on the election for November is August 17th. So I presume it's the same deadline, but absent checking it, that's my best guess.
All right. Well, I wrote it down so I can follow up with Doug. So I have Nikki has agenda review discussions, single member districts.
And after you follow up with Doug, can you let us know, please, in some form or fashion?
Actually, I prefer that Doug run a memo and send that to the full board.
See, that was one of the agenda items I was going to request, is another review of our board operating procedures, which also references back to BDD local, that says that and sorry, as you notice, my backdrop changed. I had to get out of my bedroom so other people could go to sleep in there. So my paper is still in there, but there is a board operating procedure that talks about that opinions from our legal counsel should be communicated to every member of the board. And there's been too many times lately where I've talked to Doug or Doug told me, and I would really like to have these opinions communicated to the entire board. It's good governance. Another thing that I would like on that agenda is, and I don't know if this has to be a policy change, a board operating change, but I would really like the billing strips that we receive from outside counsel to include which trustee they're consulting with and billing it by trustee. So I'd like that on the future agenda, just to make sure we're following those policies and to see if we need to adjust policies to change that billing procedure.
So then I guess, Doug, that is to you to respond to the whole board then, if you can, about the August
Sure.
dates and
About
billing.
anytime a trustee consults.
Right, and the billing question. And Mr. Moses, did you have something else?
Yes, I just want to. I'll have a few things, but I'll talk about those. We just need to have another agenda item very soon regarding trustee roles and responsibilities given recent events, and I think it needs to be a priority item that we get to very quickly. So I'm sure a lot of us have a lot of questions right now about what's next, and we need to get some answers on that in relatively short order.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent Mr. Ponick, this is on the same line. I sent Mr. Ponick some questions about that. And if you could answer those, but also to be fair, to share that with all the board members.
We're going to go back into closed.
We're still going to do okay. We're still going to do it. Okay.
I mean, that's what yes.
Okay.
I mean, I was assuming we were, so that we would all be together for that conversation.
I thought when we said we were going to not do anything else, I thought that would be taken off the agenda. So.
Just kidding.
Sorry, it is late. I hadn't made it down that far on the agenda to think about it again. Mr. Math.
Okay, well, I didn't want to have to do this morning, but I did want to announce that it's with mixed emotions that I resigned my position of trustee of Round Rock ISD effective November 2nd, 2020. So I selected the November 2nd date so I could serve through that date with the election being November 3rd. I encourage the board to call a special election to take place on November 3rd, 2020 to fill the vacancy left by my resignation. Hopefully we could add a little bit more diversity as an old white guy steps down. It opens up a seat. It's a time-consuming job. The fact that we're here at 10 to 1 and we're not done, just outlines it or highlights that it just takes a lot of time for this job. And many of you know I accepted a new position for my day job January of 2019, and I've had increasing demands of my time and travel. I've had a little bit of a temporary respite from the travel with the whole COVID thing, but I see the November election as a responsible off-ramp for me to take and basically tag out and allow someone else to take my place that has more available time to replace me. So I just wanted to thank everyone, and I had this prepared before the evening, so don't think that anything that happened tonight affected my decision. It's something I've thought about for a long time, and I truly have appreciated working with all of you, and I'm not going away until November, but I did want to announce that tonight. So thank you.
So Doug, can you add that to your list of things you're going to report back to the whole board on, so we don't
Sure.
really have to discuss it tonight, and kind
Absolutely.
of give us an update of that procedure for putting
Okay.
it on for 2 terms on the ballot and all that?
Sure.
Mr. Chadwell?
Oh, wait, you said 2 terms.
I mean, 2 years. Yeah.
Okay. Just clarifying that one.
So Steve Math, thank you for your service. I know you've talked about this for a while. You confided in me, and I think you probably confided in everybody. You were thinking about doing this. So it's with mixed emotions that we have to accept your decision, but I wish you the best. Thank you for all your work. And just for those who might still be watching, this means that we have 180 days to fill your spot. We can do it with an election. So hopefully, I think you did a wise thing, and we'll hope to see you and want to have you participate for the rest of the year until November 2nd. So not just yet. So thank you for all your work.
Patty just texted me and said we need that in writing addressed to me. So if you could maybe give me a formal letter that. Oh.
And signed.
And signed. Then that will make Patty happy.
I will do that.
All right. Yeah, the only thing that I had that I was just going to bring up, and it's kind of hard to follow Mr. Math, Raul Ruiz was a maintenance worker here for 28 years, and I don't know what we can do to honor that service. He's got 5 family members I know that are still in the district. The fact that the accident was at McNeil and the PAC. I know our learning community has, it's been kind of hard. So if there's something, the maintenance facility or something, if we wanted to think about maybe doing something in his honor, Dr. Flores, if you could maybe ponder that and maybe have some options for us in the future.
Yeah, his funeral was today, so it's very timely. Thanks for bringing that up.
I'll second that. Our policy, I think it's CW local, says you're supposed to wait a year before there's any naming facility, but we can waive a policy. And I think with the fact that he served 28 years and his family, very dedicated, and it'd be an honor. And I think this is the only time I've ever heard of anybody dying while worked on campus with Round Rock ISD. There's been some that have fallen ill on campus, but they died at home. But anyway, he evidently, obviously, he's got a huge family and support. So I'd love to find a way to honor him through his a name of some sort of facility, the maintenance or whatever, as you said, Amy. So great idea.
All right. I did text Jennifer and let her know that we did need to go back into closed for just a few minutes. On item M1, the board reserves the right to enter into closed session on any item as permitted by the Texas Open Meetings Act, section 551.071, and we are going back to do pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074. The board will consult with attorneys to discuss the duties, roles, and responsibilities of a public officer. And this is the board, Dr. Flores, and Mr. Ponick only. We are now called back to order. Are there any motions coming out of closed?
Move to adjourn.
Hearing none, it is 1:27 a.m. and we are adjourned.